son. We're all set.
Is it really going to do all that, Dad?
Is it going to do all what?
It's going to circle this room twice, fly into the dining room, fly back in here, and land.
Are you sure, Uncle Martin?
Oh, sure. Operates by remote control.
It won't hit the lamps, will it, Martin?
Will you relax? I'm the oldest pilot on the line. Okay. Here we go.
It's not flying.
They sure don't build them like they used to.
It's probably defective equipment.
Probably.
Cathy, where's Patty?
She's getting ready for a date on Adelaide.
Say, who put this picture of Richard in the living room?
Patty thought it would look nice here.
She was wrong. Tell Patty she can just put it back in her room.
Tell Patty she can just put what back in her room?
This picture of Richard. What are you all dressed up about?
Big date.
You know, I did him an injustice. I didn't really appreciate him. Do you know something? He's handsome, warm, brilliant, and punctual. I'm really a very lucky girl. I'll go let him in.
Richard is handsome, warm, and brilliant?
To each his own.
Well, I know, but that's ridiculous. I've never seen Patty so worked up about a date with Richard before. She usually takes him for granted.
Yes, she acts as though this is a special occasion.
I think it is. Mom, Papa, I'd like you to meet my date. Colonel Jeffrey Davis III.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day. Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Jeff is a cousin of Harriet's. You remember my girlfriend who moved to Indiana Harbor? Well, she wrote me that Jeff was coming to New York. And I tried to get him a date, but Kath was tied up and all the other girls were busy. So I guess he's stuck with me.
I was lucky.
Oh, I'll get it.
You're a newspaper editor, aren't you, Mr. Lane?
Yes.
And a great one, if you don't mind my saying so, sir. I'm editor of my school newspaper, and we use the Chronicle as a model of journalism.
Do you really?
Yes, sir.
Do you know anything about airplanes, Colonel?
It's a Beechcraft Musketeer.
It's a good model. It just won't fly. Dad couldn't get it airborne.
Did you turn the propeller, sir?
Well, what do you know?
I just came over to help you out.
Help me out with what?
Well, you said you were stuck with this cousin of a friend of yours from out of town.
Yeah, well, you know how these things are. It's a drag.
I know, that's why I came over. I thought if I went along, it'd make it a little easier.
Yeah, that's very nice of you, Richard, but it's my drag, and I sure wouldn't want to impose on you.
Well, listen, if a fella can't do a favor for his gal, who can he do one for?
You're absolutely right. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Well, I would, Richard, but you know how nervous these small-town boys get in front of strangers.
Boy, you're really stuck, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I can handle it. Why don't you just
Well,
run
listen,
along
I'll
now?
just go in and say hello and put him at ease.
Rich! Look who's here, everybody. It's Richard Harrison.
Uh-oh. Hello, Richard.
Richard? Hi, folks.
Richard, I'd like you to meet Colonel Jeffrey Davis. This is Richard Harrison, a friend of mine.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Harrison.
Colonel?
Please call me Jeff.
Won't you sit down, Richard?
Thanks, I will.
Harriet gave me a list of places for you to show me.
Oh, sure. I wouldn't want to let good old Harriet down.
How long are you going to be in New York?
Well, I'm not sure. I'd like to stay here as long as possible.
It's very hot in New York during the summer.
Do you go to the same school as Patty?
That's right. I'm captain of the football team.
Oh, I'm afraid I never made captain. I play end.
Well, I guess that's better than nothing.
Yes, I was lucky. It's the first time anyone from our academy was chosen to play all-conference.
You're all conference? Wow, can I have your autograph?
Oh, I don't think sports are really that important. I'm much more excited about the Oxford scholarship I just received.
You received an Oxford scholarship?
Yes, sir. That's one of the reasons I'm in New York.
That's great, Jeff.
Yeah, that's great.
The Oxford committee insisted upon seeing me in person.
Why, weren't they sure about you?
I suppose not. You see, I'm the first student they ever had with an A-plus average.
Yeah, that's remarkable.
I guess we better get going, Jeff.
Sir, what time would you like Patty home?
What time would we like Patty home?
Well, why don't you give yourselves time for a soda after the theater?
Yes, ma'am. I'll deliver her to her doorstep at 11:37.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Good night, folks.
Thank you so much for the hospitality, Mrs. Lane.
Not at all. You must come to dinner sometime.
I'd be honored.
What about Thursday?
Well, thank you, ma'am.
They have spaghetti on Thursday.
Would you like to come to dinner, Richard?
No, thanks. I'll be very busy that night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, he's quite a boy.
Take away the uniform and what have you got?
Just an all-conference end who's won an Oxford scholarship.
Good night, Ross.
Me and my big mouth. Good night, everybody.
Don't forget to brush your teeth.
I brushed them yesterday.
Ross?
All right, but I'm gonna wear them out before I grow up.
Don't you think you should have gone with Patty and Jeff?
Of course not. You don't know much about strategy, do you, Cathy?
Strategy?
Sure. I figure a little bit of Colonel Davis goes a long way. By 11:37, Patty's gonna be sick of the sight of him.
Jeffrey Davis III is absolute heaven. His family owns a 1,000-acre estate in West Virginia. We're all invited down for the month of August. They have horses there. One of them just won the Kentucky Derby. Jeff used to race in the steeplechase before he got interested in chess. He's the national junior champion. He's so brilliant I can't understand what he's saying half the time. Are you going to see him again? Let's see, what's tomorrow? Can't you take him off my hands for a few days? Jeff? Richard. Did you see the way he shambled in here?
Hi, folks. I'm captain of the football team.
What are we having for dinner?
Oh, boy.
Apples.
They serve spaghetti on Thursday. You going bowling? Shakespeare. What's that?
You know you adore Richard. Of course I do. Jeff's a whole new way of life. I wonder if it would help Richard to go to a military academy. I don't know. I have to make up my mind which one I'm going to the big dance with a week from Saturday. Have they both asked you? They will. Kath, would you mind, going with the one that the word you're fumbling for is ditch. I already have a date for the dance with George. Oh, well, then I guess one of them is out of luck. Poor devil.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich. Oh, thank you.
What time did you get home last night?
11:37.
Oh? How'd it go?
Okay.
Well, I guess these duty things can be a pain in the neck.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I got a surprise for you.
What's that?
I've got 2 tickets to the Jerry Mulligan concert tonight.
Gee, Richard, I'm sorry. I won't be able to go with you.
Well, why not?
I promised Jeff I'd go out with him tonight. You know, for Harriet's sake.
Sure, well, where do you have to go with him?
To the Jerry Mulligan concert.
Like Hyde.
Oh, good evening, Richard. Patty's out.
I know. That's not why I came.
We've already had dinner.
That isn't why I came either.
Well, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no, I just thought it'd be nice if we got to know one another better.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down, Richard.
Oh. Thanks.
Patty has been seeing quite a lot of Jeff lately, hasn't she?
That's why I came. I don't mind if Patty goes out with another guy now and then, but the Colonel, I don't know how you compete with him. He's superhuman.
Well, no one is superhuman.
Jeff is. He can do anything better than I can, and I'm good.
Well, Patty seems very impressed with him.
I'll say, I have a stamp collection, Jeff has a bigger one. I have a souped-up car, Jeff has 2. He dances the Watusi, and I'm still learning how to do the twist. He beat me at Indian wrestling, ping pong. If he was a girl, I'd marry him myself.
Well, what can I do, Richard?
Oh, I thought maybe you could give me some advice or something. I mean, you're a man of the world. How do you compete with Superman?
Well, every new boy seems glamorous and more exciting, Richard.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Mr. Lane.
Richard. You know, there was a Jeff in my life.
There was?
Yeah. When I was dating Mrs. Lane. He was a pilot, and he could do everything, too. Mrs. Lane was quite taken with him.
Well, what did you do? I mean, how'd you give him the deep 6?
Oh. Well, I just used a little strategy. See, I knew Mrs. Lane liked me, but we were in a kind of a rut. We'd always do the same things. Go to movies, bowling, football games.
Like Patty and me.
Exactly. So I started planning things that would intrigue her. See, every young girl likes to do things that are different once in a while. Now, there's a little lake about an hour and a half outside the city called Half Moon Lake.
Hi, mind if I join you?
Be my guest.
If you're not going to do anything tonight, I thought maybe you'd like to...
Gee, Rich, I'm afraid
I thought it'd be fun to go on a picnic to Half Moon Lake.
Picnic on Half Moon Lake? That sounds great. I've never done anything like that before.
You mean you'll come?
Sure. I thought you were going to suggest bowling or another movie.
What do you mean? You think I don't have any imagination? Yes, sir. Things are going to be a lot different around here from now on. Sam, my good fellow. Triple angel flips for my friends.
Sport.
Did Patty say what time she'd be home?
No. She and Richard went bird watching in Central Park.
Bird watching?
Yes. I don't know what's come over Richard. He's just full of plans that Patty loves. Reminds me of the days when I was going steady with Patty's father. He used to do things like that. I guess Patty's a lot like me.
Is she? Well, Mrs. Lane, what was it about Mr. Lane that appealed to you most?
Oh, I don't know. His helplessness, I suppose.
His helplessness?
Yes, women really have a very strong maternal feeling. I think I really fell in love with him the day he had a hole in his sweater and I decided to knit him a new one.
You know, Patty, this is the first sweater that anyone's ever knitted for me.
Oh. When you told me how cold it gets up at Oxford. Well, I couldn't very well let their star pupil freeze to death. Well, I guess I better call Richard and tell him I'll be late.
You sure he won't mind?
Of course not. Anyway, I'll be through with this in no time.
Of course, it's my feet that really get cold.
That's easy. I'll just knit you a pair of socks. What color do you like?
Oh, blue, green, gray, tan.
Richard, you're up against a pretty smart boy.
He's smarter than I am.
But you have a secret weapon.
I have?
Me.
You?
The other morning at breakfast, Patty was saying that one of the things she likes most in the world and hasn't done in years is riding a bicycle.
Gee, that was fun, Rich. I haven't been bicycle riding in years. Whatever made you think of it?
I just put myself in your place and asked myself what you'd enjoy.
It's funny. I was just talking about it at breakfast the other day.
No kidding.
Yeah. I guess you really know me.
Yeah, I guess I do. Can we have a date tonight?
I'd love to, Rich. But Jeff asked me, and I half promised him I'd...
Have you ever been to an old-fashioned quilting bee?
When will you pick me up?
7:59.
I'll be ready. Bye.
Bye. Where am I going to find a quilting bee?
You know, Mrs. Lane, I was very interested in that conversation we had the other day.
Which conversation?
Well, the one about you and Mr. Lane and how you married him because he was so helpless.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well, sure. Don't you remember? The maternal instinct?
Oh, I'm afraid you misunderstood me. Oh, women do have a strong maternal instinct, but they also want a man who's strong and who will dominate them.
I'll let you know when I make up my mind. Look who's here. Hi, Jeff. I was just...
On your feet. We are going out.
But I was...
Let's go. Bye, girls.
Wow, did you hear that? Talk about cavemen.
But he's not like that. Something's going on.
Too bad we don't have a daughter. She could be doing this.
Oh, I told Patty she didn't have to help tonight. She's getting dressed to go out.
Again? Who's the lucky boy? Richard, I suppose.
No, Jeff.
Jeff. Well, Richard took her bicycle riding, and she thought it was wonderful.
Oh, but then Jeff swept her off her feet, and I think it impressed her.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. Richard has taken her picnicking and bird watching and...
Jeff needs her more. She knitted him a sweater and half a sock.
Natalie, you haven't been advising Jeff how to handle Patty, have you?
Why, no. He was just interested in the way
In the way you handled me.
Yes. Have you been advising Richard?
Yeah.
Oh, Martin.
You realize what's been happening. You've been telling Jeff how to handle Patty, and I've been telling Richard.
We've been competing with one another.
Oh, boy.
What made you decide to help Richard?
Oh, I don't know. I lost my head. No, actually, I like Richard, and besides, Jeff is just a little too perfect.
I know. That's why he doesn't have a chance with Patty. We women like him, perfect men.
Oh, I wondered how I got you.
How do you like your daughter?
We like her.
In early tonight.
You know Jeff, old delivered to the door at 9:38. No, he's become very domineering lately. I like it.
What about Richard?
Oh, he's great. He's always thinking up new things to do. Have you ever heard of a corn husking contest in New York? Well, bye.
A corn husking contest? You know, darling, I think your contender's in trouble.
No, Patty is not here. Goodbye. Hello? No, Patty is not here. Yes, I'll give her a message. She'll be back very soon. Goodbye. Jeff. Every time I talk to him, I feel like saluting.
Hi, folks. What's up?
AT&T. There've been several thousand calls for you in the last few hours. I feel like an answering service.
Who called?
Jeff 3 times, Richard 4 times, some boy named Scotty 3 times, a girl named Ann, Otto 8 times.
Wonder what Ann wanted.
Probably your own number.
Jeff and Richard want to speak to you very urgently.
Poor dears. I guess it's about the big dance. I really shouldn't keep them in suspense any longer.
Well, we shall await the outcome anxiously.
Good night, girls.
Good night, Mom. Papa. Patty? Hi, Kath. I just ran into Maggie. She was telling me about her date for the dance. Oh, so she finally hooked somebody, huh? That's great. Who's she going with? Colonel Jeffrey Davis III. What? There's some mistake. It must be some other Colonel Jeffrey Davis III. There's a mistake. But I'm afraid you made it, Patty. He was so sure from the way you talked that you were going with Richard that he asked Maggie. If there's anything I can't stand, it's a fickle man. All right? I'll go with Richard. I'm afraid you won't. Who says so? Richard. He's taking Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen is going with my Richard? Now, don't blame Richard. He was so sure from the way you spoke that you were going with Jeffrey that he asked Sue Ellen. Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Patty. You know what just happened to me? In 60 seconds, I went from femme fatale to just plain old fatal. Gee, you look great, Kath. Thank you. Are you sure you won't change your mind, Patty, and come to the dance? George's cousin would be happy to take you. No, thanks. I don't want charity. Besides, I have a date, and we're not going to any pokey old dance. Do you really have a date? Cross my heart. Is it someone new? I've never been out with him before. All right, then. Have fun. You too. Bye.
I'm sorry you had to miss the dance, darling.
Oh, well. Can't win them all.
Patty, do you remember that Aesop fable about the fox and the chicken?
Sure, Papa. This fox had a chicken in his mouth, and he was passing over a river, and he saw his reflection in it. And he thought it was a bigger chicken, so he dropped the one he had. And he lost them both. Moral. Be happy with the chicken you've got.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go then.
What's playing?
Well, what do you care? How many times do you get treated to a movie by a femme fatale?
Don't wait up for us.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hi, Group. You'll never guess what happened to me.
You got involved in a new project that's going to put us all in a state of shock.
Wrong. Papa, you know how you always wanted me to be a culture vulture?
I don't recall using that phrase.
Well, you know how you hate rock and roll music, and you always wanted me to be interested in classical music?
Yes?
Well, I am.
Wait a minute. You mean this morning you went to school liking rock and roll, and this evening you came home liking the classics? You must have left out the middle part.
That's the surprise. I tried out for the school orchestra, and I made it. They're going to give me an instrument and free lessons. I'll be playing all the classics.
That's wonderful.
I had no idea you were interested in music, Patty.
She isn't. I've heard her sing.
I can't tell you how delighted I am. You know, you're really a chip off the old block. You know, I worked my way through college playing the piano. Boy, that's wonderful. We can have our own little musicales around here. Cathy can play the violin, I'll play the piano, and what's your instrument?
I brought it home. I'll go get it. Patty didn't mention a thing to me about this. I guess she wanted to surprise me.
Well, I'm more than surprised. I'm thrilled. There's going to be a whole new atmosphere around here.
Here it is.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Excuse me. She certainly is practicing a lot, isn't she?
She hasn't stopped since early this morning.
That's wonderful.
My ears hurt.
I'm not a musician, Martin, but isn't she playing a lot of wrong notes?
What makes you think that, Aunt Natalie?
Well, now, she's playing a few, but that's what practicing is for.
So you can learn long notes?
Well, it wouldn't hurt you to study an instrument. Excuse me.
Can I get you something, Martin?
No, I'll be right back. Good morning, Richard.
Not anymore, isn't
What happened?
it? Everything.
Patty had a quarrel.
It wasn't even a quarrel.
She interested in some other guy?
With some other guy, I can handle it. I lost her to a tuba.
I don't understand.
Patty suddenly got this thing for long-haired music. Since she joined the school orchestra, she's got that silly tuba wrapped around her all the time.
Sorry, Richard. I'm afraid I'm on Patty's side. I'm delighted that she's taken up a musical instrument.
You want your only daughter to be a tuba player?
I hardly think it's going to be her life's work. Well, look at it this way, Richard. You've lost her to Mozart. It's bigger than both of you.
Martin? Gee, I thought maybe you'd be on my side, Mr. Lane.
Sorry, Richard.
Tell her I'll send for my rock and roll records.
Patty! Do you think I could stop that for a little while? I've been trying to write a letter. You mean music bothers you? No, music doesn't, but... Patty, you haven't stopped playing that thing all week. Well, how am I going to learn if I don't practice? Could you go somewhere else and practice? Where? How about Chicago? I thought you liked music. Listen to this. Beautiful, isn't it? Handle. Oh, I'd recognize it any place. Thank you. You know, Kath, Papa was sure right. I always thought long-hair music was a drag. But, boy, it really lifts you. You mean playing that lifts you? It's not so much what I'm doing now. It's what I'm going to do. I've decided to give concerts on the tuba. Oh, that will be a novelty. I'll be the only woman tuba player in the world. We'll play everywhere. London, Paris, the Bronx. Posters will simply say, Patty Lane and her tuba. The theaters will be sold out as soon as we're announced. Of course, it would be a lonely life. But it's all worth it. One day, you're walking down the street in a strange city, and people recognize you. You hear them say, there goes Patty Lane and her tuba. And they say, Miss Lane, my mother took me to hear you play when I was a little girl. It changed the whole course of my life. Think of all the happiness I've brought to people. Oh, I can't. I get all choked up. Me too. It's like Eddie says. Who is Eddie? Oh, he's the one who got me interested in this. I see. He's going to form an all-girl band. He plays everything. Clarinet, sax, oboe. I believe that's pronounced oboe. Oboe, oboe. He plays it. What does Eddie look like? Like Leonard Bernstein, only with more talent. And it was Eddie who suggested you take up the tuba? Yeah. I guess there aren't too many girl tuba players around. Well, back to culture.
What's that?
It's Patty practicing.
After midnight.
She doesn't even stop to eat. I think they feed her through that horn. Martin, you've got to stop her.
Oh, now, Natalie, we both love music and we want the children to appreciate it, right?
Right. And I don't care what anybody says, that's not music.
It's beginning.
Couldn't you begin a little softer?
Tuba's a tuba. Just comes out loud.
All right. If you can stand it, I suppose I can stand it.
Well, the important thing is not to discourage her. Don't you remember at the beginning how we were afraid that she might not stick with it?
Yeah, those were the days.
But but she has stuck with it, and that's wonderful. If we discourage her at this point, she could easily lose interest in it.
Promises, promises.
Just give it a chance.
All right. Remind me to buy some earmuffs tomorrow. Is anything wrong, Martin?
Oh, no.
Can't you sleep?
Oh, sure. I was just enjoying the music.
I got you a pair of earmuffs. They're in the drawer.
Oh? I don't need them.
As you wish. Good night.
Natalie,
Yes, dear?
that coffee's from the bottom of the pot. Well, you know I can't stand coffee from the bottom of the pot.
I'm sorry, Martin. I'll get you some coffee from the top of the pot.
All right, never mind. I'm sorry. It's just I have this terrible headache. I'm not myself.
I'll see. Boy, I'll be glad when you get back.
Is there anything I can do, Uncle Martin?
No, thanks, Kath. There's nothing anyone can do. Listen, let's go out. I'll take you to the movies.
Darling, we've been to the movies every night this week. There's a concert at the Lincoln Center. Why
No music, please.
All right, then let's go to the movies. If there's anything in town left to see.
I wish she would get that passage right. It doesn't go that way. I mean, if Beethoven had wanted it played that way, he would have written it that way, right? That does it. The rest of you wait here. I don't want to embarrass Patty.
Of course.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to you, Patty.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Papa.
Can't you put that thing down for a minute?
Oh, sure. You know, I'm so used to it, I forget I'm even wearing it. Thank you.
Let's sit over here.
Sure. It's about the tuba, isn't it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is, honey.
I knew it. You didn't think I could stick it out this long, did you?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, you were right, Papa. These great composers make everybody else sound like nothing.
Yeah. Well, Patty, the thing that you have to realize is that some people are naturally talented as musicians and others aren't.
That's exactly what Eddie says. I'm a naturally talented musician. Oh, I love culture. I'm going to dedicate my whole life to it. A lot of people laugh at the idea of a girl playing the tuba. But do you remember what you always told me? It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you do it as well as you know how.
Did I say that?
I've never forgotten. You know, Papa, I think I've been letting you down a little bit.
How?
I haven't been practicing enough. Don't you worry. From now on, this tuba will never be out of my hand. I'm sure glad we had this little talk. Thanks for encouraging me. You know, I guess there are a lot of fathers who wouldn't take the trouble.
Well, if you can't encourage your own daughter, who can you encourage?
You're wonderful, Papa.
I hear Eddie's going to announce who he's picked for his all-girl band.
Yeah, we should be hearing any day now.
Why don't you try out for it, Cathy? I heard you play the piano, and you're great.
Thank you, Molly, but I'm afraid I haven't time. I'm involved in too many other projects.
Well, we'll miss you. You sound as if you've been picked already.
Well, let's face it, there aren't too many girl tuba players around.
Kathy? Maggie? Molly? Patty, I didn't recognize you without that horn wrapped around your neck.
Well, if it isn't the king of rock and roll.
Patty, can I talk to you for a minute?
Well, we haven't got much in common, but go ahead.
You see, there's this jazz concert at Carnegie Hall tonight, and I thought maybe we...
Jazz concert. Poor child.
Well, you used to love them. And when I say used to, I'm talking about last week.
I've developed a lot since then, Richard. I've acquired a taste for the finer things in life.
Here's your triple sweetheart flip.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you changed overnight.
That's the way it happens sometimes, Richard. Like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Exactly.
What am I? A housefly?
Whatever you are, Richard, I'll always enjoy having known you.
Boy, when she gets off on one of these things, you can't even communicate with her.
I'll send you a couple of free tickets to my first concert. Bring you on.
I will. And my grandchildren.
Peasant!
Hurry up, Natalie. She's going to start again any minute.
Won't you take me with you? Please?
I'm really sorry, son, but you have school tomorrow.
Are you going out?
Yes. Are you going out?
Yes. I thought you said you were going out.
We changed our minds.
Yeah. Where are you going, Patty?
Eddie's taking me to a concert.
Eddie?
Yeah, he's for Svengali.
And he just so happens to be the greatest musical genius of our time. His father's a conductor.
Are you allowed to talk to him while the train is in motion?
How long have you known Eddie?
2 weeks. Oh, but it seems like I've known him all my life. He's taking me to hear Shostakovich tonight.
Honey, I think that's pronounced Shostakovich.
We'd like to meet Eddie.
Oh, you're going to? He's coming by to pick me up in a few minutes.
You know, we haven't seen Richard around here lately.
Oh, tin ear.
He wouldn't even know who Shostakovich is.
That's Shostakovich.
You know, I'm really very disappointed in Richard. He just hasn't developed intellectual-wise. That's Eddie. Hasn't he got a musical ring? Mom, could you fix your hair a little bit? And Papa, straighten your tie, And you... Oh.
We could wait in the garage if you'd rather.
No. Well, you're all right. I just want you to make a good impression on Eddie. He's so sensitive. I'll go let him in.
I think you could call me a fair and reasonable man.
Of course you are.
Well, I haven't met this Eddie yet, but I hate him.
I can't stand it.
Eddie, I'd like you to meet my parents. This is Eddie Blake.
Hello, Eddie.
It's nice to meet you.
As my father, Carl Blake, the famous orchestra conductor, always says, pure tone is no accident.
Does he really?
Patty tells us you're quite a musician.
Yes, I'm very good, actually. I not only play 21 instruments, I also compose. I think we'd better be going. We're hearing Shostakovich, you know.
That's Shostakovich. And since you're a musician, it might not be a bad idea if you learned how to pronounce it.
Oh, you mean Dmitri Shostakovich.
That's exactly who I mean.
He's hopelessly old-fashioned. No, Patty and I are going to hear Igor Shostakovich. Really avant-garde composer. Good night.
Addio.
What do we do now?
We get rid of that name-dropping prodigy and bring back old Tin Ear. Igor Shostakovich. Well, Richard, Mrs. Lane, and I certainly appreciate your coming over here.
Yes. Richard, would you like an apple?
Oh, no, thanks. What did you want to see me about, Mr. Lane?
Well, we thought it would be nice if you and Patty started dating again.
Oh, I don't think Rohanna Pollock would like it.
Who is Rohanna Pollock?
She's a girl who happens to play the tuba 10 times as good as Patty. And she doesn't think I have a tin ear. And boy, is she crazy about me.
She doesn't sound like your type. Richard, you and Patty should be going swimming and bowling and to the movies, all those things you used to do.
Patty's not interested in those things anymore. They're not cultured enough for her. All she talks about is Shostakovich.
That's just...
Patty gets off on these wild kicks, and boy, until she gets back to Earth, it's murder.
You're going to help her get back to Earth again.
I am?
Right. You can begin by taking her to a concert. Now, then maybe afterwards you could go on to supper. And then a couple of nights later, you could go to the theater. And pretty soon, you'll be back to movies and rock and roll and bowling.
Oh, well, you see,
Now, Richard, I understand that this is going to cost a little money, and we would like to help you. Oh, I think maybe that should do the trick.
Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? I've got my pride, and I can't be bribed. You can tell Patty it didn't work. I'm still going to take out Rohanna Pollock. Patty had her chance, and she lost it. Good night.
Didn't work.
I know, I heard.
Cass, do you have any ideas at all?
You could just forbid Patty to go on with the tuba.
No, I can't. You see, I encouraged her to take up an instrument, and I've always preached to her how important it is to practice.
There is a way.
What is it?
No, I couldn't do it.
Would it work?
Yes, but it's too mean.
Cathy, this is an emergency.
Uncle Martin, do you think Patty has any talent as a musician? I mean, does she have an ear for music?
Absolutely none.
All right, then. I'll do it.
Will it get that tuba out of this house?
Yes. But if Patty finds out what I've done, it will probably get me out of the house, too.
She's here.
That ungrateful monster. I worked my lips to the bone. I'll never trust another musician.
What happened, darling?
I'll tell you what happened. Eddie told me he was going to hire me as his tuba player in his all-girl band. Well, today I found out he hired somebody else.
Who?
Oh, some girl named Rohanna Pollock. I don't even know how she found out he was forming an all-girl band.
Well, maybe it's all for the best, darling.
I'll say.
Tomorrow I take this thing back to school and I never want to see it again.
Patty, you're not too heartbroken about giving up the tuba, are you?
I guess not. I don't mind dedicating my life, but not to anything that looks like that. Gotta go now.
Where are you going, Patty?
Bowling with Richard.
With Richard? Oh, is that on again?
Yeah. It seems he was going with this Rohanna Pollock, and now she's so busy rehearsing he never gets to see her. Bye.
Boy, talk about killing two birds with one stone.
It worked.
It certainly did.
I can't tell you how grateful we are, Cathy.
You know, actually, Patty's idea about being in the school orchestra wasn't a bad one. As a matter of fact, I tried out for it myself today.
Oh, boy.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
George, may I speak with you a moment? George.
Cathy? What's the matter with good old George?
Nothing's the matter with good old George. Something's the matter with stupid old me.
What are you talking about? I thought you and George were buddy-buddy.
Oh, we were getting along fine, Patty. Except that George only seemed to call me when he couldn't get another date. I wanted to make a real impression on him. So, I wrote to the Lovelorn columnist in our school paper asking his advice. Have you ever read that column, Simon Says?
I've heard of it.
Well, Simon advised me to make a date with George and stand him up. He said, give him the shock treatment. I did. And now George won't even speak to me. Gee, Kath, I'm sorry. Oh, you're not nearly as sorry as Simon is going to be when I get hold of him. Hi, Pete.
Hello, son. Here's your mail. It's been piling up.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
You haven't touched your breakfast, Cathy.
I'm really not very hungry, Aunt Natalie.
Is anything wrong?
Nothing I won't get over.
Would it help to talk about it?
Some things are better left undiscussed. I don't mind talking about it. I just made a fool of myself. Look, Kath, you don't have to tell them about it if you don't want to. I'd probably feel better if I discussed it. I could kill him.
Kill who?
There's a new advice to the Lovelorn columnist on our school paper. He gave me some silly advice, and I took it. Now George won't even talk to me.
Oh, it's too bad. Who writes the column?
Nobody knows. I've heard all kinds of rumors. It's supposed to be a teacher, a senior, a professional newspaper man.
I hear he works miracles.
Maybe he just didn't follow his advice properly. He told me to stand George up, and I stood him up.
Well, that doesn't sound like very good advice to me.
What's his full name? Simple Simon?
Look, there are ways and ways to stand a boy up. You should have done it without hurting George's feelings. It was a good maneuver. You just didn't execute it right. Do you really think that's it? I know it is. You used the iron fist, but you forgot the velvet glove. Perhaps you're right. Why didn't I go to you for advice?
Her?
Yeah, what do I know? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write to Simon again and ask for more details. After all, he's a man. He should know how to handle men. No doubt about it. I'll write him this afternoon. Cuz? Yes. Sign it. Dissatisfied customer. Oh, if you feel like it. Dear dissatisfied customer, if your boyfriend has stopped talking to you, it's a very healthy sign. You've got him all stirred up. Simon says to let him see you out with another boy, and he'll come to his senses. From then on, he'll be eating out of your hand. That doesn't sound right to me. Sounds great to me. It's the old jealousy bit. It never fails. But George is very honest. I don't have to play games with him. Cathy, I think Simon knows a lot more about men than you do. I suppose you're right. I'll give it a try. You won't be sorry.
Where's Cathy?
She's in her room crying.
Crying? What happened?
She had a fight with George last night.
About what?
Well, Cathy went to the shake shop with Harold, and George saw them there, and instead of getting jealous like he was supposed to, he told Cathy he was glad she had someone to take her out, and he decided to go steady with Audrey.
I don't understand it. Cathy was so fond of George. Why did she go out with someone else?
I think it was something she read.
Simon says strikes again.
Excuse me, I think I'll go check and see how Cathy is. He's not worth it, Kath. He didn't even know enough to get jealous. Who needs him? I do. Patty, I want you to do something for me. Sure, anything. You just name it. Find out who Simon Says is. I'm going to tear him limb from limb.
One triple sweetheart flip, one double-decker delight, one rainbow nightmare, and one chocolate soda. Are you sure you won't have any dessert?
No, not right now, Sammy. Thanks.
Listen to this. Dear Simon Says, my steady boyfriend went out with another girl and I found out about it. What should I do? It's signed Three's a Crowd. And here's his answer. Dear Three's a Crowd, don't be a clinging vine. Tell your boyfriend it's all right. When he finds out what a good sport you are, he'll come running back to you.
Good advice.
Good advice? I'm Three's a Crowd. I haven't seen Howard since I told him he could go out with anyone he liked.
I had a small fight with Alfred last week, and after following Simon's advice, it's turned into World War III.
Listen, who is this Simon Says character? We've got to get him. He's ruining my life.
Mine too.
The rumor is he's a famous Viennese psychologist.
That's what I heard.
Me too. Yeah.
I wonder who started that rumor. Yeah, I wonder. Come to think of it, I think I first heard it from you. You did?
Yeah, so did I.
Well, then, if you heard it from me, there must be something to it.
you're late.
Ooh. I got held up by my fan club.
Look at all this mail.
All that for me?
Your column has really caught on, Patty. It gets 10 times as much mail as all the other columns combined.
Hey, that's great, isn't it?
Tell me, are most of the reactions pretty favorable?
Well, no one's 100% right.
You must be hitting 1,000.
Yeah. Speaking of hitting, I want you to promise me you'll never tell anybody who Simon is.
But why? I think you'd want everybody to know you're writing such a hot column, Patty.
I wouldn't want a whole bunch of kids fawning over me. Will you promise?
If you say so.
Simon says so. Listen to this. Dear Simon Says, I am a teenager. I've been going with one girl and she's a doll, but she's possessive and jealous. Please advise me. Signed, Stuck. He's stuck, all right. Dear... We want Simon Says.
What do you want him for?
Just tell us who he is. We'll take care of the rest.
I'm sorry, Cathy, but we're not allowed to give out that information.
How many men work on the staff of the Bugle?
Oh, I don't think he's a regular staff member. At least, I've never seen him. I want to know where to get in touch with him.
So do I. Where is he?
For gosh sakes, will you take it easy?
Take it easy. We're being destroyed by this maniac.
Oh? I tell you what, I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with him.
Well, you'd better do it fast. My boyfriend Alfred wrote in asking him how much money Simon thought he should be making before he got married. Simon advised him to join the Merchant Marine, and he did.
That was Alfred?
What was Alfred?
I mean, that's Alfred, always running off somewhere.
Well, he wouldn't have run off if it hadn't been for Simon Says. We want him.
Calm down. I'll report your complaints and get back to you.
You'd better. If you don't do something about it, we will. Let's go.
Have you heard anything yet? I'm working on it. How does it look? I think he's an English brain surgeon. Brain surgeon? I'll let you know when I find out something more definite. I knew I could count on you.
Well, congratulations on your happy fan club.
Can't win them all.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Sue Ellen.
Excuse my barging in like this, but I didn't have anything to do tonight now that I'm not seeing Howard, and I got kind of lonely. I thought we might watch television.
Sure, why not? Come on in.
I guess a lot of girls at school are having the same problem. With everybody fighting with their boyfriends, there's not much to do evenings.
Welcome to the club. Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hi, Cathy.
So, he got you too, huh?
Yes. I was just shot down in flames.
We've got to do something about Simon. Ever since he started writing his column, every one of us has broken up with her boyfriend. If we don't get him, we're all going to turn into old maids. Well, you don't have to take his advice, you know.
It doesn't matter whether we do or not. Our boyfriends are taking it.
Looks like you're the only one not having any trouble.
You know, good old easygoing Richard. Excuse me. Hello? Hi, Tommy.
Tommy?
Oh, no, I'm afraid I can't. Why don't you call Alice? Oh, you don't? Well, I'm sure everything will work out. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Tommy. Sorry, Alice.
The nerve of him, calling to ask you for a date.
Well, he said since he's not seeing you anymore... Excuse me. Hello? Hi, Alfred.
Alfred?
No, I can't. busy tonight, Alfred. Why didn't you call Maggie? She is not. She's a great girl. I'll see you in school tomorrow, Alfred. Bye. Boy, what'd you do to him? He's sure mad at you.
I followed Simon's advice.
You did? What name did you write to Simon under?
Troubled spirit. Why?
Oh, just curious. Excuse me. Oh, hi, Rich.
Hi, Patty.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you tonight.
Well, that isn't why I came over.
Oh, it isn't?
No, I came over to tell you that I've decided it would be better if I started going out with different girls.
What?
Yeah, I've been thinking it over, and I'm too young to be a martyr.
What did you say?
Well, I've got my own life to think about. I've decided to go out and join the human race. I don't want to get stuck.
Stuck! I mean, somebody must have told you that. Don't listen to her. Him. Them.
I'm sorry, Patty. I've had advice from a wise old Viennese psychologist, and I'd be foolish to ignore it.
A wise old Viennese psychologist.
Or an English brain surgeon. I don't know which. But it doesn't matter. It's good advice. I'll see you when I have time, Patty. Bye.
Richard, you... We've got to put a stop to Simon Says. Oh, Says. Says. And I think I know just how to do it. You do? I'm going to set a trap for him. What kind of trap? We don't know who Simon is. It could be any one of our boyfriends.
That's right.
Oh, what kind of trap? Or it could even be one of our teachers.
Sure.
What kind of trap? Or perhaps it really is the Viennese psychologist who's gone mad. What about the trap?
Or it could be someone from the other school.
Right. So, since we have absolutely no idea who Simon is, I think it would be better if I didn't discuss my plan with anyone.
Well, you can trust me.
Of course I can trust you. But I have to set this up myself, Patty. Can't you tell us anything about the trap? I can tell you one thing.
Yeah?
It can't miss. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Simon. Shh. What's the matter? We're alone?
I don't care. Never say it, not even to yourself. Oh, if word ever gets out, limb from limb.
You lovelorn columnists sure living an exciting life. There's a telegram for you. I'm going up to see the principal.
Principal? What for?
I don't know. He just said he wanted to see me.
That's it.
That's what?
The trap. So, they went to him to force you to tell on me.
What are you talking about?
The freedom of the press. He can't force you to tell.
Patty, who says he's going to try?
I say so. Pete, you promised. Nobody's to know I'm Simon. I don't care how he threatens you. I want you to stand on your principles as a newspaper editor.
Mr. Brewster wouldn't threaten me.
That's the spirit. You'll back me up?
You bet I will.
Thanks, Pete. I knew I could count on you. So that was the trap that couldn't miss. Pete? It's from the Pan Ocean Press Service. They want to syndicate Simon Says.
They do?
Yeah. Imagine. Me syndicated. I'll be famous all over the world. In Paris, Simon dit. In Madrid, Simon dit. In Italy, Simon dit. In Moscow, Semyon Govorit.
Hello? Who?
It's the overseas operator. They're asking if there's anybody here by the name of Simon Says.
The overseas operator? That's it. It's the Patterson Press Service. They'll want me. What do I do?
Take the call.
I can't. They're probably expecting a Viennese psychologist or an English brain surgeon.
They must be interested in the column, or they wouldn't be calling. It doesn't matter who you are.
You're right.
I'll be back as soon as I can. And don't worry, I won't crack.
Thanks, Steve.
Hello? Yes? Yes, as Simon says. I cannot hear you, operator.
Could you speak a little louder? We got it. It's London calling. Are you still there?
I am here, operator.
Who is calling? It's the Pan-Asian Press Service calling. Mr. Blodgett. Do hold on, won't you? He's ready. Take over.
Hello. Hugh Blodgett here in London.
Simon says here in America.
Would I be interested in worldwide syndication?
You're right. He sounds Viennese.
Keep him talking. Let's go get him. Oh, I'm so sorry I couldn't find Patty. You're sure sick missing all the fun.
When can we meet to discuss this, old chap?
I do not think we will be able to meet. I have a very busy schedule. May I suggest you just send me a contract? No, I could not fly to London. My schedule would not permit it.
Well, perhaps I could fly there?
No, I do not think that would be a good idea. It would be much better to do the business by mail.
Your 3 minutes are up. 5 cents, please, for the next 5 minutes.
Hello. Are you still there, old chap? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Where's who?
Simon Says. Was a man in here just using a phone?
Was that Simon Says? Oh, he just ran out of here. Oh, what did he look like? Well, he was about 6'4", gray bushy hair, and a monocle. He looked Viennese.
Oh, he slipped by us.
It's all right, Simon. Mr. Brewster didn't even ask me about your identity. He just wanted to talk about the anniversary issue.
Helen. You think I really... Look, it was all in fun. I was only trying to help you. Where's your sense of humor? Simon says help. Hello? Howard? This is Patty Lane. Yeah. Howard, I know about the fight you and Sue Ellen had. You see, really, it was all my fault. How?
Go on, tell him.
Howard, you want to laugh? I'm Simon Says. Not anymore, you know.
Hey, business seems to be off tonight. Where are all the crowds?
Back with their boyfriends where they belong.
Oh, I see. I understand you're not in the columnist game anymore.
That's right. I've been demoted to selling want ads. They have a new Simon Says.
Who is it this time?
I hear it's one of the teachers.
Well, you'll have to go some to replace you.
I know how to handle boys. I guess I'm just no good at advising others.
Where's Richard?
Oh, him? I guess I advised myself out of Richard, too. I wrote to the new Simon Says about it. You know what he said? Stay home and forget it. I'm leaving now. You have a date with George tonight, huh? Yes. Any advice? No. I'm glad everything's straightened out between you two. Funny you being the one to catch me. Someone had to do it. That must be George.
Patty, I know you meant well.
Oh, I always mean well, Papa. Just never turns out right.
Well, there's one good rule to learn. Before you give expert advice, be sure you're an expert.
I'll remember it. Although I doubt if I'll ever have any chance to use it again.
Well, hi, Richard.
Hi.
Hi, Richard.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Simon said you'd be miserable without me.
Simon said that? That's right. I did. Hi.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Another birdie.
Congratulations.
Hi, group.
You're home late, aren't you, darling?
I got fascinated by something at school. Anyone we know? It's not a he, it's an it.
I know, Richard.
We're studying unions in our civics class. Papa, do you know anything about management and labor?
Well, I should. I've belonged to a couple of unions, and I'm on the Labor and Management Committee down at the Chronicle.
Well, then you know about Samuel Gompers and all that.
Yes.
Who's Samuel Gompers?
He was only the father of the whole labor movement. It's really interesting. Our teacher asked us to pick a practical project to work on so we'd learn more about it.
Sounds like an excellent idea.
Papa, have you ever heard of UAFM?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, the UAFUM.
No. What's that?
It stands for the United Association for Unprotected Minors.
Sounds like a good idea. Who are they?
Us.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves her rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet. Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, you're not serious about forming this union, are you?
I certainly am, cousin. What do I need a union for? I'm just a kid.
I'll tell you what you need a union for, kid. How much is your allowance?
50 cents a week.
How'd you like 75?
I need a union.
You don't need a union to deal with your own family. They give you everything you want. Oh, sure. But this way we'll have more strength. Now when they give us something, they're doing us a favor. Once we're unionized, they have to give us what we want. Patty, I have a feeling there's disaster ahead. Will you stop being a worry bird and leave everything to old Patty?
How soon do I get my 75 cents, old Patty?
Immediately. We're going to call a meeting of labor and management. We're here as a grievance committee for the UAFUM.
Oh? What's your grievance?
Cathy's father has just sent her an increase in her weekly allowance. I feel it only fair that I should have an increase, too.
When she says I, she means we.
Oh, yes, I'm speaking for the entire membership.
Well, as management, your mother and I feel we should point out that being the member of a union carries its obligations as well as its privileges.
We understand that, Papa.
Patty, do you feel you really need a union?
Well, certainly. Everybody's unionized today. It's kind of a status symbol.
I don't really think it's necessary, Patty.
Papa, it's part of the American way of life.
What do you think, Martin?
Well, I suppose it can't do any harm.
Then we get the raise in our allowances?
Well, I didn't say that.
Oh.
I don't see why Cathy's increase should affect you and Ross.
What's the matter? Have you got something against collective bargaining?
Oh, of course not.
Papa, this is our first time at it. It'd be terrible for us psychologically if we lost.
I must say I've never heard that argument used before in collective bargaining. But I'm sure it's just because nobody's ever thought of it. Well, all right. You have your increase.
Did I tell you? It worked. Thanks, Mom. Papa, it's going to be a pleasure doing business with you. Your management was real hard. Membership, we need another meeting. We'll be back. Bye.
I didn't like the sound of that "we'll be back." Martin, do you think we've made a mistake?
No, of course not. This will be good experience for them. As a matter of fact, I was going to increase their allowance anyway. So we'll let them think they've won a victory. It'll boost their morale.
All right, we've won our first victory, but we're not going to stop with that. We're just beginning to feel our strength.
Boy, they were really frightened of us, weren't they?
Of course they were, because we're united. Patty, I really believe this is going to work. You bet it's going to work. If we'd known about this years ago, we could have been rich today. Do you realize a thing like this could sweep the country? We could organize all the kids in America.
And charge them dues. Say $1 a month. Even if we only got 1 million kids in, that's $1 million a month.
Maybe we better concentrate on us first. We've already gotten what we want. Are you kidding, Cathy? We haven't even started. What else do we need? Fringe benefits. Oh. Here, take notes. First, any member of the UAFUM who feels that he or she...
Patty, you call these fringe benefits?
Yes, sir. The members of the UAFUM feel they're just demands, and therefore we're entitled to them.
You all in agreement on this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It sounds unanimous.
Well, I have some news for the UAFUM.
We have our rights,
I'm
and our
gonna give
demands
you
are
what you
reasonable,
want.
and we won't take no for an answer. If you think of it... What did you say?
We're going to give you what you want.
It's like magic.
Of course, there are 1 or 2 little things you'll have to do in return for these privileges.
Sure, anything.
Now, you want to be guaranteed a movie every Saturday night.
Yeah?
In exchange for that, you'll wash the dishes every night.
That sounds fair.
Good. And you want to stay up an hour later every night. Well, let's make that a half hour later.
We accept.
In exchange for that, you'll clean the patio every Saturday and wash the car once a week.
It's a deal.
You want to watch an extra television program every night. Let's make that 3 extra television programs a week, at least one of them educational.
We'll take it.
In exchange for that, you'll clean your room every day and do your closets once a week.
That's okay.
Well, that's it then. You've just seen a successful example of collective bargaining.
You know something? I like this collective bargaining bit. favor. Why don't we form a union? Don't worry, it's worth it. What's the matter with you?
I am beat. I can't clean my room every day. It'll kill me.
Think of all the benefits you're getting.
What benefits? I've been working so hard I wouldn't know a fringe benefit if it came up and hit me in the face with a wet towel.
Are you sure Samuel Gumper started this way? Hey, there's a good movie on tonight at 9 o'clock. The Monster Who Conquers Yonkers. I think I'll go to bed a little early tonight, Patty. I'm awfully tired.
Me too. Boy, being unionized sure is exhausting.
You know, I think this is the easiest week I've had in years, and I feel a little guilty about it. The children have been wonderful. They've cleaned their room, done the closets, the patio looks beautiful.
Yeah, I had a notion that letting them unionize was a good idea.
Oh, you were right. Sometimes Patty gets carried away with her projects, but this one turned out fine. I think I'll recommend it to all our friends. Want to go for a walk?
Yeah. Why don't we check on the union first? Well, looks like you're doing a very good job.
Thank you, Uncle Martin.
While you're down there, Patty, be sure you get the hubcaps.
Oh, I wouldn't forget the hubcaps, Papa.
We're going out for a while. Enjoy your television program.
Thanks a lot.
See you later.
Come on, honey.
Bye.
Bye. I think my back's broken. Move over.
Patty, I don't think this union idea was so hot. We've never had to clean a patio before.
We never had so many privileges before either. But what's the good of it? We're too tired to take advantage of any of them. You know something, Kath? You're right. I think we've been outmaneuvered. We've been turned into slaves. I just want to tell the kids
The patio looks beautiful.
Yeah, you're really doing a bang-up job. You know, after your rest, maybe we could sit down and do some more negotiating. Well, we're off to play a little golf. I hope you enjoy your movie this afternoon.
Oh, today's the day you do your closets, isn't it? Well, I'll check them over when I get back. See you later. Bye.
Patty, please don't do any more collective bargaining. I'm exhausted now.
Don't you worry. I got us into this. I'll get us out of it. Tomorrow's another day.
The house is sure quiet. I'm surprised they're not watching television.
I suppose they're too tired. They had all those dishes to wash. Oh, Martin, do you think we're overdoing this?
What's the matter? You anti-union?
Well, they have been taking it very seriously.
Well, I meant for them to take it seriously. See, I want them to learn that privileges carry obligations. You don't get something without giving something. I think that's an important lesson for them.
I suppose you're right, but I've had so little to do since they joined the UAFUM, I feel guilty. I've become a lady of leisure.
Well, how about a snack, lady of leisure?
Fine. I'll fix you a sandwich. Look at this.
What a mess. Looks like they haven't laid a finger on it.
What do you think happened?
I don't know. We better call a meeting of the Labor Relations Committee. All I know is we had an agreement and you broke it unilaterally.
What does that mean?
It means you were supposed to have washed the dishes.
We want automation.
Automation?
That's right. An automatic dishwasher.
Well, we're not getting a dishwasher. That was not part of our agreement.
Maybe not. But we figured out that we're putting in too many hours. We don't even have enough time for our fringe benefits. There aren't enough hours in the day.
We could cut school.
I have a better idea. You could cut out television.
Oh, no. We already won that as a fringe benefit. You can't take it away from us.
And we want a 5-day week.
Yeah. We work hard at school all week. We want Saturday and Sunday to rest.
What about cleaning the patio?
We won't use the patio.
What about the dishes?
We'll eat off paper plates.
I see.
Now do we get the dishwasher?
No, you don't.
Well, then I guess the meeting is adjourned. Membership?
Well, how do you like that?
I think it's kind of funny.
I don't. I've gotten used to not washing the dishes.
Don't worry, they'll come around.
Do you realize that they have been parading up and down the block with those signs all morning?
I think it's kind of funny.
I don't. I want you to stop them.
Well, there's one way to stop them, but it's a little drastic.
Let's do it.
Boy, you should have seen the crowd we collected. It was quite exciting.
Yeah, people want to donate money.
You should have taken it.
Taking it?
That's right. As of now, your allowances have been cut off. No work, no pay. However, you can reinstate our old agreement and go back to work.
Without a dishwasher?
Without a dishwasher.
I have to have a meeting of the membership. Excuse us. Everyone in the UAFUM, follow me.
It worked.
They haven't had their answer yet.
Don't worry. They can't get along without their allowances.
There's no point in going on, Patty. We put up a good fight, but we lost. What, are you some kind of quitter?
I am. Before I joined this union, I was getting 50 cents a week. You shot me up to nothing. I have a lot of heavy expenses.
Let's not panic. Look, we can hold out a lot longer than they can. On what? On our $30 emergency strike fund.
Oh, boy! Do we have a $30 emergency strike fund?
You bet we do.
That's great. I've saved up $30 and... You wouldn't do that to me.
Now, look, Ross, it's only a temporary measure. You'll get your money back as soon as we renegotiate our contract. Patty, you can't take his money. I'm not taking his money. Our treasury is borrowing it. It's for a common cause, isn't it?
Sure, the cause is coming, but the money is mine.
That money could last us 2 months. They can't hold out that long. What do you say, Ross?
I say I've never been in a union before, and this whole thing is getting me very nervous.
Come on, Ross. All for one and one for all.
You mean like the Three Musketeers?
Exactly.
No. Okay.
Thanks, Ross. We've got him right where we want him. Or vice versa.
Aren't you two getting up? It's 10 o'clock.
It's Saturday.
You mean you're going to stay in bed all day?
Probably, Aunt Natalie.
I see. How long is this going to go on?
About 2 months.
You're going to become vegetables lying around in bed all day.
That's what I told. We'll be all right, Aunt Natalie.
Isn't there some way that we could settle all this? I mean, it's the first time we've ever had any union trouble around here.
Our grievance committee is willing to negotiate. All we want are our rights.
Your father and I think that we're right.
We think we're right.
I see. Well, good luck.
Mom, you understand there's nothing personal in all this.
Of course not. It's strictly management labor.
Labor, management. Do you know something terrible? What? I'm afraid my sympathies are with management. Sam Gompers would be ashamed of you.
ridiculous. We're working our heads off and they're lying around like ancient royalty.
It's the advantage of having a strong union.
Martin, this has gone too far. We've got to stop them.
No, we can't. It's a matter of principle. See, in the beginning, we made a promise to them that they could do this. So we've got to find some way to settle it reasonably.
They're drunk with power. Why, right this minute, they're up in their room laughing at us while we do their work.
Patty, we should really be downstairs helping with the dishes. I know we should. But how can we give in without losing face?
What are we, Chinese? Why don't we just go down there and say we were wrong?
It's a matter of principle, Ross. We can't give up everything we've gained.
What have we gained? All I've got is a sore back and I'm out $30.
We've gained the right to be heard around here. No, sir. We can't quit now. We can't let your mother do all the work. It isn't fair. I know it. Maybe we could secretly clean our closets. That's a good idea.
No, she'd know.
It'd be the same as giving in. Boy, I wish I could think of something. I know. Why don't we sneak out tonight and wax the car again?
They're spoiled. They're interested in getting, but they don't want to give anything.
You don't really believe that, do you?
At this moment, I do. Oh, Martin, why don't we just put our foot down and forbid this?
Well, there must be another solution.
Why don't they just put their foot down and order us back to work? You know your father. He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Papa's got principles. We're stuck.
Patsy, we've got to find a solution.
It's no fun having nothing to do but have fun. That may be the smartest thing you ever said. Maybe the only smart thing I ever said.
Couldn't we at least clean this room? It's a mess.
No, not until they're ready to negotiate.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Boy, I sure hope so. It's a big responsibility taking a whole union on your shoulders. On your feet! The management has just sent for the grievance committee.
Did you hear that? They've given in!
Sit down, please.
Ross said you wanted to see the grievance committee.
Yes. We'd like to get this matter settled.
So would we.
We see no reason why we can't settle it right now.
Oh, that's great. We don't want to be unreasonable. I mean, we're willing to compromise.
Oh, I don't think you should have to compromise.
You mean, we get the automatic dishwasher, we stay up an extra hour later, watch more television, go to the movies?
Well, that wasn't quite what we had in mind.
Oh? What did you have in mind?
Well, your mother and I were so impressed with your union that we've decided to form the PAMP.
I beg your pardon?
The PAMP.
That's PAMP, all right.
That stands for Protective Association for Misunderstood Parents.
You're kidding.
Oh, no. No, we're perfectly serious.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am about it. For instance, I voted myself an 8-hour day. That means you can have your choice of breakfast or dinner. I won't be able to cook both.
But you're our mother.
I'm a union member first and a mother second.
Oh, boy.
As far as the dishes are concerned, I'm assigning each one of you his own set of dishes. Now, you may wash them or not, as you please. Well, my 8 hours are up, so I think I'll go off to bed and read. That's my fringe benefit for Monday. Have a nice day.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can. This may come as a surprise to you, darling, but we parents are human beings, too. What we give you out of love, not because we have to. We like it received the same way.
Don't you know how much we appreciate you and Papa?
Well, there hasn't been much indication of that lately, Patty.
I guess I got carried away again. I'm sorry. Could you wait a second while the grievance committee votes on something?
Votes on what?
I make a motion that the UAFUM be disbanded forever. Do I hear any seconds?
I second the motion. Motion is seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried unanimously.
You sure that's what you want?
You bet it is. This is the worst mistake I ever made in my whole life.
And she's made some beauties.
Well, I must say that changes things. Natalie, I would like to move that we permanently disband the PAMP. Do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Hooray. Boy, I'm glad it's all over.
Are you? Wait until you see the dishes waiting for you in the kitchen.
I don't care. Neither do I.
Well, now that I'm not a union mother anymore, I suppose I'd better go start dinner. Oh, it was a nice vacation while it lasted.
I'll help you, Aunt Natalie. So will I.
Me too.
Gee, I'm glad everything's back to normal.
Hey, let's try to keep it that way for a while, huh, Patty?
Sure. But you know, Papa, in spite of everything, oh, bit old Sam Gompers would have been proud of us. Hi, Group.
You're late, darling.
I got fascinated by something at school.
What did you say?
Guess what we're studying in our zoology class? Live snakes. Look at this.
Hey, Patty, no, what are you...
What's everybody so excited about?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Make way for Guinea Pig Lane.
Guinea Pig Lane? Sounds like a quaint old English street.
That's what everybody in school's calling me. You know that substitute teacher we have in American history, Miss McIntosh?
Yes?
Well, she finally got to me. She kept yakking about how spoiled kids are today and how tough the pioneer kids had to be in the old days. And I said I wouldn't have minded living in those days. And she said I wouldn't have lasted a week. And I said it would have been a ball. And I told her I could go for a whole week without using any of the modern civilized conveniences. And she said I couldn't.
I'm on her side.
But the whole school is talking about it.
You mean you're supposed to live like a pioneer for a week?
If they did it, I can do it.
Times have changed, Patty.
Or maybe times have changed, but kids haven't. I don't believe we're weaklings, and I'm going to prove it. I've got to uphold the honor of my generation.
Boy, is your generation in trouble. Come to think of it, so's mine.
When do you start?
I've already started. Hello? Hi, Rich. Listen, Rich, this is very important. Do you remember last week when we went downtown to get those things for school? Yeah. What? I think you'd better hang up. Why? Because the telephone hasn't been invented yet.
Oh.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
they walk
walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, what exactly did you tell your teacher?
I told her that I could go for a week without using anything we didn't have back in 1800.
Do you have any idea what you're letting yourself in for?
Pablo, I've got to prove that kids today aren't soft.
Except in the head.
Can't we put him up for adoption?
Who'd have me?
You got a point. Patty, aren't you going to use any modern conveniences at all? If it wasn't invented by 1800, forget it.
And you've agreed to do this for a whole week?
That's right. I'm out to prove that Miss McIntosh is wrong. Look, if I should slip up now and then, I want all of you to remind me.
Oh, we'll remind you.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to tell you the big news. Coach Edwards has practically picked me to be cheerleader captain at the big track meet next Saturday. Every girl in school was after it.
Congratulations.
Well, I better get dressed. Richard is taking me to a dance tonight. They had dancing back in 1800. I checked. Patty? Yeah? Are you going to bathe before you dress? Of course. They did take baths in those days. Not with hot running water, they didn't.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I never knew water could be so heavy. No wonder they only took baths on Saturday nights.
How does she get herself into these crazy situations?
I don't think it's so crazy, Ross. I'm on Patty's side. I like what she's trying to prove.
You know what I think? I think she's going to set us back 100 years.
How was your bath? The Eskimos. By the time I put the last bucket of hot water into the tub, it was ice cold. What do you think you're doing? Putting you back in the 19th century. Oh. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. How am I going to dry my hair? Why don't you rub two sticks together and start a fire? That's what the pioneers did. Yeah? Well, they should have used hair dryers. At least they wouldn't have gotten scalped that way. I'd better get dressed. Richard's picking me up in a... What happened to the lights? Thomas Edison hasn't invented them yet, so I turned them off. Oh! Oh, boy. Here. Here what? Am I supposed to get dressed by that? Your great-great-grandmother did. Oh, yeah, but have you ever seen pictures of how she looked? Me and my big mouth.
Oh, that's an interesting hat.
I couldn't get my hair done. Here. Oh, there's my Lord and Master.
You know, that Bela Lugosi is the greatest.
Hi, Rich.
Never mind the hi, Rich. You know you hung up on me this afternoon?
Yeah, sorry about that. I can't talk on the telephone for a whole week.
You can't? Why not?
It hasn't been invented yet.
What?
Look, it's a long story. Come on in and say hello to the old folks at home.
Hasn't been invented yet. Now, wait a minute. Oh, hello, Mrs. Lane. Mr. Lane?
Hello, Richard.
Richard?
Well, let's go.
He has all the social graces, hasn't he?
Patty, Tootie Henderson's band starts playing at 8 o'clock. I don't want to miss any of it. We'll have just enough time to make the first number.
Where is that dance, Richard?
Over at Danceland.
It's about 3 miles from here, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've got my car outside.
Oh.
I forgot.
You forgot what?
Automobiles. I'm afraid your car's gonna have to stay right where it is, Richard.
How are we gonna get to the dance? Walk?
He asked you a question, dear.
Yeah. Richard, my boy, hasn't it occurred to you that people don't get enough exercise these days?
Sure. That's why we're going dancing.
Mom.
Would you mind walking?
Walking 3 miles to a dance? Is it because you don't want her to ride with me? My driving's improved a lot, Mrs. Lane. I haven't had an accident since Monday, and it was nothing. I mean, I got a scratched running board, but it wasn't my fault.
Your car has a running board? What are you driving, Richard?
An Essex.
An Essex?
If you're worried, I could spring for a taxi cab.
Richard, Patty can't ride in any vehicle this week.
Except a covered wagon.
Oh, what? You mean like an automobile hasn't even been invented yet or something? Now, wait a minute. First the telephone.
Come on, Richard, I'll explain on the way. Say goodnight to the nice people.
Patty, if you think I'm going to walk 3 miles to a dance,
You're you.
a lazy one.
You want to come in, Rich?
This has been one of the most interesting evenings of my whole life.
I'm sorry about the way things turned out, Rich.
I didn't mind walking 3 miles to dance land, but the 10 miles back... Patty, why do we have to leave when we got there?
I told you because they were using microphones
And pioneers didn't have microphones.
Yeah. Now you want me to do this right, don't you?
Sure, but without me. I'll see you next week when you come out of orbit and return to our time zone. You know, sometimes I think you really are an escaped Martian.
Sorry, Rich.
Oh, forget it. And I mean forget it.
Rich. Good night.
Good night. And watch out for the wild Indians.
Is that you, Patty?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Mama. Papa.
How are you, Ann?
How was the dance?
How do you spell fiasco?
Hey, that's a pretty good word.
Please, no coaching unless it's my turn.
Sorry about that.
You know, I never should have dragged Richard into this. He's not up to it.
Are you?
If the pioneers could do it all their lives, I guess I can do it for 1 week. Oh, they must have been made of steel.
Well, they were pretty rugged, but then they had to be. You know, it's amazing what you can do if you have to.
Yeah, I hope you're right, Papa. I'd hate to let the kids at school down. They're all counting on me.
You won't let them down. I think you're doing just fine.
Yeah. Except I'm starving to death.
Well, didn't you stop at the shake shop?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we stopped. Only I couldn't eat anything. They cooked their hamburgers on electric grills. And the pioneers never heard of a chocolate milkshake.
Oh. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to fix you a great big pioneer sandwich, handmade, and a big glass of milk, cow-made.
Thanks, Papa. Boy, they sure were losers, our ancestors. They didn't have anything.
I'll tell you one thing they had. A wonderful, great granddaughter.
One of us in this room is the murderer, and I'll tell you who it is. It's...
I'm sorry you're not going to the movies with us, Patty. Yeah, so am I. I've been dying to see The Monster with Three Heads. We'll tell you all about it. Oh, you don't have to. It's my autobiography. Good night. Good night.
Hi, Cathy. Pioneer lady, you sure you don't want to go skating? I bet they ice skated.
In the middle of a heat wave?
Okay, see ya.
Have fun.
If you're going ice skating, put on a heavier sweater.
I got one on already.
We're leaving, darling.
You sure you don't want to go to that jazz concert with us?
I'd love to. But it'd be cheating. I don't think the pioneers went to jazz concerts.
You know, we're really proud of the way you're sticking to this, honey.
Oh, there's nothing to it. You know, a lot of kids would get bitter about having to take icy baths and walk everywhere and not watch television or use electric lights or telephones or go to movies or jazz concerts. A lot of kids.
But not you.
No.
That's wonderful, darling. We'll be back early.
She's been carrying on like that all evening.
The big track meet is Saturday.
You mean we have to listen to that until Saturday?
What about that one?
Noisy.
Papa, yells are supposed to be noisy. It's up to me to give inspiration to the team. Being captain of the cheerleaders is a very big responsibility.
Are you definitely captain?
Well, practically, definitely. It's between me and Alice, and actually, she doesn't have a chance, poor kid. She has a voice somewhere between Ema Sumac and Louis Armstrong. Watch our team on the beam. Shake 'em, break 'em, show where they take 'em. Rah! Brooklyn!
That definitely should inspire the old team. Martin, what do you think? Patty, how is Project Pioneer coming along?
Oh, that. Great. I only have a few more days to go. You know, it's been fun, in a gruesome sort of way. I gotta go. Richard and I are going for a walk in the park. Oh, come home! Hey, you take care of that.
She's lucky it's not the hunting season.
What do you have, Cathy?
Oh, Sammy, I think I'll have a cheeseburger and a chocolate milkshake. I'll have a peanut butter and Dayton nut bread and a banana split.
I'll have the same. I'll have a cheeseburger, a chocolate milkshake, peanut butter and date nut bread, and a banana split.
Another year with you, Richard, and we can all retire. What do you have, Patty?
Glass of water, no ice. How long are you going to keep this up, Patty? Until I drop dead or Monday, whichever comes first. Well, I certainly admire you. Oh, you can afford to. You're eating a peanut butter sandwich on date nut bread and a banana split. They did eat in 1800, you know. Yeah, but the peanut butter didn't come in jars and the bread wasn't baked by machines. Can't talk about it. I get all choked up. Hi, Cathy. Hello, Alice. Patty. Hi, Alice. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Alice.
Hi, Maggie. Hi. What are you having? Order something gooey. I enjoy hearing. Oh, I'm too excited to eat.
Why? What happened?
Oh, guess who's the new captain of the cheerleaders at the track meet next Saturday? I'd have to guess. I am. Oh, not anymore, you're not. Coach Edwards just made me captain. He couldn't have. He practically promised it to me. Oh, did he? A little bird must have told him that you're living in the dark ages and didn't have a way to the track meet Saturday. That wasn't a little bird. That was a little rat. Waiter, some cheese for my little friend here.
Yes, Patty, but
You just can't let Alice be captain. I know all the yells.
Yes, Patty,
And I
but-
was captain last year.
Yes, Patty, but-
All the kids are counting on me.
Yes, Patty, but... Aren't you going to interrupt me?
Of course not. Go on, sir.
Well,
It's just not fair. It just isn't fair.
I should have stayed with yes, Patty, but...
I'm sorry. But just give me one good reason why. Why? When I was captain last year and...
Now, I understand that you've entered into a bargain with Miss McIntosh, your history teacher. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But that didn't include not being captain of the cheerleaders.
But you agreed not to use any mode of transportation not in use by 1800, right?
Yes, sir.
Patty, do you know how far it is from Brooklyn Heights High to the stadium where that track meet is being held?
Not exactly.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. It is 22 miles.
Is that all?
No, that is not all. If you're returning, it's 44 miles.
I thought it was more than that.
Now, when does your agreement with Miss McIntosh end?
This Monday.
Now, the track meet is this Saturday. You're going to have to make a choice, Patty. Do you want to get out of this thing with Miss McIntosh?
No, sir. I've suffered this long. I'm going to finish it.
Well, then you can see my problem. Obviously, you can't be to that track before noon on Saturday unless you use a bus or a car or a train.
Coach Edwards,
Huh?
if I'm on that field by 12 noon Saturday, will you let me be captain of the cheerleaders?
Patty, if you can keep your bargain with Miss McIntosh and still be at that field at noon on Saturday, you can have my job.
That won't be necessary, but thanks. See you on the field Saturday.
Yeah,
You know, I was thinking, Saturdays don't come around that often. Why don't we all take a drive up into the country today?
Oh, I'm sure Patty can't go with us. In the first place, she's not riding in anything this week, and in the second place, today is the day of the big track meet.
Oh, I forgot. She's captain of the yelling team.
They call it cheerleaders.
They can call it what they want, and I'll call it what I want.
There's no problem. Patty isn't going to be the captain.
I thought Coach Edwards said she could be.
Only if she got out there by noon. Cathy told me the field is 22 miles away.
22 miles away? Where is Patty?
Upstairs asleep.
It's after 9 o'clock. She couldn't make it out there now unless she ran all the way. Oh, hi, Kath.
Good morning, Uncle Martin, Aunt Natalie, Ross.
Good morning, Cathy.
Good morning, Cathy.
When I got up this morning, I found this on Patty's bed. It says, please don't worry about me. Henry is taking me to the track meet. We'll be back late. It's signed, Captain of the Cheerleaders, almost.
When did she leave?
I don't know. When I woke up, she was gone.
I've been up for hours, and I didn't see her. Martin, she must have left in the middle of the night.
You don't think that she'd be crazy enough to try to walk that 22 miles out to the field?
And 22 miles back? That's 44 miles. That's impossible.
Well, of course, it's been an impossible week. You know, frankly, I never thought she'd stick to that agreement she made, but she did. Well, I suppose if she could go back 165 years, she can walk 44 miles. 44 miles?
Oh, Martin, she'll be dead when she gets home.
You know, maybe I'll take a little drive out there. Well, you know, in case she'd like a lift back. Well, I mean, 44 miles.
If I know Patty, Uncle Martin, she's not going to want a lift back.
Yeah, she's stubborn. She'll crawl first.
I don't know how the rest of you feel about this whole idiotic thing, but I'm so proud of her I could just burst.
You know, if she wasn't my daughter, I'd write an editorial about her. Maybe I will anyway.
Why don't we have a surprise for her when she gets back?
What kind of surprise?
Oh, I don't know, a victory celebration?
See, that's a wonderful idea. I'll barbecue some steaks.
I'll bake some bread.
I'll put up some lanterns.
I'll get a pan of hot water so she can soak her feet.
You know, that's the best suggestion yet, Ross. She's going to be in terrible shape when she gets back here. See, I have a wonderful idea. Why don't we set up a couch on the patio, and then she can lie down and eat her dinner?
Hey, Dad, what time's Patty gonna get here?
What?
I said, what time is Patty gonna get here? I figure I wouldn't put the hot water into it until she got here.
Oh, I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I'm not going to start that fire for a couple of hours yet. So I figure she's going to walk around 3.5, 4 miles an hour, maybe 5, 22 miles. She's got to rest a little on the way. Or she'll be here between 9 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you should have been there, Papa. We want everything. The 100-yard dash, the 50-yard dash, the broad jumps, the hurdles, everything. Oh, boy, I wish you were there. Even you, Ross.
Honey, you just came from the track meet?
Yeah, it was a clean sweep.
You mean you walked all the way out there and...
Walked? No, I never could have made it in time. Henry gave me a lift out and brought me back. That's exactly what I would have done, Patty.
Yeah, me too, sis.
Well, actually, it was very wise of you, dear.
Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, I guess it was a kind of a silly agreement anyway.
I don't understand what you're all talking about.
Oh, about your giving up your Pioneer Week agreement with Miss McIntosh.
Well, if Henry gave you a lift out, I think maybe you all better meet Henry. Henry, say hello to the group.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hi there. Sounds like Patty's having a little party. I don't blame her. She's entitled to her victory celebration. Oh, I bought her a present. She can keep this as a reminder of Pioneer Week.
I don't think she'll ever forget Pioneer Week. I know I won't.
What's going on? Must be an overload in the neighborhood.
Or even closer.
You're crazy. I'll bet you I could. How much you want that? All right, you've got it. I'll start for 1 week next Monday. Okay. Gung-ho! Oh, hi, Papa. I'm glad you're home. I want to ask you a question. What period did the caveman live in?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What are you doing, Patty? We have some new neighbors. A moving van just pulled up next door. I wonder what they're like. Well, you can give me a report later. I'm going to the library now. Don't you want to go to a matinee this afternoon? The Mechanical Werewolf from 100,000 Leagues Under the Sea is playing. Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to miss it. It's your loss, cousin. Hello, come on now. Oh, boy.
Patty, what are you doing?
Watching our new neighbors move in. They have a grand piano. Maybe they have a teenage son who plays it.
Or perhaps a gray-haired old grandmother.
There's a baseball bat. That doesn't belong to any gray-haired old grandmother.
Patty, don't you think you're being just a little inquisitive?
Also friendly. How else can you get to know your neighbors? Look, they're carrying a tool chest. Maybe the father's a burglar. There's a tennis racket. It looks like a teenage boy's tennis racket. He plays baseball and tennis. He's an athlete.
What is she, a spy for the FBI?
There's a car pulling up in front of the house. Family's getting out. There's the wife.
She's wearing a mink coat.
There's the burglar. There's my baseball player.
What does he look like?
He looks like he's 12 years old. That's what he looks like.
12 years old? Yippee, I got a new best friend.
Yeah. Look at that flowered chair. They sure don't have much taste in furniture.
All right, Patty, come away from the window and stop being so nosy.
Who's being nosy.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hi, who are you?
Who are you?
This is Keith Gordon, our new next-door neighbor. He plays shortstop. Hi.
How are you?
Hello, Keith. Welcome to the neighborhood. Where are you from?
He comes from Iowa.
Idaho.
In Brooklyn, we pronounce it Iowa.
I understand you're going to be our next-door neighbor.
Yes, sir. My father moved away from Idaho to get away from his sister-in-law. My father's a lawyer. He makes $12,000 a year.
You know, moving days are really kind of hectic. Maybe you'd like to have lunch here with us.
What have you got?
Hamburgers?
Okay. Can my brother come too?
Oh, you've got a little brother? Why, certainly he may come. You two can play here today. And, Patty can help entertain you.
Mom, the mechanical werewolf is
Oh, the mechanical werewolf can wait.
That's sure nice of you, Mrs. Lane. I'll go get Scotty.
Oh, who wants to play nursemaid to 3 tadpoles? Have you ever seen a beautiful day go right down the drain?
Oh, won't hurt you this one afternoon.
Papa, these are my golden years. Every minute counts.
He's coming.
We'll wait for him.
Good morning. I'm Scott Gordon.
Well, hello, Scott. This is Mr. Lane.
Well, Scott.
Our son, Ross.
All right.
Excuse me, I think I left the water running upstairs.
And that's Patty.
Keith told me we were invited to lunch. That's very kind of you, Mrs. Lane, but we couldn't impose like that.
Why, it's no imposition at all.
I understand your father's an attorney.
He's a criminal lawyer, and you should see some of his clients.
Did you get the water turned off all right, honey?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Father. Hi.
Well, I guess we better be going.
Oh, aren't you going to stay to lunch?
Well, some other time, thank you.
My mother will drop over and give your mother some tips on markets and cleaners and so on.
I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
And then I can give you all the pert dirt on the neighborhood as seen through the eyes of a native.
Pert dirt?
Well, you know, the lowdown. How to tell the Mary Janes from the Scoties. If you get hung up with an ankle biter or a rink, you may just as well bag it.
You'll have to teach me the language, whatever it is.
It'll be a flip. I mean, your pleasure.
Well, I guess I better get going. Pardon me. It was nice meeting you. Come on, Keith.
So long.
I'll walk you home.
He's beautiful.
I wouldn't call him beautiful.
Oh, of course you wouldn't. But I would. Beautiful.
What about Richard?
Richard who? Oh, Richard. He's in Wyoming with his grandmother.
Whoever said absence makes the heart grow fonder must have been a man, and not a very bright one.
Anyone home? Hi. I thought you were going to a movie this afternoon. What? I said I thought you were going to a movie this afternoon. Oh. I decided to stick close to home and get a fast tan so I'd look good for him. Him who? Our new neighbor. You'll meet him at our wedding. Do you know what I love about you, Patty? You have both feet firmly planted in the clouds. Well, meeting a boy is better than killing a day at the library. Oh, I didn't exactly kill the day. I met a boy myself. You're putting me on. No, it was quite nice, actually. Handsome? Attractive. Mine's a blockbuster. Mine's rather shy, but very intellectual. Mine's the athletic type. He's an extrovert. Say, why don't we double date? Mine hasn't asked me for a date yet. Neither is mine, but why quibble about details? Let's all go to a movie tomorrow night. Cathy, I can't just ask mine to take me to a movie. Boy, you need a lot of shaping up. You don't have to ask him. If you play your cards right, he'll ask you, and he'll never know what hit him. What are you looking for? I want to see what movie the boys are going to take us to tomorrow night. Have you ever seen a dream walking, Maggie? Well, he's it. And he lives right next door. I mean, I can walk him home in practically no time. I'll call you back. Hi, Keith. Are you having a good time?
Of course he's having a good time. He's my best friend. Come on.
How's your family? Your mother, your father?
Your brother?
They're okay, I guess.
Oh, where are they now?
She means, where's your brother? She's looking for a date for tomorrow night.
I don't know where he is.
Do you know if your brother has any plans for tomorrow night?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Hello, Patty. Hi, Kath. If you ever decide to take up mind reading, you'll make a fortune at it. What are you talking about? You are absolutely right. Mine asked me to go to the movie tomorrow night. Gung-ho. I told you we'd make it. Now all I have to do is get my half moving. How did you work it? I didn't work it. I was at the library, and he came up to me and started talking. And Miss Harvey asked us to be quiet. So he said we could talk better at the shake shop. So we went to the shake shop, and he asked me for a date. I couldn't have handled it better myself. Now I'll tell you what my strategy's going to be. I'm going to take the bull by the horns. I'll get it. That might be the bull himself. Ole. Oh, it's just an expression. Come on in. We were just talking about you.
Well, I came about tomorrow night.
Oh?
First, I thought it would be interesting to see a movie, but then...
What a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Come on inside. Oh, I'd like you to meet my cousin Cathy.
Hello, Cathy.
Hello, Scott. You've met? Oh, yes, we met this morning. I told you. Don't you remember? You mean he's... And then we met again this afternoon in the library. You mean he's...
Cathy, I came to tell you instead of going to a movie tomorrow night, I thought we could go to a concert at Philharmonic. Van Cliburn's playing. Would you like to hear him?
I'd love to. Patty, would your date be interested in that? We could all go together. I don't think so.
Why don't you call him?
He's busy tomorrow night.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I have some things to do upstairs. I'll see you, Scotty. Where'd I go wrong?
You and your cousin really get along well, don't you?
Oh, yes. We're more than cousins. We're very good friends.
I saw him first, you double-crossing boy snatcher. He's mine. That's ridiculous. He asked me for a date tomorrow night.
Oh, sure. And you cornered him and forced him to.
I didn't corner him, but I didn't force him to.
Oh, you quiet ones are the ones to watch. My own cousin double-crossing her own cousin.
Why didn't you tell me he was your boy next door?
That have stopped you?
No.
That's what I thought.
You told me he was intellectual and not very good-looking. That's the way I saw him. You told me he was an athlete and handsome.
That's the way I saw him.
You have Richard.
I'll trade you Richard and 2 Beatle albums.
Why don't we let Scotty decide for himself?
That's all right with me.
You mean if he chooses me, you'll forget about it?
That's exactly what I mean. But don't count on it, cousin. Hi, Ross. What are you doing?
I'm shoveling snow.
Hey, that's very funny. Gee, homework can sure be a drag on a beautiful day like this. All the other kids are out playing baseball.
I know.
You should be out there with them.
Yeah.
I can just see you. You're standing up at bat. It's the bottom of the ninth. The other team's winning 3-0 with 2 outs and bases loaded. Everybody's counting on you. You're their last chance.
I am?
3 balls and 1 strike. Crowd's getting tense. Pitcher winds up. Stops. Looks around, makes sure all the runners are on base. Here comes the pitch! Strike!
I'm not doing too well, am I?
3-2. If you miss this one, the game's over.
Am I going to miss it?
How do I know? Here comes the wind-up. He throws the ball. It's right over the plate. And you hit it. It's a home run! Listen to the crowd yell.
Yeah, listen to the crowd yell.
You won the ball game, 4-3.
Oh, boy.
Go out and get him, Tiger.
Who's gonna do my homework?
Oh, I am.
How can I play in the game? I don't have a glove.
Why don't you buy one?
I'd have to dip in a capital.
All right, I'll buy one.
And do my homework.
Your homework.
Okay. Who do I have to kill?
You don't have to kill anybody. All I want you to do is talk to Keith for me.
He's too young for you.
I want you to talk to Keith and find out from him about Scotty. You know, what he likes and doesn't like, his taste in sports, books, girls.
I know his taste in girls.
You do?
Yeah, he likes Cathy.
Do you want that glove or don't you?
I don't know. I'd hate to double-cross Cathy.
Oh, well, all right then. Just forget it.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll hate myself, but I'll do it.
Good boy. I'll come see you someday in Yankee Stadium.
I'm not bad. Just weak.
Favorite actor, Laurence Olivier. Favorite sports, horseback riding and archery. Favorite food, strawberries with honey on them. Favorite color, green.
Is that the kind of stuff you wanted?
Exactly. The FBI couldn't have done better.
Do I get my glove?
Here, buy your own ball team.
Thanks. I still hate myself.
It'll pass, it'll pass. Favorite book, Moby Dick. It was a wonderful concert. Thank you, Scotty.
You know, Cathy, it's great finding someone who shares the same interests you have. You're the only girl I know who likes Bach cantatas.
Am I? I'm so glad.
So am I.
I'll fix you a snack. Patty? Hello, Patty? Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Captain Ahab was just going after Moby Dick, and I...
You're reading Moby Dick?
Yeah. I'm afraid I'm kind of a nut about it. I read it every few months. I've never seen you read it before. What's that bow and arrow for? What bow and arrow? Oh, this. I'm so used to holding it, I didn't even notice it. I'm getting ready for the archery tournament.
You're interested in archery?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not out horseback riding.
Gee, me too.
Yeah? Oh, would you like some strawberries? I'm afraid I'm always eating them.
Well, so am I. I guess it's my favorite food in the whole world.
No. Oh! Wait a minute. I ruined them. Put honey on them.
Honey?
Yeah.
That's the way I love them.
No.
Well, I thought I was the only one who ate them that way. I guess we never really got to talk before.
Oh, it's never too late. Shall we get that snack now, Scotty?
No, I'll just have some of these, thanks. I must have read this 10 times.
Me too. You'll probably disagree with me, but I hope Olivier does the remake.
Don't agree. He's my favorite actor.
Really? There are still some things about the book that I don't understand. It's just full of symbolism, you know?
Well, I know. That's what I like about it. It's deep.
Yeah. Tell me, Scott,
Do you think that Moby Dick is really a white whale? Or do you think that he's that terrible, terrible thing inside us that we must all hunt and kill?
I think he's Captain Ahab's conscience.
Do you? Well, it's exactly what I think.
Well, I've written a thesis on it.
Have you? I'd love to read it.
Oh, would you? I'll bring it to school tomorrow. Maybe we can meet at the shake shop and I'll give it to you, if it won't bore you.
Born. I think it's the most interesting thing in the whole world.
Then I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can get some archery in.
Oh, great. I'd like that.
Good night, Kath. Gee, Cathy, thanks for a great evening.
Good night, Scott.
Night.
Oh, Scotty. My book.
Sure.
Thank you. I can't be without it.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Patty. Good night.
Good night. Did you have a nice time with Scotty? Yes. Did you? What do you mean? I mean that when you're out in that archery tournament tomorrow eating honey-covered strawberries and shooting at white whales, don't turn your back, because you're liable to find a harpoon in it.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's a sore loser.
Miss Strawberry?
I don't know what to say. How long has this been going on?
Since he moved next door. The competition is fierce.
Gee, nobody ever fought over me like that.
I most certainly did. I just didn't let you know about it.
Oh? You want some?
Mm.
Well, with all the boys there are in the world, I don't see why Patty and Cathy have to like the same one. I didn't even think they liked the same type.
They don't. Each of them sees different things in Scotty. So Patty sees him as a handsome athlete, and Cathy sees him as an introverted intellectual.
Sounds like a well-rounded boy.
He's very nice.
Well, how does he feel about them? Which one does he like?
That's the problem. He likes them both.
All right. Sounds to me like one of them is going to have to give him up.
Which one?
If I knew the answer to that, I'd make myself editor of the Lovelorn column.
Martin, please do something.
Okay. I'll make another sandwich.
Chicken, potato salad, coleslaw, corned beef, hot dogs, ham sandwiches, and soft drinks. Well, I've got my half. I wonder what he's bringing. Going on a picnic? Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Scott just loves picnics. Have a good time. We will. Look, I'm sorry about this, Cathy. When you tangle with the master, you have to expect to be outmaneuvered. There's Scotty. He's so prompt. Another one of his admirable qualities. Gung-ho! Oh, and don't wait up for me. I'll be back late. Hello, darling.
Hiya, Patty. How'd you know it was me?
Richard? Richard. Richard, you weren't supposed to be back for another 2 weeks yet.
Oh, I really missed you. Did you miss me? I knew how miserable you'd be here all alone without me. What's that?
What's what?
That basket. It looks like somebody's gone on a picnic.
Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You?
Me? No, Cathy. And
You and I are gonna go for a nice ride in the country.
Ah, that sounds great.
I'll be right back. You've got to do me a favor. It's a matter of life and death. Are you sure? Absolutely. Then forget it. Oh, please, Cathy. I want you to pretend to be me and go on that picnic with Scotty this afternoon. Why should I do that? Because Richard got back. I could never explain Scotty to him. Look, you can keep my date with Scotty this afternoon as me, and then I can keep my dinner date with Scotty as me. I shouldn't do it. Oh, why not? You won't have any trouble fooling him. Think of all the fun you'll have at the beach. All right, I'll do it. You're very persuasive. Atta girl. Richard certainly picked an awkward time to come home, didn't he? Sure did. I'll never forget you for this, Cass. It's my pleasure. And remember, this is just the loan hours.
Cathy just left on her picnic.
Did she?
Yeah, she's getting in the car with some guy. He's not much to look at.
Well, they can't all look like you, Richard.
No, I guess not. Cathy's a pretty thoughtful girl. You know, when she phoned me in Wyoming and told me how lonely you were, I came right back.
She phoned you in Wyoming?
Yeah, she wanted to surprise you.
And she did. She really did. How'd it go? I think it went quite well, Patty. You didn't have any trouble fooling Scotty? Oh, no, no. He thought I was you. Good. Hello? Yes, this is Cathy. Hello. Tonight? Yes, I'd love to. All right, then. I'll see you at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Goodbye, Scotty. Scotty? Maybe you've forgotten, but we have a dinner date tonight. I don't think so. You don't think so what? I'm afraid you and Scott had a terrible quarrel this afternoon. We did. Mm-hmm. And I'm afraid you were really quite rude to him. I was. Therefore, I don't believe he'll be seeing you again. Well, I'd better get dressed. You know how Scott hates to be kept waiting. Bye. Like I always said, when you tangle with a master, you have to expect to be outmaneuvered.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Send me to Congress and I will be your champion. Send me to Congress and I will see that you prosper. Send me to Congress and I will fight your battles as fearlessly as they are fought by that great newspaper on whose board of directors I have the honor to serve, the Daily Chronicle. I thank you. Well, how's the sound?
Well, it was stirring, TJ.
It was a fine speech, Mr. Blodgett. It was a real gas.
Yeah, well, thank you, Patty. I assume that is a compliment.
Well, it's even better than light wow.
What did you think, Martin?
Very effective speech.
Got me an ovation at the business club dinner last night.
Dinner. I almost forgot.
You see, you're a real spellbinder. Excuse me.
TJ, that part about the Chronicle.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, forgive me, but it does give the impression that you're our personal candidate.
Well, it's fine with me. People trust the Chronicle.
But you just serve on our board of directors, as you do in dozens of corporations.
Now, Martin, stop being such an old mother hen about that newspaper.
Well, I am the managing editor.
And a darn good one, too. One who's going even higher, if I have anything to say.
Do you hear that, Papa?
You're my boy, Martin. You stick with me, and when I'm elected...
And I'm sure you will be, Mr. Blodgett.
Well, I better be, after all those terrible political dinners that I've been dragged to.
I used to cover them. They call it the fried chicken circuit.
Fried chicken, yeah. I tell you, it's coming out of my ears.
Dinner's ready.
Ah, well, now that's good news, Natalie. I'm looking forward to a home-cooked meal.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. We're having fried chicken.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
And so, this November, the voters will elect a president, vice president, 33 United States senators, and 435 members of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Cathy. Students, this is a very important election for all of you. The first in which you're old enough to take a serious interest, and I hope you'll take an active part in it.
How do we do that, Miss Gray?
Well, one way would be to start in your own neighborhood. Pick a candidate you admire and campaign for him.
Cathy and I know a man who's running for Congress this year, T.J. Blodgett.
Oh, yes, I read about him. Do you think he'd make a good congressman?
Oh, yeah, it'd be great. Right, Kath?
Why do you think so?
Well, he made a campaign speech right in our living room. It was terrific.
Really? Well, how does he stand on the important issues?
Issues?
Yes. For instance, aid to schools.
I don't know.
Medical care for the aged?
Search me.
Taxes, foreign aid, unemployment?
He didn't say.
Well, why are you so impressed with Mr. Blodgett?
Well, he looks like a congressman.
Well, that's hardly a reason, Patty. But if you do admire Mr. Blodgett, then you should go out and help him win.
I think it's a terrific idea. What do you think, Kath?
I think we should do it.
Right. Now is the time for all good girls to come to the aid of their party. And so, Cathy and I talked it over, and we've decided we want to help get Mr. Blodgett elected.
So you've decided to mount the hustings, huh?
The what?
Oh, that just means to campaign in an election.
Oh.
Well, TJ will be delighted.
Is it all right with you, Uncle Martin?
Oh, of course. I assume the two of you have both examined the issues and the candidates before you decided Mr. Blodgett was the man to back.
Yeah.
Because I'd want to be sure that you weren't enlisting because of what Mr. Blodgett said about helping me out down here at the Chronicle.
It never entered my mind.
Well, I'm glad of that.
You really think it could help make you editor?
No, Patty. And I would forbid you to campaign if that was your motive.
Really, it isn't, Uncle Martin. We admire Mr. Blodgett, and we think it would be good experience for us.
And it will. Lottie, if Mr. Blodgett's in the building, would you ask him to step in here, please?
I can't wait to mount the hustings.
Well, you realize this election is no walk-in. Now, the other candidate's a fine man.
Who is he, Uncle Martin?
His name is Clark Williams. He's a professor of political science at the State University.
Professor? I bet he never had to meet a payroll in his life.
Already, she sounds like a politician.
Well, hi. Patty, Cathy, you come by to help Martin put out the sheet?
Better than that, TJ. They want to campaign for you.
Do they now? Then I'm practically in Washington.
Can we start right now, Mr. Blodgett?
You sure can. You go over to my headquarters and talk to Bill Duffy. He's my campaign manager.
Patty and I would like to hear your views on the important campaign issues.
Well, you asked Duffy to let you see my program. He wrote it. I'll phone Bill to expect you. Well, Martin, I'm off to the board meeting. You know, we're going to talk about what happens when Arnold retires as editor.
Oh, boy.
Down, Patty.
Your dad's in good hands, Patty. So am I, with you two in my corner.
I wish we really could vote for you.
Well, now, maybe that could be arranged, Cathy. You talk to Duffy.
Oh, come on, Count, this is it.
Okay, Henry. Look, Henry, I know the candidate ate a pizza pie at Angelo's yesterday. Okay, Henry, okay. You'll get equal time. Tomorrow noon, I'll bring the candidate to your delicatessen.
Mr. Duffy?
Yeah?
Hi, I'm Patty Lane, and this is my cousin Cathy. We've come to mount the hustings.
To what?
To campaign for Mr. Blodgett. Didn't he call you?
Oh, yeah, you're the kids. Here, start handing out these buttons.
Oh, we'll be glad to. But, Mr. Duffy...
Yeah?
I'm on the school newspaper, and Kat's a genius at English composition.
So?
So, we thought we'd like to make a real important contribution to the campaign.
You can! Start moving those buttons.
Mr. Duffy.
You still here?
Cathy plays the piano beautifully, and I dance a little.
So?
So, we thought that, well, maybe if you wanted us to entertain at a rally or something.
Look, kid, we got a big sound truck that all day plays Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett, and Barbra Streisand. You want to try to follow that act?
No, I guess not.
Okay, then, move.
Mr. Duffy.
What now? What now?
Mr. Blodgett said you'd tell us how he feels about the important campaign issues.
Oh, he did?
As campaign workers, I feel we should know how he stands.
Okay, I'll tell you. He stands four-square.
Four-square for what?
For what he believes.
What does he believe?
That you should start moving those cotton-picking buttons.
Hello.
My name is Cathy Lane, and I'd like to tell you about T.J. Blodgett, candidate for Congress.
What number are you calling?
SU 73564.
I'm sorry, you have reached a special operator. Please hang up and dial again.
Yes, thank you.
Hello?
My name is Patty Lane, and I want to tell you about T.J. Blodgett, candidate for Congress in this district. Are you interested?
Sure.
That's great. T.J. Blodgett is a man of courage, ability, experience, and integrity. Elect him, and he will fight your battles in Congress. T.J. Blodgett wants and needs your support. Will you vote for him?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to ask my mommy. Hello?
Hello, my name is Cathy Lane, and I'd like to tell you about T.J. Blodgett.
Who?
T.J. Blodgett. He's running for Congress in this district.
In this district? Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
I am speaking with William Smithers of 14 Oak Street, Brooklyn.
If you got a wrong number, I'm Ted Bauer. I live in Seattle, Washington.
Seattle?
You better dial again.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Cathy, I like your voice. Tell this Blodgett guy if he decides to run in Seattle, I'll vote for him. Bye. Who's there?
My name is Patty Lane, and I want to tell you about T.J. Blodgett, candidate for Congress in this district.
What about him?
He's a man of courage, ability, experience, and integrity. He wants and needs your support. Will you vote for him?
I will not.
Why not?
Because the guy he's running against is my brother-in-law.
Get your buttons, vote for Blodgett. Blodgett is the people's choice. Get your buttons, vote for Blodgett.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clark Williams.
Clark Williams. That's Mr. Blodgett's opponent. Get your buttons, vote for Blodgett. He must be holding a rally in there. Let's go heckle him. Come on. Oh, get your buttons, vote for Blodgett.
I am a professor of political science at State University.
Oh.
I have also served as a town councilman,
Real egghead.
state assemblyman. And during the post-war occupation, I was a lieutenant colonel on General MacArthur's staff, helping to bring democratic government to the Japanese people.
Did you know that, Patty? So what? So he's been to Japan.
My opponent, on the other hand, is a highly successful businessman who has never held any public office. Now let's see where we both stand on the issues. I favor more schools, more hospitals, and foreign aid to needy nations, and jobs for the unemployed.
I agree with that. Yeah, so do I. And you know something? It's kind of cute.
My esteemed rival also supports these measures, but he has simultaneously called for lower taxes, reduced spending, a balanced budget, and an end to what he calls coddling by government. Now, friends, I ask you, how can we build more schools and hospitals and homes while spending less money?
He's right. How can we? Don't ask me. Oh, why don't we go see Mr. Blodgett? You're right. He'll know. Come on.
How's the tie?
Tie's great. Let me the button. Oh, the collar. You look great, TJ.
Oh, hiya, girls. Hey, come on in and have your picture taken.
No, thanks, Mr. Blodgett. Could you spare a minute?
What, for my favorite constituents? Come back later, Joe. Now then, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Blodgett, you've come out for more schools and more hospitals and helping the needy and foreign aid.
That's right.
But you've also come out for lower taxes and a balanced budget and letting people help themselves.
That's right.
But how can we do both at the same time?
Now, who says we can't?
Oh, but you said that...
Patty, that's campaign talk. You gotta tell the voters what they want to hear.
Even if you can't deliver.
Cathy, I'm in politics now. The first job of a politician is to get himself elected.
Oh, but Mr. Blodgett...
Now, you stop fretting your pretty heads. Come on, I'll blow you to Sundays at the malt shop.
Oh, maybe another time, Mr. Blodgett. Thank you.
You name it. And remember now, keep those buttons moving.
Patty, do you know what I think? I think so, too. What do we do now? Well, I suggest we retire to an unsmoke-filled room and caucus. duty is clear, Patty. We have to stop working for Mr. Blodgett.
Right.
And campaign for Professor Williams.
Right.
You mean like defect? Why not?
Because we like Mr. Blodgett.
He's a woolly lamb.
It doesn't qualify him to sit in Congress.
Cathy, it'd be like ratting on the mob.
Oh, I don't think so. We're not changing sides for selfish reasons.
Yeah. We're standing up for what we believe in.
And I believe that Mr. Blodgett is a woolly lamb who should stay out of politics.
I second the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye!
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Kind of gives you a sense of power, doesn't it? Vote for Clark Williams. You'll be happy you did. Vote for Clark Williams. We need him. Thank you.
Well, hello, girls.
Hi, Papa.
Gee, you never stop, do you? I hope TJ realizes what you're doing.
Heaven forbid.
Hello, Cath.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Well, what's the latest message for the people?
Oh, it's same old stuff, you know.
Well, let's see. A vote for Clark Williams. Clark Williams?
Yes, Uncle Martin. He switched to brand X. You're not angry, are you, Papa?
Oh, of course not. It's an old American custom.
Thank you, Uncle Martin.
When all this happened?
Well, we finally did what you told us to. We examined the issues and the candidates and took our stand.
Good for you. Did you break the news to TJ?
No, we just stopped coming around for buttons. Are you sure we did the right thing, Uncle Martin?
Following the dictates of your conscience? Absolutely.
I knew you'd say that, Papa. What was that line from Shakespeare you used to quote to me?
To thine own self be true.
To thine own self be true.
He was a pretty wise fella, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we better get on home.
Okay. Vote for Clark Williams.
And TJ has no idea.
None?
What'll happen when he finds out?
Nothing at all.
He'll be furious.
Nonsense. He's way ahead in the polls. Come election night and he's a winner, TJ will just laugh and forget about it.
Huh.
Mama, Papa, wait till you hear the news.
I'm not sure I want to.
What happened?
Miss Gray, our civics teacher, was asked to choose 2 kids to represent our school on the TV panel show Youth Must Be Heard. And she picked me and Cathy.
That's wonderful, Patty.
Congratulations.
We interview all kinds of famous people and ask all kinds of questions.
Oh, yeah, I've seen the show. What's the topic this week?
The congressional election in our district. I'll be quizzing Clark Williams and Mr. Blodgett. Imagine!
Welcome to Youth Must Be Heard, an unrehearsed public affairs program. Election Day is just 24 hours away. And so tonight, our youthful panel will question the rival candidates in one of the city's key congressional elections. Let's meet those candidates. First, Professor Clark Williams. And at the other side of the table, his opponent, Mr. T.J. Blodgett. Now let's meet our young panelists, all from local high schools. John Maynard, Albert Kramer, and 2 pretty cousins from Brooklyn Heights, Patty Lane and Cathy Lane.
Gee, the girls look so poised, don't they?
There she is. Hi, Patty.
Martin, I'm worried about what the girls will say.
Nonsense. What could happen?
Now let's start the questioning.
Mr. Williams, what made you decide to run for Congress?
Well, John, I believe today more than ever we need experts in government. And if I may say so, I feel that my years of training in political science and my practical experience in public affairs qualifies me in a modest way as an expert.
Mr. Blodgett, what made you decide to run?
Well, now, I'm an amateur at this game, but frankly, it seems to me that the trouble in Washington is we have too darn many so-called experts now.
Mr. Blodgett, you have holdings in many different corporations.
Oils, automobiles, newspapers, textiles, department stores, you name it.
And when you're looking for men to run these businesses, whom do you choose? An amateur or an expert?
Why, an expert, of course. You... oh, well, now that's different. I mean, it's business.
What made you Boy, she sure gave it to him.
Right between the eyes.
Well, now we know what can happen.
Professor Williams, do you feel you have any special knowledge of the problems and needs of the district you're running in?
Well, I should. I grew up in the district, married a neighborhood girl, and now I'm raising 3 children there.
Thank you. Mr. Blodgett, you don't live in the district, do you?
Now, you know I don't, Patty. You've been to our place in Dutchess County.
Oh, yes, it's a beautiful estate. Acres and acres along the Hudson.
That's right.
I'll bet it's almost as big as this congressional district.
Well, it could be.
And Mr. Blodgett has horses up there, and sheep, and pigs, and prize cattle.
And chickens, too.
Hardly any people. And isn't it the people whose needs and problems our next congressman must know about?
Tear it off, Martin. I can't look.
My years of training in political science.
Oh, don't worry about it, Natalie. It's just a kid's TV program. It couldn't affect TJ's chances one bit.
Let's hope not. Or you may be the only managing editor of a New York newspaper with a permanent black eye.
And with 80% of the returns in from the district, here are the tallies. Clark Williams, 75,844. T.J. Blodgett, 18,300. Well, it's a landslide for Williams.
Yes, and right on our heads.
I'm awfully sorry, Aunt Natalie. We didn't realize.
We were only trying to be good citizens.
Of course you were. I'm proud of you, Patty.
So am I.
Now, where'd you get that, son?
Sure. Wonder who that could be?
You know that old saying, if anything wrong can happen, it will?
Yes.
I'll bet it's Mr. Blodgett.
Well, what a nice surprise, TJ.
I want a word with you.
Well, I guess we'll leave the grown-ups alone.
Sit still. I especially want both of you to hear this.
Oh, boy, I've done it again.
Well, I suppose you heard. I got clobbered.
Yes, TJ, I'm very sorry.
And you know who did it? These 2 teenage turncoats.
We had to do it, Mr. Blodgett.
We were only trying to be true to our own selves.
And you were. Which is more than can be said for me.
What?
Martin, these 2 kids taught me a lesson.
You mean you're not angry?
An hour ago, I was boiling, Natalie. I could have turned these kids over my knee and pow.
Couldn't blame you.
Then it hit me. You know, I deserve to lose. I'm a businessman. I'm no politician. Well, I've devoted so much time to business that I wasn't studying up on the issues. I was a fish out of water. But thanks to Patty and Cathy, I'm back where I belong.
TJ, you're quite a man.
Yeah.
I always said it. He's a woolly lamb.
I vote for that.
Now, guess, let's go over to the malt shop and have those sundaes I promised you, huh? Come on, Roll, I'll tell you that.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
Anything interesting? It's a letter from my father, Patty. How is Uncle Kenneth? He's fine. He's in Geneva covering a UNESCO conference. Twisty. Anything for me? I believe there is, Patty. Probably from the White House asking my advice on the economic situation. Thank you. Boston. I don't know anybody in Boston. It's from Kip. Who's Kip? Don't you remember Sue Ellen's cousin? That tall, dreamy, brilliant rich boy who's going to Harvard? Sue Ellen introduced us to him at the Shake Shack. Cathy? What's the matter? He's invited me up to Harvard for a weekend prom. Do you know what this means? I'll be the talk of Brooklyn Heights High. This is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me in my life. What'll I wear? What'll I wear? Patty, your mother and father haven't said you could go yet. Why wouldn't they let me go? Well, they might feel you're a bit young. Don't be silly. They wouldn't keep me from the biggest opportunity of my life. Going home. Do you remember that tall, dreamy, brilliant Harvard man I told you about?
Yes, I do.
Well, he's invited me up to a prom in Boston next weekend. Isn't that my ball popper? I've got to get the train schedules to Boston.
Boy, he must be desperate.
Patty,
Yes, Papa?
you better find out if they know the train schedule's 2 years from now.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Imagine my own mother and father keeping me from going to a prom at Harvard. It's prehistoric.
If they hadn't stopped you, I would have. I don't want you going to any other dances with any other guys. And I'll tell you something else. The next time I see that guy, I'm gonna punch him right in the nose for asking. And you can pay for your own ice cream.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's adolescent boys. What am I gonna do, Cass? I can't write and tell Kip my parents won't let me go. They'll think I'm a kid. You might try using psychology. Psychology? What good would that do? Don't you know that worlds have been conquered by the right word said to the right person at the right time? The right word said to the right person at the right time. Cathy, you're a genius.
Natalie, when is dinner going to be ready?
Dinner's been ready for 40 minutes. Patty's late.
Oh, she stopped off at the school library, Uncle Martin.
Patty did what?
Wish I'd said that.
You know, she has absolutely no sense of responsibility. I think it's time you had a little talk with her, Nat.
I intend to. My dinner's probably ruined.
Like, hi, everybody.
Like, hi yourself. Do you have any idea how late you are, young lady?
Yes, and it's absolutely inexcusable. I'm sorry to have been so thoughtless.
I mean, you have enough on your mind running the household as brilliantly as you do without having to worry about me. I'll try to be more thoughtful in the future, Mom.
Well, that's all right, darling. You're not very late.
But in the future, Patty,
And I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for your dinner, Popo. After the kind of day you put in at the office, you have a right to expect your dinner on time.
Well, I guess it won't hurt me if it's a little late once in a while.
Thank you. Why don't we eat before she talks us out of it? Congratulations on that performance downstairs, Miss Freud. That was great, wasn't I? Did you hear Mama practically begging me to let her do the dishes? You almost had me hypnotized into doing them. Really, though, Patty, this is nothing to fool around with. I'm not fooling. I mean it.
It's incredible. By using psychology, you can get anything you want.
Where's it been all my life? What are you writing?
A letter to Kip accepting his invitation to the Harvard dance.
Accepting? Patty, your mother and father said you couldn't go to the dance.
That was BP.
BP?
Before psychology.
Cathy said you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Richard. I want to apologize.
Oh, I should hope so. Going to a dance at Harvard with another guy.
I guess I'll just have to find some other way to do something for you.
Do something for me?
Yeah. I should have known you're not the bragging type.
Of course not. What are you talking about?
Oh, I just wanted to see everybody's face when you told them that your girl went to a dance with a Harvard man who was crazy about her, but she preferred you.
Yeah?
And how you took pity on the college man and let me go so that his heart wouldn't be broken.
Poor devil.
And everybody would envy you, because you're going with the only girl at Brooklyn Heights High who was ever invited to a Harvard dance. Can't you just see their faces?
Patty,
Yes, Richard?
if it means that much to this guy, I don't suppose there's any harm in your going to one little dance with him.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that.
I'm telling you, it's all right.
I just wouldn't feel right about it, Richard.
Now, don't be selfish. The least you can do is go for my sake.
You really mean that?
I certainly do. I'm telling you to go to that dance.
Well, if you really feel that way about it, I'll do it. For you.
Thanks a million, Patty.
You should have heard him. He begged me to go to that dance. It's incredible. It's like a secret weapon. I could rule the world with this. You know what I love about you, Patty? You never get carried away. You know, I was wondering, should I wear a sheath or a full skirt? Haven't you forgotten one small detail? What's that? Your mother and father. They said you couldn't go to the dance. I told you, before I'm through with them, they'll plead with me to go. I don't believe it. Oh, no? Just keep an eye on the old master.
Martin, this apple looks more like an orange.
Maybe you've invented a new fruit.
Are you ready, Patty? Oh, I'm not going, Cathy. You run along without me. But everyone's expecting you. Will there be a big crowd there? Of course. There always is at a pre-game rally. Oh, then I think I'll just stay home and read a book. You have a good time. All right. If you're sure. Oh, I'm sure. Good night, Aunt Natalie, Uncle Martin.
Good night, Kath.
Have a good time, dear. Patty, I thought you liked these rallies.
Oh, I used to. Mom, when you were my age, did you ever suddenly find yourself shy about being in crowds?
I don't think so.
Well, I guess it's just a teenage phase I'm going through. I'll probably get over it someday. Maybe.
Martin, I think I'll put some coffee on. Would you like some?
Good idea. I'll come with you.
I knew something was wrong. Patty hasn't been out one night this week. I'm worried.
Well, you heard what she said. It's just a phase she's going through.
I don't like it. She didn't go to the shake shop with the kids after school. Yesterday, when they went bowling, Patty stayed home. Now that I think of it, she has been avoiding crowds. Why, that's not like Patty.
No, certainly isn't.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
Why don't you just leave her alone?
Oh, we have to help her get over this.
Well, how?
By making her go out.
You can't force her to go out.
Oh, we won't force her. It should be something that she wants to do. Do you remember the Harvard dance that she wanted to go to? Well, maybe we could let her go to that to sort of break the ice.
I thought we decided we didn't want her to go to that. Would mean a whole weekend away from us.
One weekend won't matter. Besides, she'll be very well chaperoned.
Wait a minute. I mean, what if she doesn't want to go?
Well, she just simply has to. Martin, there are times when a parent must do the thinking for a child. We just won't take no for an answer. Come on.
Patty,
Yes, Papa?
you haven't been out one night this week, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that is your mother, and I, both of us, we were thinking that maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea if you did go out more.
I don't want to go out.
Well, we just mean to do something you like. For instance, you asked whether you could go to that dance at Harvard.
Oh, that?
You were very excited about the idea of going.
There'd be millions of people there.
People. You know, crowds are just a lot of individuals. If you take them one at a time, they're not so bad.
We'd like you to go to that dance, Patty.
I thought you didn't want me to go.
Well, we changed our minds.
That's really very nice of you, but don't worry about me.
Honey, I think you'd have a wonderful time.
I don't think so.
Of course you would. And Kip sounds like a fine boy.
Oh, he's nice enough.
Then will you do it?
Do you really want me to?
Very much.
All right, then I'll do it.
Oh, that's wonderful, darling.
Patty, thank you.
That's all right, Papa. Well, I better get to that rally. I mean, if I'm going to go up to Harvard, I may as well start warming up with smaller crowds.
We did it.
Natalie.
Yes, dear?
Oh, nothing. That was just a crazy idea that occurred to me.
What idea?
Forget it. That's just my suspicious nature. That's what happens when you've been a newspaper man all your life. Why don't we finish making that coffee?
Telegram for Patty Lane?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Will you sign here? Thank you.
It's for Patty.
Well, I hope nothing's wrong.
Oh, it's one way to find out. Received your letter. Great you can come to the prom. See you Friday. Gung ho. Signed, Kip.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like a puppet on a string.
We should have caught on when she talked about being shy around crowds. Patty's about as shy as a Sherman tank.
She must have written Kip days ago accepting this invitation.
She was pretty sure of us.
Martin, what are we going to do about this?
Well, how do you make the punishment fit the crime? As far as I can see, the only thing she's guilty of is outsmarting us. She wanted to go to that dance, so she used psychology to get us to ask her. I have to admit, that's pretty bright.
Well, I would have felt better if she had just come out in the open and asked us.
Well, she did. Remember? We said no.
So we did. Well, now what? Do we just forbid her to go?
How can we? We talked her into it. Anyway, I have a better idea. I took a little psychology in school myself.
Good morning, group.
Morning, dear.
Morning, Patty.
Morning.
Cathy tells us you enjoyed that rally last night.
Yeah, it was it was all right. There were an awful lot of people there.
Well, there'll be a lot of people in Boston, too. But you'll be fine.
I'm gonna try.
Oh, good for you. It's a lovely city.
You'll meet a lot of boys up there.
A lot of them will be looking for wives. Just don't come back engaged.
Me? Don't worry about that.
That's just what my cousin Fran said when she went to a prom at Harvard. She was just about your age.
What happened, Dad?
Well, her date sent his roommate to pick her up at the railway station. And it was love at first sight. She never even got to the prom. He swept her right off her feet. They were married that night.
Those Harvard men are pretty impulsive, aren't they?
Oh, they are. When I was in high school, my best girlfriend got invited to a Harvard prom. I never saw her again.
What happened to her?
Oh, the Harvard men just swept her off her feet. She had 3 proposals of marriage. Oh, poor Tilly didn't want to get married, but they just wouldn't take no for an answer. Oh, they're very persuasive up at Harvard.
You know, I can remember the first weekend I spent away from home. I was just about your age, Patty.
Were you excited?
Very. Oh, you'll be a little bit nervous at first, of course. You'll be all alone among a lot of strangers. Well, actually, you won't really know anyone. Except Kip, of course.
I only met him once.
And you'll be sleeping in a strange place in another city, away from your home and family. Do you know what really surprised me when I got home from that first weekend? Everything seemed changed. It was as though I'd been gone for a couple of years. Even the house looked smaller.
I'm only going to be gone for a weekend.
And it'll be a marvelous weekend. We have to think about what you're going to wear. Perhaps we should buy her a new dress. Something that'll sweep the men off their feet.
Mom?
Yes?
Let's not make me too irresistible.
Why, Patty, you're the envy of Brooklyn Heights High.
That's great.
All the girls are green. Hey, do you think you could get a date for me up there?
I'll talk to Kip and see what he can do.
Just don't let Kip get you in the moonlight. He has a great line.
He has?
Sure. But he's a living doll.
He's your cousin, isn't he?
Uh-huh. If he weren't, I'd marry him myself.
Who said anything about marriage?
Yeah, La College Prom is a great place to meet men, isn't it? Let's face it, you're not traveling up there to see Boston.
Sue, maybe I'm a little young for Kip.
Don't worry. He'll make you feel older.
Oh. They just can't send me to Boston. I'm a kid. Patty, you begged your mother and father to let you go. Well, they should have said no. If there's anything I can't stand, it's over-permissive parents. Well, I'm not going to be pushed out of the nest. They're not getting rid of me that easily. No one is trying to get rid of you. Oh, no? Everyone who goes up to Boston comes back either engaged or married. Well, no one is going to force me to go to that dance. Patty, you've already made the arrangements. You can't let Kip down now. Boy. How? How do I get myself into these messes? It's a talent, Patty, and you've got it. I was going to rule the world. I can't even handle Brooklyn Heights. What do I
I gonna do, Cathy? Why don't you consult an expert? There's one in the next room. Thank you.
Come in.
Can I talk to you a minute, Papa?
Yeah, sure. Is anything wrong?
Everything's wrong. You know the trouble with the psychology bit?
What?
It works.
Does it?
I don't want to go to Boston.
Because you hate crowds?
No, sir. I just said that so you and Mom would make me go to the dance. I'm afraid I wasn't being very honest. I'm sorry. I got carried away again.
You know, Patty, there's nothing wrong with psychology. You can use it to make people feel better or to make things go smoother. But it's only when you start using it deliberately to manipulate people that it becomes dangerous. It's a very strange thing. When you start using people to get what you want, you usually find out that what you've got isn't what you really wanted after all.
I understand. It won't happen again.
Well, glad to hear that.
I came in to see if you knew any way that I could get out of going to the dance.
Oh, yeah, I think there is.
How?
Well, you might sit down and write a note to Kip.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And tell him I have the measles or something.
Just tell him the truth.
You mean my age and everything?
Yeah.
Couldn't I lie about that just a little bit? No, I guess not. Okay. You're right, Papa. Thank you. I'll write him a special delivery right away. That way he'll have time to get another date. Poor devil. There go 3 years out of my life.
Martin, does this look like a banana to you?
Sure it does. Which one?
Thanks a lot.
F-R-U-G. Patty, that's not the way you spell frog. Frug. Frug. It's a dance, not an animal. Psycho. And I'm out. Congratulations. That's 17 in a row you've won.
I'll get it.
That's all right. I'll beat you next time. Papa,
Mm-hmm.
can I have an advance on my allowance?
No.
Can I go to the movies tonight?
No.
Can I have that new dress I wanted?
No.
Isn't it great? The word no doesn't bother me at all anymore. I feel like a new woman since I sworn off psychology.
So do I.
Hi, Rich.
Never mind the high rich. I've been thinking it over, Patty. You're not going to that dance at Harvard.
Oh.
And don't think you're going to talk me into it. I know all about these college men, and I'm going to be one myself in 2 years. And if you want a college man, you can wait for me. Is that clear?
Yes, Richard, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Don't you love a masterful man? Come on, let's go down to the shake shop. Bye.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What's going on down there? Patty? Patty, are you all right? Me? Sure, I'm fine. You mean you were just sitting here screaming and you're fine? Are you in some kind of trouble? Why is it every time something happens around here, everybody jumps to the conclusion that I'm in trouble? So, something has happened. Do you want to tell me about it? I can't. I can't tell anyone about it. All right. Then would you mind not screaming while I'm on top of a ladder? Kath? Yes? If I tell you, will you promise not to tell anybody? If you don't want me to, of course not. They've accepted me for the Peace Corps. They've what? I sent in an application about 6 weeks ago, and I just got this letter telling me to report. Pat, you're not old enough. Oh, so I stretched my age a little. It's the spirit that counts. I didn't even know they had a branch in Brooklyn Heights. Brooklyn Heights? I'm going to Africa!
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, can't be serious about going to Africa with the Peace Corps. It's all said. What are your mother and father going to say? What can they say? I'm doing this for my country. I finally found something worthwhile to dedicate my life to. And nothing's going to stop me. When do you leave? I report to the training camp in 2 weeks. They say it's pretty rugged. I have to pass all kinds of exercise courses, and then they have classes in native customs and so on. You don't know anything about Africa. Oh, don't worry. By the time I get there, I'm going to be an expert. Listen to what I'm going to say. What did you say? Take me to your leader. Oh, God.
Don't stop. Go on playing. It sounded good.
I thought we were being attacked by the Indians.
Where'd you get the drum, Calvin?
I borrowed it to do some research with.
That's African, isn't it?
Yeah.
I saw the masks in your room. You're getting very interested in Africa, aren't you, Patty?
Well, it's a fascinating country, Aunt Natalie.
Yeah. I thought the masks were of her.
Boy, you'd make a great shrunken head.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to dream of going to Africa on a safari.
Yeah? Me too.
Well, who knows? Perhaps we'll all go one day.
Yeah. Or maybe just some of us.
Kichwavili vinatosha.
Oh, brushing up on my Swahili. Listen to this.
Kibanda kinya viumba vitatu.
The hut has 3 rooms.
Oh, good. I wouldn't want it to be crowded.
Kikome kime vunjika kunako tumatano.
The cup was broken on Wednesday. Oh, here's another one.
Angalia, ondogere ingojena, hachakusema.
Leave this place and bring me your dog.
Well, what if no one breaks a cup on Wednesday and they don't have a dog?
You want to hear me count to 10?
No.
Moja, mbili, tato, nane, site, tano, sada, nne, tisa, kunu. How about that?
Well, if you ever run across anyone with 10 broken cups in a 3-room hut, you'll be a smash. Paduga Paco si Pacubua Pa Wencio.
What's that?
You're out of your head. What are you doing?
I'm getting in shape.
I thought you said they got you in shape down at the camp.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm getting in shape to get in shape. I don't want to flunk the test. Hey, you want to see me do something graceful? Watch this. You ready? Oh, Cathy, Cathy. Help me, will you? Pass me to my arm. Oh, no, wait a minute.
Patty, what are you doing? It must be 100 degrees in here. Uh-huh. That's the idea. I'm getting used to the heat. Those jungles can be murder.
Oh, Ross.
Do me a favor, will you?
No,
There's a quarter in it.
that's different. What do you want?
A green salamander.
You know, for a minute, I thought you said you wanted a green salamander.
That's what I said.
And you give me a quarter for it?
That's right.
I'll make you a deal. 5 for $1.
One will be plenty, thanks.
I'll be right back.
What do you want a green salamander for?
It says here that we have to live like the natives of the country we're in. Share the same kind of living accommodations, eat the same kind of food. In some parts of Africa, green salamanders are considered a rare delicacy.
Here he is.
Oh, here's your quarter.
Boy, you don't know the trouble I went through getting him. What are you going to do with him?
Gonna eat him.
You're funny.
Green, isn't he?
They usually are.
Yeah. Well, he looks delicious. He's jumping around. I wonder if he has enough air in there.
What difference does it make? He's not a pet. He's your lunch.
Yeah. Gee, he's awfully thin. You think I should have a fatter one?
You're starving.
I am not. It's just he looks so young. His mother and father could be looking for him. Hello. Hello, little fella. Aw, he's really cute. He has a personality.
Why don't you do a circus act with him and eat him as an encore?
Very funny. Ross!
Aren't you going to eat him?
How can I? I've grown accustomed to his face. Take him out and let him go.
You mean you don't want him anymore?
I had a big breakfast.
Boy, your husband's going to lead an interesting life.
Let's see what other native foods they have. Oh, here's one. Grass soup. Sounds delicious.
Smells great.
It smells like a lawn at high noon. Want to taste some?
No, thank you.
Beautiful.
Well, how was your grass soup?
Needs mowing.
this about Patty and the Peace Corps?
Oh, Richard, you've got to talk to her. This time she's really gone too far.
Yeah, Africa's about as far as you can go. When did all this happen?
Do you remember those pictures they showed about the Peace Corps in school about 6 weeks ago?
Sure. Volunteers working in Tanganyika.
Well, you know Patty. She got carried away again. She sent in an application, and they accepted her.
But you have to be 18.
She figures that by the time they find out she's not 18, she will have saved Africa.
Where is she now?
Up in her room.
Just leave her to me.
Thank you, Richard. Come in. Oh, hi, Rich. What are you doing here?
I just happened to be on a safari, and I thought I'd drop in. So we start going to Africa.
Yeah. I'm going to join the great humanitarians. Albert Schweitzer, Clara Barton, Betsy Ross, Patty Lane.
Have you told your mother and father yet?
No, and I'm not going to tell them till the last minute. Then they won't be able to stop me. I'm calling it Operation Hush Hush.
Oh, why don't you call it Operation Nut Nut?
What's the matter? Have you got something against the Peace Corps?
Against it? I'm trying to protect it. What do you think your folks are going to say when they find out?
What can they say, Richard? I'm doing it for my country.
Well, what do you know about Africa?
Heaps! I've read every one of these. Africa, the Dark Continent, Land of the Mau Mau, Bobo, the Jungle Boy, Customs in Africa.
Well, what are you going to do there?
I am going to teach them English.
You? Teach English?
What is so funny about that?
Well, I wonder how you say longitioso, gung-ho, and bye in Swahili.
Don't you worry. I'm not going to have any trouble communicating with them. You know, a lot of people think that the Peace Corps just wants college graduates and experts. But that's not true. A little skill can go a long way in those countries. Rich, why don't you come with me?
Me? Go to Africa?
Yeah.
My father wouldn't even let me go to the game in Hoboken last night.
Okay. You're missing a great adventure. I'll think of you at night, Richard. When the campfires are lighted. And all around me, I hear the roar of the lions. And the tromp, tromp, tromp of the elephant herds.
Sure sounds exciting.
Just think. The jungles are alive with millions of animals that don't exist anywhere else in the world. Ah! It's like a primeval paradise. Man, pitted against raw nature. Well, did you talk her out of it?
Talk her out of it? She darn near talked me into it.
Hi, Patty.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Can I talk to you?
Sure. Pull up a chair. You want a soda?
Oh, no, thanks. This is official business. I want to do an interview for the school paper.
Sure. Anything for the good old Bugle.
There's this crazy rumor going around that you're going to Africa with the Peace Corps.
Miti mitano ilitosha.
What?
Take off your shoes when you come into the garden.
Yeah. Well, is it true?
Naam.
No.
Naam means yes. I seem to be the only one around here who knows what I'm talking about.
What made you decide to go?
Well, Tom, we have to do what we can, where we can, when we can. I want to light a candle in the darkness. I have a fantastic ear for languages. Mto, mbuzi, kaka, faruha, kabunga. Take the goat out of the house.
It's awfully quiet around here. Wonder where the kids are.
Oh, they'll be along soon. It's almost dinner time.
Oh, Brooklyn Heights Bugle. See what our competition is doing. Hey, look at this. Brooklyn Heights girl going to Africa for the Peace Corps. Isn't that exciting? I wonder if Patty knows her.
Think how proud her parents must be.
Yeah.
folks.
Oh, what are you all dressed up for?
Me? Dressed up? It's for a school play. I was rehearsing.
Well, you didn't tell us anything about it.
Well, it came up suddenly.
Well, what's it about?
It's, the play is about this girl.
What's the plot?
Well, she gets tired of people saying that teenagers are nothing but juvenile delinquents. So, she decides to do something about it. She joins the Peace Corps and tries to help people who aren't as lucky as she is.
Is she lucky?
Oh, yeah. She's got everything. Wonderful mother and father. Great kid brother. Beautiful home.
And she's willing to give all that up to go to faraway places and help others?
She feels she has to. Somebody has to do it.
She sounds like quite a girl, this character.
Nah. She's pretty average. She just figures it's time she started giving. Can't take all your life, Papa.
How does the play end?
Well, she goes off to Africa and tries to do a good job.
The minimum period of service in the Peace Corps is 2 years.
Yeah, I know.
I imagine that would be rather hard on her mother and father.
She's sorry about that.
She is.
Mm-hmm. She's not trying to hurt anyone. She's just trying to do something good. Something important. For the first time in her life.
Well, it sounds like a very interesting play. We'll be sure to go see it.
Yes, we must. We've got to stop her.
We can't just say no to her, Nat. Not about something as important as this. We have to find some way to make her realize she mustn't go.
How do we do that?
We pray for a miracle. Who knows? That could be it.
Like, hi.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Is Patty ready?
I don't think she's dressed to go bowling.
Oh, we're not going bowling. I'm taking her to the hospital.
To the hospital? Is she sick?
Nope. She's a volunteer nurse, and this is her night to work there.
A volunteer nurse?
Sure. Patty does a lot of stuff like that.
Does she? Come on in, Richard. Tell us about this work that Patty does, Richard. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, last month, she was in charge of an old clothes drive at the settlement house. And before that, she made speeches for the Fresh Air Fund. She raised quite a bit of money. Patty's a talker.
She didn't say one word about any of this.
Well, what is there to say? You just do it because you want to help. Patty works with the orphan kids at the settlement house. She reads to them and tells them stories. She's great.
Is she?
Have an apple, Richard.
Oh, thanks. And next month, the care drive is coming up. She'll be working on that. Next month is going to be a very exciting month.
Did you know Patty was going to Africa?
Africa? I'm sure glad you asked me that, sir. What was that question?
Never mind. I think you've already answered it. You know what you are, Richard?
A stool pigeon.
You're a miracle man. Natalie, would you entertain our guest for a few minutes? I'm going to go up and talk to our daughter.
Good luck.
Patty'll kill me.
Richard's here to pick you up.
Richard?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot. It's Thursday night. Okay, will you tell him I'll be right down?
Mm-hmm. Where are you off to?
Oh, I'm just going to spend a couple of hours downtown.
With the orphan children?
That Richard has a big mouth.
Well, you're not ashamed of it, are you?
No, of course not. But I figure there are talkers and there are doers. If you're going to do something, do it and don't talk about it.
It's an interesting philosophy. You enjoy your work there?
Oh, yeah. Talk about characters. You should meet some of them sometime. There's this one little boy, Slugger Smith, always laughing. And another little girl. Her name is Babe X. Isn't that a nutty name? She spells it capital E-X. She has beautiful long black hair and great big brown eyes. She's going to grow up to be a dress designer. There's another little girl. Susie Harvey. She has a beautiful voice. She can sing anything.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I bring her a record album one week, and the next week she has the whole thing memorized.
No kidding.
The greatest character of all is little P. Peterson. You know, I bring him books on rockets and planes and things, and he doesn't read them. He eats them. He's gonna grow up to be an astronaut. You know what he did on my last birthday? He built me a rocket, and I lit the thing, and it took off into the air, and a streamer came out of it spelling happy birthday. All the kids stood around singing happy birthday. I cried like a baby.
Kids must really love you a lot.
Oh, they've done a lot for me, Papa. More than I've done for them.
I'll bet they'd miss you terribly if you went away.
What do you mean?
Well, I was thinking about this play of yours, this girl who goes off to join the Peace Corps.
Yeah?
Well, you know, she sounds like the kind of a girl who'd be involved in worthwhile projects at home, too.
I guess so.
You know, I'd like to suggest a change in the plot of that play.
What kind of change?
Well, supposing this girl were too young to go off to Africa. And
but she's not too young.
Well, now, let me finish. And supposing that it weren't really necessary for her to go anywhere to do the things that she wants to do. And she's interested in helping people who really need help, right?
Right.
Well, don't you see, Patty, if she went away to help other people, she'd be walking out on Babe X and Susie Harvey and Petey Peterson, wouldn't she?
Not walking out exactly. She has to do it.
Of course, on the other hand, maybe they'd never even miss her.
Oh, yes, they would. They'd miss her. You really think she'd be walking out, huh?
I think the most important thing she can do is to finish the work she started.
You knew there was no play.
Yeah.
You and Mom very angry?
No, angry is not the word, honey. The word is proud.
Thank you, Papa. I suppose I should have told you. I guess I just got carried away by the glamour of it. You can call eating green salamanders and grass soup glamorous.
Now, you know, someday, if you want to get involved in something like the Peace Corps, I think it would be wonderful.
Okay. When I'm old enough, I'll go. Until then, the rest of the world will have to wait until I take care of North America.
Good.
I'll be the only girl in Brooklyn Heights High who speaks Swahili.
I'm getting kind of hungry. Where's Patty?
I'm sure she'll be along any minute.
Well, she invites me to dinner, and she's not even here.
I think she went to pick up her date.
Her date? I'm her date.
Oh, she's interested in somebody else, Richard.
When she's got me?
That's women for you.
Oh, hi, group. Sorry I'm late. Come on in, group. There we go. I'd like you to meet Slugger Smith, and this is Babe X. She's the dress designer. And this is Susie Harvey. She's going to sing for us after dinner. And here's Petey Peterson. He brought his rocket along. He's going to show us how it works.
Hi, kids. Welcome to the main home.
Why didn't somebody tell me?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Oh, Richard.
Oh, Patty.
Isn't it all, you know?
Gonzville.
Yeah. I feel all spooky inside. Like...
Me too, like...
What's the matter?
My foot fell asleep.
Rich, do you suppose anybody ever felt this way before?
How could they?
I suppose maybe Romeo and Juliet.
Maybe.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Romeo said that?
Oh, maybe it was Hamlet.
Rich,
What?
you know what I wish? I wish Cathy could feel the way I do.
About me? I'm not her type.
No, not about you. I mean, I wish she could meet a boy, really flip for her.
Cathy? Doesn't figure.
No, I know. She's just too sensible and down to earth for anything like that to happen.
Poor kid.
Yeah, it is a shame.
Hi, Cat. We were just talking about you.
How was the Lit Club meeting? Meeting? You did go to a meeting, remember? Oh, yes. It was wonderful. No kidding. What happened? There was a new boy there tonight. His name is Christopher Hubbard.
I know Chris. He's a nice guy.
Nice. He's the most handsome, wonderful, intelligent man I have ever seen.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
You know, Kath, I'm really dying to know. Exactly how did you and Christopher meet? Oh, we haven't actually met yet. You see, he just dropped into the Lit Club and said he'd like to join. And then he sat in the corner all evening and listened. You mean you didn't talk to him at all? How could I? You haven't been introduced. Oh, well, you're the secretary of the Lit Club. Why didn't you go and introduce yourself? Oh, no. That would have been terribly pushy.
Patty, can I borrow your dictionary?
Ross, how many times do I have to tell you?
Knock before you come in.
Come in.
Now, about that dictionary.
It's in the desk. You can have it. Oh, never mind. I'll get it.
Thanks. Hi, Cathy. What's wrong with her?
She's in love.
Cathy? You're kidding.
No.
Who's the lucky guy?
His name's Christopher Hubbard. He doesn't know she's alive.
Why doesn't she introduce herself?
Oh, no. That would be terribly pushy.
Cathy, it isn't that hard to make friends with a boy.
You see? Even he says so.
What's the trick? I mean, even Patty's got a fella.
Get out.
If you need any tips, Cathy, just come by.
Out.
I'll steer you straight.
Out! Thank you, Miss Lonely Hearts. You know, for once, Mighty Mouse is right. It's your move with Chris. Patty, I can't just throw myself at him. Well, how is he going to know you like him? I don't know. I've never felt this way about a boy before. Cathy, you need help. And you're going to get it right now. Patty, you're not going to call him up. No, dear, I'm not going to call him up. And I'm not going to hire a skywriter to fly over Brooklyn Heights and spell out Cathy loves Christopher. Hi, Rich.
Oh, hi, Patty.
How well do you know Christopher Hubbard?
Well, he's in my math class.
Great. Cathy wants to meet him. I didn't say that. Just a minute. You don't want to meet him? Well, of course I do. But I don't want Christopher to think that I'm brassy and forward. Oh, no, we must keep that a deep, dark secret. Rich? Cathy does want to meet him. Only it has to be handled with great tact.
Okay. Tomorrow I'll tell him my girl's got a cousin who's flipped for him.
Rich, I think you'll have to handle it with a little bit more tact. Hey, why don't you bring him to the shake shop after school? That way you can kind of, run into us there. Isn't that awfully sneaky? Absolutely diabolic. Rich, meet us there at about, 3:30.
Right. Good night, Juliet.
Good night, Romeo. What time is it, Patty? 3:45. Well, I suppose I'd better go now. I have a lot of homework to do. You just sit right there. Richard's here. Is there anyone with him? Yeah. He's cute. I know.
Hi, what a surprise.
Hi, Rich.
I got here as fast as I could. Chris, say hello to my girl. Patty Lane, Christopher Hubbard.
Hello, Patty.
Hi. This is my cousin, Cathy Lane. How do you do?
Hello.
Won't you sit down?
Okay, what do you have, Chris?
Nothing, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. You're new in school, aren't you, Chris?
Yes, we just moved down from Boston.
Oh, I love dear old Boston. It so reminds me of London.
London? You were never there, Patty.
Oh, no, but Cathy was. Weren't you, Cathy? Yes. Cathy's been everywhere. London, Paris, Madrid, Rome, Florence.
Florence? I have a cousin named Florence.
Her father's a foreign correspondent.
Florence Lawrence. That's
and
her name.
She speaks scads of foreign languages. And she plays the piano beautifully and dances ballet. Patty. Oh, and she cooks like a dream and makes all her own clothes.
Oh.
What are you majoring in, Chris?
English.
Cathy's an English major, too. Aren't you, Cathy? Yes. Cathy writes short stories and poems. And she's secretary of the Lit Club.
Yes, I know. I was at the meeting last night.
Oh, were you?
You know that. You cut that out.
Chris, are you an author, too?
Well, I've written some poetry.
Really? Cathy, maybe you could arrange for Chris to read some of his poems to the Lit Club. I'd be very happy to.
Thanks, but I don't like to read my stuff to people.
Oh, when's the club meeting, Kath? Tuesday night. Chris, why don't you come over to our house for dinner, and then you and Cathy can go on to the club together? Patty, please.
Thanks, but I can't make it. Excuse me. I have to go to the library.
Oh, Cathy, you were just on your way to the library, weren't you? No, I wasn't.
Nice to meet you. So long, Richard.
Bye, Chris.
Bye.
I'm sorry, Cathy. Thank you for trying.
Forget it. And him, too.
I'm sorry to be such a goon.
That's very pretty, Kath.
Do you like sad music?
Kath, forgive me for butting in, but I gather there's a boy you're rather fond of, right? Well, now, you take it from me. A girl as attractive and bright as you are can have any young man that she goes after.
It's very sweet of you to say so, Uncle Martin.
No, it's true. The only thing is that, well, sometimes you have to, what's the expression? You have to come on strong.
Come on strong?
Well, it doesn't do any good to moon in a corner, does it? See, I think you should let this boy know that you think he's wonderful. Be open and direct.
Open and direct.
Absolutely. How do you think your Aunt Natalie landed me?
Then you don't mind if I give you a bit of advice, Cathy?
No, of course not, Aunt Natalie.
Well, it's very simply this. See, men, or boys, are attracted by the unknown, the unpredictable.
They are?
Oh, every time. You can't go around with your heart on your sleeve. You have to be aloof and mysterious.
Aloof. Mysterious.
Absolutely. How do you think I landed your Uncle Martin?
If you really want to hook this fella, you gotta be feminine and clingy.
Feminine and clingy?
Yeah. You know, bat your eyes and look mushy.
Bat my eyes. Look mushy.
Really? Scout's honor. How do you think Nicky Lee landed me?
Thank you, Ross. Hi, Kath. How do you feel? Fine. I was just learning how to land Christopher.
Oh? How?
All I need do is be open and direct, aloof and mysterious, and bat my eyes. Mushy. Who said that? Uncle Martin, Aunt Natalie, and Ross, in that order.
Oh, you can forget what they said. I've got the real answer.
What's that? I was just watching this movie on TV, Passion's Plaything. It's all about this gorgeous French actress, Caresse Capri. She has every man in Paris at her feet. You know how she does it? How? She treats them like dogs. Like dogs?
Mm-hmm. You know, mean and rotten.
Caresse, you are a devil. You've lied to me, betrayed me, destroyed me. But what can I do, chérie? I adore you.
Oh, you're bored. That wasn't very nice of her.
Oh, but it paid off. Caresse, if you do not come back to me, I will throw myself in the Seine.
And she didn't. And he did.
Patty, what has all that to do with Christopher and me? Everything. Cathy, you've got to start treating him like a dog.
I can't do that.
Well, you want to land him, don't you? Oh, yes, then you've got to operate.
Proud, haughty, cruel.
So he said, how about a date Saturday night? And I said, sorry, I'm busy. So he said, how about a date next Saturday night? And I said, sorry, I'm busy. So he said, how about a date the Saturday after that? And I said, sorry, I'm busy then, too. And you know what?
What?
The next day, he sent me the biggest box of candy you ever saw.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then you've got to operate. Proud, haughty, cruel. Are you sure I look all right, Patty?
You look irresistible.
I wish I felt that way.
Look, Kath, Rich went to a lot of trouble to arrange this rematch. Don't chicken out now.
They're here. Steady, girl.
It's open, Rich!
Hiya, beautiful. Hiya, Kath. You remember my friend, Chris?
Oh, didn't we meet the other day?
Yes, in the malt shop.
Oh, yes, of course. You're, Christopher Hubble.
Hubbard.
Oh, sorry. Would you like to come to the living room? Won't you sit down?
Hey, Patty, let's see what's to eat.
Oh, yeah.
Cathy?
Yes?
About that meeting next Tuesday
Meeting?
of the Lit Club. I'll be there.
Oh, how nice.
And I've changed my mind. I'd like to have the club hear some of my poems.
Oh, do you write verse?
Yes. In fact, I brought some of my poems with me. Would you like to hear them?
Why don't you just leave them on the table and I'll look at them when I have a chance.
Hey! They're out of ice cream. Let's go do the shake shop bit and live a little.
All right. Cathy, remember, you have to be home by 10. I do? Cathy's expecting a long-distance call from a Hollywood actor. Calls her almost every night.
Yeah? Gee, I didn't know Cathy knew an actor in Hollywood.
Well, shall we? That was Wizard.
Can we sit down now and talk?
I'd love to. Keep dancing.
Kathy, please, let's sit this one out.
Well, you may if you wish. Oh, Lou, come on, they're playing our song. Excuse me.
Cathy, you were really terrific.
Patty, how long do we have to keep this up?
Until he's hopelessly in the palm of your hand.
Hello? It's Chris. Gee, Chris, I'm sorry. Cathy's on the other phone. What other phone? Shh. Remember, you're talking to an actor in Hollywood. Oh, no, Betty, I can't do that. Oh, maybe you can, but I can. Hello, Chris? Could you hold on a minute, please? Okay. Yes, I do wish I was with you. Sitting there watching the sun set on the Pacific. Troy. Troy. Shh. What's that, dear? You're going to fly east just to see me? Oh, yes. I'll fit you in somehow. Hello, Chris? Gee, I don't know when Cathy's going to be off the phone. Oh, why don't you try her in the morning? Night. Patty, why do we have to do this? Because you're in love and that's all-out war.
Richard, I need your help. I'm crazy about Cathy, but I don't know how to handle her.
Well, what's the handle? Cathy's a nice, quiet girl.
That's what I thought. I fell for the first time I saw her at the Lit Club.
No kidding. Oh, you sure didn't act like a guy who was in love when I introduced you.
It's because I like her so much.
Huh?
I'm shy with girls, especially a girl I really go for. I don't know, I just freeze up.
Man, you've got a problem.
You know, I was so glad you arranged that double date last night. You know, I thought I could relax and start being friendly, but Cathy came on like gangbusters.
Yeah, she sure acted spooky.
And now I can't even get her on the phone. She's always talking to some Hollywood big shot.
Chris, you need help.
I know.
And I've got the answer.
What?
There's just one way to handle a woman. Treat her like a dog.
Okay, I'll do it.
Hello?
Oh, Cathy? Chris Hubbard here.
Oh. Hello, Chris. Hello.
I'm seeing you tonight, Cathy, see?
You are?
We're going to that piano recital at the art hall, see?
I'd like to do that.
Oh, fine. I'll call for you about 8 o'clock. I mean, meet me there, 8 sharp, see?
All right. I'll be there. Bye. Who was that? Christopher. He invited me to a piano recital. Great. I'm supposed to be there at 8 o'clock. Be there? You mean he's not picking you up? No. He sounded so masterful, I just said I'd be there. Oh, Cathy. I'm sorry. Meet him at 8, huh? Well, we know how to handle that.
Cathy!
I'm here.
You're 30 minutes late, though.
Am I? How naughty of me.
2, please. That'll be $1.
Thank you, Chris. It was a very interesting evening.
I'm so glad.
Fascinating, in fact. And since we're never going to see each other again, I'd like to say you're the rudest boy I've ever met.
Then that makes us even.
I don't mind going Dutch. I really don't. But you could at least have asked me.
And you could at least have been on time.
That's right. I was late, wasn't I?
30 minutes.
I probably had a premonition that I'd be spending an interminable evening with an unmitigated boor.
Oh, well, don't worry. It won't happen again.
It certainly won't.
And don't expect me at the Lit Club. I just resigned.
How delightful.
You mean goodbye. Cathy.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I should
Please.
never...
I'm not really like that. Cathy, forget everything I said, everything that happened. Just remember one thing. I'm crazy about you.
I like you too, Chris. Very, very much.
Do you really?
From the first time I saw you at the Lit Club.
That's when it hit me. Oh, darn. What kind of a nut was I to have listened to Richard?
Richard?
He told me the only way to get a girl is to treat her like a dog.
Richard told you that? Hmm?
What's so funny?
Patty told me that that was the only way to get a boy. And all the time, you were... Well, I'd better go.
Good night, Cat.
Good night, Chris.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
How was your date, Kath?
Oh, lovely.
You see, it's all in knowing how to handle a boy.
That's right.
You bet.
You can say that again.
I ordered the shakes extra thick.
Good. Thank you.
Don't they look gone?
Flip time. Just like us.
Mm-hmm. You know, for a while, I thought they'd never get together.
Me either.
But they did. I'm really glad I was able to make it all happen.
Yeah. What do you mean you were glad to make it happen?
That's right. I told Cathy how to handle Chris, and that was that.
Correction. I told Chris how to handle Cathy, and that's what did it.
Richard, I really don't mean to contradict you, but it was me.
No offense, Patty, but it was me.
Richard, I have always known you were arrogant and conceited, but there are limits.
Patty, I wish you would come out of orbit and face facts.
Come out of orbit?
Yes.
I didn't think that.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind. Rackety-roo, rackety-raw, rackety-sackety, this is for my
As team manager, I'm proud to introduce one of our school's all-time gridiron greats, Gilbert Tugwell. Mr. Tugwell has gone on to win his letter in the game of life, but he still recalls the days when he captained our undefeated team of 1917.
That's 1937.
Right. 1937, that is. All right, gang. Mr. Gilbert T. for touchdown, Tugwell.
Hello, gang! Gang! That's right. That's right. I'm in the game of life. You know, the business world. But, gang, believe me, life to me is just one big football game. Gang. Listen, I appreciate the fight to stay on top. And, you know, that's what this team is going to do. So, gang, now I say to you, in the immortal words of old Coach Hanson, hit 'em high, hit 'em low, hit 'em hard, and
go, go, go!
Yeah, go, go, go!
All right, gang, here he is. Our quarterback and captain, the finest athlete to ever wear the red and gold, Rock Milankovich!
Hi. I ain't much, for making speeches. But I'll tell you one thing. We're gonna beat Eastern.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hiya, Patty.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Rock. Hey, congratulations.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
Kath, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Rock Malankovich.
How do you do?
Hello.
Arrested, right? What do you have, pal?
Oh, nothing. I'm in training.
Is, Rock your real name?
No, it's, Myron.
Well, Myron's a very nice name. It's an old Greek name.
Is it? Who told you?
Oh, I read it somewhere.
Kathy's always reading some book. She's the smartest girl in school.
I'll bet.
Rock, you were absolutely sensational Saturday. When you came out of that T formation and threw that lateral, that blocking...
Did you see the game?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh. Would you like to be my guest at the game next Saturday?
That's very nice of you, but I really don't know anything about football. That's our cast.
If you were to ask her to a chess match...
I can't even play checkers.
Rock, level with me. How does it look for Saturday? Do you think we'll beat Central? Defensively, of course, I know they're very strong. But our team has such spirit and drive.
We'll clobber them. But I ask myself, what good is it?
Great game. Okay, guys, grab a fast shower. Coach wants to see you.
Richard, I gotta talk to you.
Hello, sir. What are you doing here?
Well, I decided to watch practice today. And a good thing, too. Richard, what's wrong with our boy Rock?
Beats me. He's been in a slump all week.
Did you see that pass he dropped? I could have caught it with my teeth.
Oh, is that the way you did it way back in your day?
That's just an expression. And it wasn't so way back. Well, never mind about that. What's ailing Rock?
How you feeling, Rocco boy?
Oh, fine.
You see? I told you can't get through to him.
Well, naturally. What's needed is someone with tact and understanding.
Okay, but who do we get?
How's it going, boy?
Swell, Mr. Tugwell.
Everything all right at home?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You keeping up with your schoolwork?
Uh-huh.
Rock, boy, you can level with me. What's bothering you, boy?
Nothing, Mr. Tugwell.
Rock, I'm talking to you as if I were your own father.
Yeah. You even yell like him. Excuse me, sir. I gotta go shower.
I told you. There's no getting through. I don't believe it.
What?
I know what's bugging Rock. Look.
Hey, that's Cathy Lane.
Rock must have clipped this picture out of a class book. He's in love with her.
Hey, our troubles are over. Go call Cathy up and tell her the good news.
I don't think it's that simple, sir. I don't think Rock is Cathy's type.
What do you mean, not her type? A boy who can take out 3 men with 1 block?
Kathy just doesn't dig football.
Don't be ridiculous. Go on over and straighten her out.
Okay, I'll try, but I'm telling you, Kathy just doesn't care about football.
Then talk some sense into her. Tell her that she's got to start being nice to Rock, or else.
Or else what?
or else we could lose every game this season.
I'm sure Rock is a very nice boy.
Take my word for it, Kath. He's a prince.
But he just isn't my type. Cathy, nobody's asking you to marry Rock. We just want you to date him for a little while.
Yeah, just till the end of the season.
And suddenly drop him? That wouldn't be very nice. Well, you never know. You might get to like him. Patty, I wouldn't even know what to talk to him about. All he cares for is football. And you don't know anything about football. Okay, I'll teach you. Look, there are 11 guys on a team.
Most girls
and they
would be
plant a big
proud
field
to
with
go
white
out
stripes
with
all
Rock.
over it. And the main idea is to get as many
You'd be the
touchdowns as
envy of the
possible,
whole
either by throwing
team.
a forward pass or running with the ball. Patty, Richard, please listen to me. I'm not trying to be difficult. But why should I go out with Rock if I don't want to? I'll tell you why. Because you owe it to the school. The school. Cathy, do you realize that with Rock on our team, this could be the most glorious year in the history of Brooklyn Heights High? Brooklyn Heights, my
Because Brooklyn Heights isn't just classrooms, books, and homework. It's a spirit, a bond, a sacred flame that is burning right now in all our classrooms. I mean, in our hearts. And right now, Cathy, you're the keeper of the flame. Are you going to nourish and cherish it, or are you going to let it go out and turn to bitter ashes in your mouth?
Brooklyn Heights,
My Brooklyn Heights. Brooklyn Heights, my Brooklyn Heights.
Oh, hello, Rock.
Hi. Here. For you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, they're beautiful, but you shouldn't have.
Oh, it's okay. My uncle's an undertaker.
Oh. Shall we go inside? Oh, thank you very much for the football tickets yesterday.
Oh, did you have a good time?
Oh, yes, I did. It was very interesting.
It's the best game I ever played.
Oh?
That's because you were there, Cathy.
What would you like to do today, Rock?
Oh, anything you say.
It's such a lovely day. Why don't we go for a walk in the park?
Great.
All right. Oh. And perhaps we could stop at the museum.
What for?
Well, they're having a new exhibit of a collection of sculpture.
Oh, sounds swell.
Do you really want to go?
With you, I'd go anywhere.
This one's very famous, Rock. It's called The Winged Victory.
Of, Samothrace. That was a big naval battle the Greeks won.
Yes. How did you know that?
Oh, I got an uncle who sculpts. He gave me a book about all this stuff.
Oh. Oh, this one should interest you.
Hey, that's okay. The guy who sculpted this sure knew what he was doing.
What makes you say that?
Well, you see how he done those muscles? He's got them bulging just right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure you. Go on. Feel my arm.
Well, all right. Oh, yes. You're very strong.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Mercury, the runner.
Hey, you know something, Cathy? I'm having fun.
I'm glad, Rock.
See, I used to fool around with carving things when I was a kid.
Did you?
Out of clay, kid stuff.
Why did you give it up?
Oh, I started playing football.
Oh, you ought to go back to it.
Nah, I'm too busy.
You could find time. And just think, perhaps it would turn out that you have a real talent for sculpture.
You know, my uncle said I was pretty good.
I'm sure you were.
Yeah, I could fix up a place in the cellar and borrow some stone from my uncle.
As a sculptor.
The undertaker. He's also in the monument business.
Do it, Rock. Won't it be exciting to try?
Yeah. Yeah. And I know just what I'm gonna sculpt first.
What?
You'll see.
Cathy, it's you. It certainly is. I feel as if I belong on Mount Rushmore.
Do you like it, Cathy?
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's because you're beautiful.
I meant it was a beautiful piece of work.
Yeah, terrific. Come on, Rock, let's get over to practice.
Rock? How am I going to get it home?
Easy.
Rock, boy, you're gonna be late for practice.
Come on, Cathy. I'll walk you home.
You know something? I think we have an ex-football player on our hands.
Hey! I'm here today because this is it. Your final practice. On Saturday, you meet Bronx High for the big one. Now, Rock, I know that we can count on you. Rock?
Not here, Mr. Tugwell.
Oh. Well, good luck, gang. Get out there and drive, drive, drive!
Great speech, Coach.
Oh, thanks. Why wasn't Rock here to hear it?
I don't know.
Well, what's wrong with him now? I thought things were fine since he got together with Cathy.
Well, he's playing as great as usual. You know that. He's been skipping practice lately.
Skipping practice? What does he think football is? A game? Rock, you're late.
That's right, Mr. Tugwell. I was at the Modern Museum.
Modern Museum? What for?
Well, Cathy took me to see the new Brancusi show. Very powerful in a non-representational idiom.
What'd you say? Rock's on an artistic kick.
Oh, forget it, Rock. The only kick we care about is the one that starts the big game Saturday.
You might as well brace yourself for a big shock right now, Mr. Tugwell. I'm not playing.
What? What are you saying, boy?
I'm giving up football, sir. I've decided. It's interfering with my career.
Oh, football is your career, boy.
No longer, sir. I'm turning in my shoulder pads.
You can't, Rock. Not before the big game.
Richard, here's my notebook with all the play signals. I no longer have any use for it.
No. Rock, boy, where's your school spirit?
Oh, I haven't lost that, Mr. Tugwell. But it's just like Cathy says. The finest thing I can do for Brooklyn Heights High is to become a great sculptor.
No, you listen to me, boy!
No use getting excited about all this, Mr. Tugwell. I wish I could be out there with the other chaps on the playing field on Saturday, but my mind's made up.
Oh, Rock, wait! There must be 500 girls in this school. Why does he have to fall in love with a culture nut?
This way, Mr. Tugwell.
And Natalie, and Martin, I want to work with you.
Good evening, Gilbert. Richard.
Oh, sit down, both of you.
Thanks.
Here, Mr. Tugwell.
I'll get some coffee.
What can I do for you, Gilbert?
We got a problem on our hands. And she's sitting right over there. This niece of yours is destroying the career of the best athlete Brooklyn Heights High has ever had.
He's talking about Rock Milenkovich, Papa. Rock also happens to have a great talent for sculpture.
So this girl talked him into quitting the team on the day before the big game.
Well, here's some coffee. Darling, would you take that for Richard, please?
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Lane.
How can you eat like that when we're facing a crisis?
I gotta keep my strength up.
Exactly what do you want me to do, Gilbert?
Talk sense to Cathy. Tell her to get Rock back into the ball game.
Please, Papa. I've talked to her till I'm blue in the face, and she won't listen to me.
Patty, I cannot tell Cathy what to say to Rock. Now, you should understand that.
Thank you, Uncle Martin.
But without Rock, we'll be clobbered.
Well, I hope not, Gilbert. But if the boy prefers art to football...
Look, I've got nothing against art. Didn't I pay for that statue of old Coach Hanson?
So you did. Well, I appreciate how you feel about it, Gilbert. Believe me, I have nothing against school athletics.
Oh, that's true, Gilbert. Back in college, Martin was captain of the baseball team.
Baseball? I'm in a den of baseball players.
Richard, the time is now 1 minute to midnight.
You're fast. It's only 7:30.
That's just an expression. Somehow we have got to get through to Rock.
How? They'll only listen to Cathy.
Yeah, I know. He's coming over later. That means he's probably still home in his workshop creating.
So?
So? Pick up that phone and dial Beachview 23598.
Okay. Hey, that's Rock's number.
That's right. Hello, Rock. This is Cathy.
I get it. Patty, if you pull this off, the school will put up your statue.
Yeah, and Rock can sculpt it after the big game. Hello, Rock? This is Cathy. What are you doing? Oh, you're sculpting a new statue? Oh, no. No, don't come over. I'd like to run over there and take a look at it. See you then.
Sit down. I'll be through in a minute.
I passed the gym on my way over here tonight. They were having a big pep rally before the game tomorrow.
Oh, are they?
Yes. Rock, you can be frank with me. Deep down inside, don't you really wish you were playing in that game tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, I do. Kind of. But it's like you said, Cathy. I'm an artist now.
Don't you think you're avoiding a moment of truth?
Hmm?
Well, an artist just can't create. He has to experience.
Experience what?
Life. Eat, sleep, fall in love. Play football.
I already had that experience.
True. But an artist must live his life to the fullest.
Really?
Well, of course. Well, look at Hemingway. He stalked lions in Africa. And Lord Byron fought wars for Greek independence. And Tolstoy...
And what'd he do?
Whatever the life force told him was right.
Gee, Cathy, I never heard you talk like that before. You sound like a different person.
I just want you to pull through yourself.
Well, we're gonna have to get this thing tuned. Say, it's almost 9 o'clock. I thought you said Rock was coming over.
Oh, you know artists. He's probably lost in his work.
Well, why don't you call him up?
I was thinking I might take a walk over there.
I have a better idea. I'll drive you.
Would you?
Why not? I'd like to see some of his work myself.
All right. Let's go through it again. Again. 11, 78, 44, 22.
This starts out as a run to the left. I fake it to the halfback, and I get it to the fullback.
Good. 31, 39, 55, 74. Hey!
I fake and then run. Starts out as a fake and run, and then I fade back for a long pass. And Cathy. Hey, there are two of you Cathys. What's going on?
Well, I have a theory, Rock. But perhaps Patty would like to explain.
Patty?
Mm-hmm.
Pat, you didn't. Shall we say I nearly did?
Is that all you have to say?
I did it for the old school. I wanted to see us win.
It's a far, far better thing I do than I've ever done before. Oh, boy, am I ever sorry I did it.
Are you beginning to find the game exciting, Cathy?
When Rock got away and the three guys almost had him and he still made it?
You were wonderful, Rock.
It was a great game, Rock.
Thanks, Mrs. Lane.
I'm glad you decided to play Rock. A man should use all his talents.
That's just what I told him last night. I said, Rock...
I'd like to see Michelangelo throw a touchdown pass like that. Wait till next year, boy.
Mr. Tugwell, you better brace yourself again. There's not going to be any next year. I'm transferring to Brooklyn Poly.
Brooklyn Poly? You're joking.
They don't even have a football team.
Yeah, I know. But boy, what an art department.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, darling. Hello, Uncle Martin.
Hi.
Where's Patty?
I believe she's up in her room.
Patty, I'm home.
This is great. The magnetic man and the electrodynamic monster are gonna fight an ultrasonic duel over the subterranean lady.
I'd hate to see their electric bill. Patty!
Somehow, Patty's seconds seem like hours.
Watch this. Patty, you're $25 richer today.
$25 richer? You raised my allowance.
No, but you remember the 25 shares of stock that I bought you for your birthday?
Sure. McGregor Elevator Company.
Don't tell me elevator went up.
It went up another point today, and that makes a total of 5 points since I bought it.
That's wonderful. You've made $125, Patty. $125, and I didn't even have to do anything.
Well, it did help a little to have a shrewd father who's got business know-how.
Yeah, you do look a little like Bernard Baruch. As a younger man, of course.
Ross, don't push your luck.
How long has this been going on? It's an instant gold mine.
Patty, if you have any notion of investing in the stock market, you can just forget it.
Oh, I'm not going.
McGregor Elevator could just as easily have gone down 5 points. And then you'd have been $125 poorer.
Yeah, I know that, but...
And before you ship all your money to Wall Street, you owe me $2 from yesterday.
Don't worry. I think Patty is trying to assure us that she's not going to buy any stock. That's right. I'm going to sell it.
You're going to sell your stock in McGregor Elevator?
No. I'm going to sell stock in me. Patty Lane Incorporated.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins.
walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
The meeting of the Board of Directors of Patty Lane Incorporated will now come to order. The secretary will please read the minutes of the last meeting. Since there was no last meeting, there will be no minutes. And we don't have a secretary anyway, so let's just come to order.
Patty, what are you trying to say?
Order. That's the way all big corporation meetings start.
Look, Patty, how can we be a board of directors when we don't even know what we're directing?
Well, I'm coming to that. I am capitalizing Patty Lane Incorporated at 200 shares of stock.
How much a share?
$1. Just think. For $5, you can get in on the ground floor of a financial empire.
Something tells me if we get in on the ground floor, we're going to get off at the basement.
99 shares will be for sale to the public, and I will retain 101 shares.
Where are you going to get enough money to pay for all that stock?
I don't need any money to pay for it. As founder of Patty Lane Incorporated, I am entitled to it for the use of my name.
For the $2 you owe me, you can use my name.
Order. I am the president, and I have the right to control the company by being the majority stockholder. Any questions?
Yes. You still haven't told us what kind of a business this is going to be. Exactly what are we selling?
Patty Lane.
Are you sure there's a demand for it?
What we are selling are my creative talents and ability. We'll just start with one product naturally, and then we'll branch out like any other big corporation. That's called diversification.
I've got an idea for a product. Why don't we work on the food angle?
Good thinking, R.H.
It's habit forming. Gets used up quickly. Very good. Now let's see. Teenagers make up a big part of the buying public. What foods do teenagers like best?
Pizzas.
Pizza. Mama Patty's Pizzas. Nah, somehow it doesn't sound Italian enough.
You could change your name to Tony.
What about preserves? I have a lovely recipe for apricot jam.
Mother Patty's Preserves. Hey, I like that. And what teenager doesn't like apricot jam?
My favorite, strawberry.
All right, we'll vote on it. All those in favor of apricot jam, say aye. Aye!
Aye.
I'll stick with strawberry.
Overruled. Motion is carried. We are now going to see financial history being made. Patty Lane Incorporated. We are now on the big board.
Good. Can we leave?
The proper procedure in a corporation meeting is to move that we adjourn.
Okay. Can we adjourn and then leave?
No. We have one more piece of business on the agenda. As members of the board of directors, you should show your faith in the company by becoming stockholders yourselves. Cathy?
Oh, I think I could manage 5.
Ah, very good. Richard?
3, I guess.
3? That's all the faith you've got?
No, that's all the money I've got.
All right. I'll put you down for 5, and you can give me the other $2 when you get your allowance. Ross?
Put me down for 2, and then you can pay for it with the $2 you owe me.
Okay. That's 12 down and 87 to go. Okay. Now get out there and S-E-L-L. Sell!
And the stock only costs $1 today. But next week it could be worth $1.50, $1.75, $2, who knows?
I'll buy 2 shares. I've always wanted to be a speculator.
2 shares, Maggie. And believe me, you won't be sorry.
Put me down for 3. All I've got to lose is my life savings.
Bruce, 3.
The same for me. It's only money.
I'll take 2, but I'll have to go without lunches this week.
Oh, don't worry about that. With the money you make from this investment, you'll be able to have your lunches catered.
So how many shares of this blue chip stock do you want to start out with? 15, 20, 25?
I never thought Patty would go through with this. You gotta give her credit.
30, 35?
Kathy's apricot jam is delicious.
You said it. Can I put you down for 40 then?
It'll be valuable experience for the kids. Give them a good background in economics.
45?
Imagine, Patty, a corporation.
50. Do I hear 50?
It's wild, Cathy. You've outdone yourself.
Hey, cut that out. You're eating up all the profits.
I'm afraid I can't take all the credit. The recipe was originated by King George III's kitchen staff.
Hey, that gives me a great idea for a slogan. The jam of the kings and the king of the jams. We'll put that on the labels.
Now that we've got all these samples, we've got to get out and create a huge demand for them. How can we create a huge demand with just 6 little jars of jam? Just leave it to your prez. Oh, look, Sammy, all I'm asking is that you take 2 jars of Mother Patty's preserves on approval.
Patty, you're wasting your time. Nobody's going to pay money for this.
Oh, you never know. Just try it. I'll be back tomorrow.
Hi, Sam. I'll have a strawberry delight with pistachio and cherry. Speaking of gourmet food, is this Mother Patty's preserves I see?
Yes, but she's going to pick them up tomorrow.
I'll take all you've got.
You'll take them? You mean you'll buy them?
All you can get.
I'll take this loaf of bread. And what kind of jam do you have?
Oh, we have a special on grape jam, 2 for $1.
What's that jam everyone's been talking about?
Oh, my grape jam, 2 for $1.
No, Mother somebody's... Oh, there it is. Mother Patty's preserves. I'll take all you've got.
All right.
All right, make it an even dollar. Thank you. Can I help you?
My mother sent me for some Mother Patty's preserves.
Sorry, we're fresh out.
But you had 2 jars. You mean somebody bought them?
We don't give them away, Sonny.
Was it a teenager?
No, Mrs. Market, one of my studies from down the street.
My gosh! Somebody really bought them!
Boy, Patty, you're sure climbing.
I wouldn't be surprised if we declared our first dividend before long.
Here, I just bought these from the Gypsy Tea Room.
Yeah, I know. They just called in their order for a dozen more. Oh, and the delicatessen wants 2 dozen. Business is booming.
If we boom any more, we're gonna be broke. We're selling those sample jars for 25 cents apiece, and we're buying them back at 40 cents apiece.
And then there was the money we used for the sample batch.
So we chalk that up to operating expenses. And by the time we fill these orders, the profits will be pouring in.
As a stockholder, I'm delighted to hear that.
Hi, Popo. Did you see our latest quotation?
All the other stocks are down, but Patty's up to 1 5/8.
Yeah, it's about a 60% profit. Yeah, on paper, of course.
And we have an order for 6 dozen jars, and that's just a beginning.
I'm glad to hear that, fellow stockholders. Of course, first you have to purchase the supplies. You know, I mean, like the ingredients for the jam. And, the jars. And, of course, the distribution costs. Not to mention the overhead.
I suppose it's a case of having to spend money in order to make money, right?
Wrong. If we're shrewd, we don't have to spend money.
But how could...
Please, girls, be careful how you handle the merchandise.
Mr. Fleming?
Yes? What can I do for you?
Oh, what can we do for you? I am Patty Lane, president of Patty Lane Incorporated, and this is one of my directors, Cathy Lane. How do you do? Mr. Fleming, this is your lucky day.
Look, Miss Lane, be careful. You might break...
Your jar is being considered as the official glassware for Mother Patty's Preserve, the jam of the kings and the king of the jam.
That's not plastic, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. Notice its distinctive quality. Not round like other jars, but square.
Yes, I think it would be very suitable. As I always say, you can't put quality jam in a cheap jar.
Yeah. Mr. Fleming, you can send us 6 dozen jars.
Good, I'll write up the invoice.
Invoice, Mr. Fleming? Invoice?
Please!
When we are prepared to announce to the world that the Fleming Bottle Company are our official glass makers?
Well, 6 dozen jars isn't a very loud announcement.
Well, that's just a beginning. Yeah. Mr. Fleming, I am prepared to offer you 15 shares of stock in Patty Lane Incorporated. In exchange for the jars. 15 shares? Patty, you can't... You're right. That's too much. 10 shares, and that is my final offer.
I don't know much about Wall Street.
Oh, but you do know about Easy Street, Mr. Fleming. And that's exactly where Patty Lane Incorporated is going to put you. Yes, it's been a very active stock. Future orders are already streaming in.
Well, I'll talk to my stockbroker about it.
Mr. Fleming, if Henry Ford came to you with the automobile, would you want to see your stockbroker? Or Edison with the electric light? You are in at the birth of a dynasty. Is it a deal?
It's a deal.
Oh, Mr. Fleming, you should be more careful how you handle our merchandise. Just look at the way I'm soaring. At this rate, I'll be able to merge with a larger corporation.
Who would buy us out?
I'll buy them out.
According to my records...
You're out of order. I didn't recognize you.
Why? Do I look different?
If you want the floor, you have to raise your hand. Chair recognizes Richard Harrison.
According to my records, the number of outstanding shares is 240.
That's great. Patty, we were capitalizing our stock at 200 shares. That means we've sold 40 more shares than we have. How could that happen?
Maybe while you were out trading shares for the jars, the apricots, and the sugar, Ross and I were busy selling shares.
Yeah, we all goofed.
240 shares.
What do you think?
I think we're all under arrest.
Hello? Anybody home? Hi.
Hello, darling.
What are you all dressed up for?
Oh, you're taking me out to dinner.
I am.
Oh, the kitchen is out of bounds for me. See, Mother Patty has gone into preserve production.
That I've got to see.
Hi, Papa. Come to watch the wheels of industry turning?
I'm very impressed.
I think we're really quite well organized.
Say, did you manage to work out your surplus stock problem?
Uh-huh. I decided to give up 40 of my shares, and then it balances out okay.
Good. Oh, I'm glad to see you worked it out in such an unselfish manner.
Oh, I didn't mind. I still have 61 shares, and that's more than anybody else.
Now I know why you're known as the she-wolf of Wall Street. Well, I'll see you later.
Right. We'd better get started, Patty. The jam takes an hour to cook. A whole hour? Can we do it any faster than that? Not when you use dried apricots. Oh, this is supposed to be a modern corporation. We have to be efficient. It still has to cook an hour. Not if you use a pressure cooker. Oh, my recipe doesn't say anything about... Of course not. That was hundreds of years ago. They didn't even have pressure cookers. Well, I've never made it any other way before. Oh, well, you're going to now. This is the Space Age. Here's Mom's. I'll go over and get some more from some of the other stockholders. Now, this is what I call mass production. I've never made so much jam at one time before. I hope I figured these measurements right. Maybe I should have traded some shares for a computer.
You don't need a computer. Cathy got an A in math. Where do you want me to put these?
Oh, in the oven. That's the way we sterilize them in mass production. Aren't you filling them a little too high? One of the secrets of success is to get the maximum capability out of your equipment. Here, let's have another refill.
Where do I put these labels?
Oh, ask Patty.
Patty, where are these things? Patty, the labels go on the outside of the jam. not the inside.
Thank you.
Isn't it time for the jam to be done?
Yeah, any second now.
I gotta leave soon. My father only gave me 2 hours to be a big business tycoon, and then I gotta go do my homework.
It's been 30 minutes, Patty.
Seems like 30 years.
There it is, folks. The jam's done. From now on, the stock of Patty Lane Incorporated skyrockets.
It's skyrocketed, all right.
Oh, welcome to the 4th of July.
Our mass production is a mass mess.
Oh, you better clean it up before your mother and father get back.
How are we gonna fill our orders?
We'll start all over again with new supplies and chalk it up to research, so our first quarter profits will be a little less. I really don't think we should...
The jars! They're still in the oven!
Quick, put her in the water, quick! Oh, Patty, don't put them in cold water.
Gee, it smells like apricot jam.
What happened?
I think the bottom just dropped out of the market.
The meeting is now called to order. Okay, let's face the facts. We had a couple of setbacks, right?
Right.
And we've wasted all our supplies, right?
Right.
And we can't fill our orders, right?
Right.
But are we licked?
Right.
Come on now. There's an old saying in big business. If at first you don't succeed...
Cry, cry again.
Can you be serious? We can start over.
Oh, come on. Oh.
Patty, sometimes it's wiser to give up. I'm not giving up. We know where we've made our mistakes, and the next time we'll avoid them.
Look, we ought to take our losses and dissolve right now. Patty, that's the way we all feel.
Well, it doesn't matter how you all feel. I'm the president, and I move we resume operations.
We say no, and we outvote you.
How can you? I'm the majority stockholder.
You have more shares than anyone else, but you don't have more shares than everyone else combined.
Well, how can you be combined? All the stockholders aren't here.
We have signed proxies from all the other kids. I mean, all the other stockholders. And they're all in favor of dissolving the corporation.
You too, Cat? I'm sorry, Patty. But it's for your own good. Ross?
I'm sorry, sis.
So, you deliberately went behind my back to urge people to betray me? To undermine Patty Lane Incorporated? We knew you'd want to pick up the pieces, and it's hopeless.
Patty, may I come in?
I guess so. You outvote me anyway.
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't feel this way about it.
I'm sorry. I guess I just never thought that my own family and friends would walk out on me.
We haven't walked out on you, honey. We're right behind you.
Pushing me off the cliff.
Patty, we did it for your own good. We didn't like to see you get in any deeper.
Don't worry, I'll pay back the stockholders and Mr. Fleming and the others.
Well, that's not really necessary. I mean, it's already been taken care of. Everybody's been paid back.
How?
Well, Cathy and Richard and your brother Ross all came to me with some money they'd saved. They asked me to use it for you, to reimburse the others. So, well.
Papa? That couldn't have been enough. You paid them all back, didn't you? Said you weren't going to bail me out again, but you did.
Honey, if you learn something from it, we'll put it down to the cost of your education. And it's worth it.
Thanks, Papa.
Besides, I thought it was a wonderful idea. You just got a little overambitious.
I'll make it up to you. I'll pay you back every penny, even if it takes forever. Even if I have to work for it. Today. Says they expect it to go even higher. I made some apricot jam this afternoon, Aunt Natalie.
Good. I'll serve it with breakfast tomorrow.
It's a pretty big jump from last week, 70 to 80.
Why don't we do something exciting, like go to the movies?
They predict it'll hit 95 before long. A new high for the year.
70 to 95 in 1 week. Sounds like an interesting stock.
Martin, please don't get her started on that again.
But she may have something there.
And if it goes higher than that, they say that...
Patty, what's the name of that stock?
You say something?
Yeah, I just asked you what the name of the stock that's doing so well.
What stock? I'm reading a weather report.
Anybody for the movies?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hello?
Hello, Uncle Martin. He's here.
Dad's here! Hooray!
Hi, Papa. You're here.
Yes, that seems to be the general consensus. Yeah, I feel like I've walked into the middle of a reception committee for the Beatles. Now, what's going on?
We couldn't wait for you to get home. Patty got an invitation to a school dance on the 25th.
Well, congratulations.
It's formal.
I see. That means you need a new dress. How do the fathers get along who aren't multimillionaires like me?
You wanted to look beautiful, don't you?
Well, of course I want her to look beautiful, but every time I turn around, we're buying her a new dress.
This is a very special dance, Uncle Martin.
Name one that isn't, Kath.
Papa, do you remember you once told me that you always wanted us to be able to really communicate? And if I ever wanted something badly and you turned me down, that I should say to you, it's important to me?
Yes?
It's important to me.
Okay, honey, you got it.
Thanks, Papa.
Now tell me about this great dance.
Oh, it's just about the biggest event of the year. You invite your best fella.
She'll be staying out real late. And I mean real late.
Oh, how late?
Oh, maybe till 1 or 2 in the morning.
1 or 2 in the morning? Did you approve of that?
In this case, yes.
Well, yeah, I suppose it's all right if you're chaperoned.
Oh, there won't be any chaperones.
Did you know that?
Yes, but it's all right.
Well, I suppose you're right. We don't have to worry about Richard.
Oh, I won't be going with Richard.
Now, wait a minute. If you think that we're going to let you stay out half the night with some strange boy, forget it.
Oh, but Papa...
No, Patty, and let's not discuss it. Now, we just stopped communicating. And I'm not going to change my mind.
But I've known him all my life. He's reliable and handsome and intelligent. He's the living end.
He is, huh? Well, who is this paragon of virtue?
You. It's the father-daughter dance.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I've never seen Patty so excited. She hasn't stopped talking about the dance all week.
Say, now, what about Kath? Couldn't I take her?
Well, I suggested it to her, but she said she wants it to be Patty's night. Cathy has her own date.
Gee, you know, it is a kind of a thrill having a daughter old enough to take to a dance.
Why, you'll be the handsomest couple there.
Those steaks smell great.
Yeah, they're almost ready. Hey, what's that for?
I'm just proud of you.
You mean because I make such great steaks?
Because you're such a wonderful father.
Uh-huh.
You know, a lot of fathers in the class aren't even coming to the dance.
Why not?
Oh, they're too busy. Guess they don't know how much it means to the kids.
Maybe they really can't make it, Patty.
Well, I feel sorry for them. I can't wait to do the Hully Gully with you.
The Hully Gully?
Yeah.
I'm not as young as I look.
Oh, come on, it's easy. I'll teach it to you. Come on.
I better get this out of here.
Got a minute, Martin?
Oh, come on in, Henry.
I want to talk to you about the Publishers' Convention in Chicago Friday.
How long will you be gone?
I won't.
But you're making the keynote speech.
Not anymore. My wife has booked us on a Caribbean cruise. It's our 15th wedding anniversary, and I can't say no to her. We haven't had a vacation together in 15 years.
What's this?
The keynote speech for the convention. Better get ready to fly to Chicago. Give it everything you've got.
What's the date of that convention?
It's this Friday, the 25th.
The 25th? I'm afraid I can't go.
Why not?
Well, you see, there's this father-daughter dance at Patty's school, and I promised her
You
that
can take her out dancing some other time. I'll have Miss Harvey book you on the noon plane.
Yeah, but Henry...
Yes?
Well, it would really be better if you could get somebody else to go. Now, Al Marcus is very good at making...
If I wanted Al Marcus to go, I would have sent Al Marcus. This is very important for the Chronicle. And it won't do you any harm, either.
Patty's going to look so beautiful.
I'm sure she will. Well, hello, darling.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Hi.
You're home early.
Yeah, I have something to tell Patty.
You're making plans for the dance. Oh, that's sweet.
Well, it's not exactly sweet.
Your dress shirt came, and wait until you see what Patty bought today. You don't have to wait. Look.
Good evening, Papa.
Gee, Patty, that's beautiful.
Do you really like it?
Oh, yeah, I love it. You look so grown up.
Doesn't she?
Patty, you did say that this dance is on Friday the 25th, didn't you?
Yep. It's my red letter day. Poor Sue Ellen. Her father's flying to some bankers' convention and won't be there. She's so mortified she stayed out of the malt shop all week. She can't face the other kids.
Well, I'm sure her father couldn't help it, dear.
Well, that's right. Sometimes circumstances come up where you're trapped.
Yeah. But when it comes to a choice between something else and your own child, there's not much excuse, is there?
Well.
Papa, there's going to be this big reception in the auditorium before the dance. I'm on the reception committee. You'll get to meet all the other fathers. Then we go into the gym to dinner. I help plan the menu myself. We have a choice of meat or fish. I even arrange for artichokes because you love them. After dinner, we dance. I'm on the dance committee. Wait till you hear the band. We got Marty Morton and his Marvelous Maniacs. He plays at the Ambassador Room.
He does.
That's the wildest place in town.
Patty, you've never been to the Ambassador Room, have you?
You can't get in without a bank book.
You know what? I'm going to take you there. It'll be just the two of us.
You mean it?
I certainly do. It'll be the greatest night of your life.
Are we invited?
No, sir. Just Patty and me.
Did you hear that? When are we going?
When I get back from Chicago, where I'm delivering the keynote speech at the Publishers Convention, which is why I can't come to your dance on Friday.
Oh, Martin.
You see, it just came up this afternoon, and I tried to talk Anderson out of it, but I couldn't. Now, don't worry, Patty. I'll make it up to you. We'll go to the Ambassador Room, and we'll dance.
I don't want to go to the Ambassador Room.
Well, please understand, honey.
I do understand. Excuse me. I'll go talk to her.
Oh, Martin.
Well, I hated to do that to her, but I can't help it.
This dance is such a big thing to her.
Well, the trip is a pretty big thing, too. I mean, actually, it's quite an honor having Anderson ask me to take his place.
Congratulations.
Boy, I wish everybody would stop treating my work as though it were some kind of a hobby. It does pay our bills, and I can't jeopardize my job to go to a dance.
Of course not. Excuse me.
I'm sure your father couldn't help it, Patty. You saw how disappointed he was. These things happen sometimes. I've been bragging to all the kids about how he was going to be there and how handsome he was going to look. There will be other dances. I've never been to a dance with my father. You don't know how much it meant to me. Didn't mean a thing to him. Of course it did. Has he ever broken a promise to you before? No. No, he hasn't. You know something, Kat? Papa's never broken a promise to me before in his life. Do you know what that means? What? He's gonna take me to that dance. Patty, he just told you why he can't. You're the one who's always talking about the power of positive thinking. Yes, but do you remember when your father promised you he'd come over here from Europe to visit with you for Christmas? And everybody said he couldn't get here? But you knew he would? Yes. You never gave up. You believed in it, and it happened. Patty, all it takes is a little faith. If I can't have faith in my own father, who can I have faith in? I've got to go apologize to Papa. Good luck. Papa?
Patty, I know how you feel.
I feel wonderful.
You do?
You bet I do.
I can't tell you how much better that makes me feel. You know, I knew you'd understand.
Oh, I do. Now.
And I meant it about the Ambassador Room. We'll go there
that
and...
won't be necessary.
Oh, but I want to take you out dancing.
You will. Bye.
Bye.
What happened?
Oh, well, newspaper man developed certain instincts about the way people behave. I knew Patty wouldn't stay upset for long.
Well, I'm so relieved. I was afraid she'd be terribly hurt.
Well, it takes a man to understand the psychology of a woman.
Bullseye! That's another game. That's $10,000 you owe me. Try for double or nothing. Are you sure you're not using a crooked dartboard?
Your father's leaving. Do you want to say goodbye?
Oh, sure. Patty, promise me you won't get upset. What's there to get upset about? He's not leaving. Because I positively know that my father is taking me to the father-daughter dance tonight.
You will take care of yourself, won't you?
Now, don't worry. And I'll phone you from Chicago. Well, I'm on my way, Patty.
Are you?
Maybe you could join Cathy on her date tonight.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Well, the next father-daughter dance, I'll be there.
I know you will.
Well, I mustn't keep the plane waiting. I'll see you on Monday. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Martin. Patty, I am really very proud of you. You behaved like a very understanding adult.
Let's face it, I'm not a kid anymore. Well, I've got to get back upstairs. I'm $10,000 ahead.
Meat, vegetables, fruit, juice, milk, eggs, and popcorn. Isn't Patty coming down?
Yes, she's getting dressed.
Why does it take girls so long to get dressed? Boy, when I'm grown up, I'm gonna give my date 3 minutes, and if she's not ready, I just go on alone.
You'd better plan on going a lot of places alone. Did she make a date with Bridget for this evening?
No. She said she already had a date.
With whom?
Her father. Do I look all right?
Well, you look lovely, darling, but where are you going?
Father-daughter dance.
Hello? Oh, hello, Martin. Yes, she's right here. It's your father.
I told you.
He's phoning from Chicago.
It's really been bad, huh?
Patty hasn't talked to anyone since Friday night.
I don't understand it. When I left, she was so cheerful.
She kept waiting for fate to step in and send you to that dance with her.
Hello, darling.
Good evening, Father.
Well, I'm back. How are you?
Just fine. Thank you.
The convention went very well. I was the hit of the evening. You remember what I promised you about the ambassador room? Well, next Friday night, you and I...
Thank you, but I'd rather not.
Why not, Patty?
Well, you see, I've talked to some of the kids who've been there, and they say it's a big drag, and I don't think you'd like it very much. I'd simply hate it. Thank you anyway, Father. If you'll excuse me, I have an awful lot of homework to do.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
She's really deeply hurt. I had no idea that... Well, of course, there's nothing I could have done about it anyway. I had to go to that convention.
Oh, I know you did, darling. And Patty'll know it, too. Just give her a little time. A young woman doesn't like to be rushed.
You just gave me an idea. I know exactly how to snap Patty out of this.
How?
Well, it's the oldest technique in the world, but it always works.
Flowers for Miss Patty Lane.
Oh, I'll take them for her. Thank you. Flowers for you, Patty. Me? That Richard. He shouldn't throw his money around like that. Are they from Richard? No. To Patty, the most understanding daughter in the world. Love, Papa.
Candy for Miss Patty Lane.
Thank you. To sweeten up your day. Love, Papa.
package for Miss Patty Lane.
Thank you, Father.
It's funny, but I never realized how much I enjoyed hearing you call me Papa until you started calling me Father.
Beautiful.
Why don't you read the card?
To wear tonight at the ambassador room. Your best date.
What do you say? It would mean a lot to me.
To me, too. Oh, Papa. I feel like a new woman.
Good. Tonight, you're going to put on that beautiful formal, and you and I are going to the ambassador room where we will hully-gully the entire evening away to the music of Marty Morton and his marvelous Maniacs.
Papa, you're the end.
That's true.
You know something? This is the third time I've put this dress on and I haven't worn it anyplace yet. They say the third time's the charm. Everybody at school's just drooling. Imagine having a ringside table at the ambassador room.
How the kids at school know about it?
Patty's been on the phone for the last 5 hours. All the kids who were making snide remarks because Daddy didn't go to the school dance are choking on their words. They've only read about the ambassador room. I'm going there. I can just see the maitre d'. Oh, good evening, mademoiselle. Monsieur, have you a reservation? No? Oh, I'm so sorry. Ah. Un moment. Mademoiselle, are you not Miss Patty Lane? I saw you play Cleopatra at the Brooklyn Heights High School. It was nothing. Ah, you were magnifique. Oh, this is a very great honor. Allow me to give you and your escort a ringside table. Mama, this is the happiest night of my life. I'm sorry I acted like such a baby. I should have known Papa would make it up to me. This is 100 times better than any old school dance. Where's Papa?
I think he's getting dressed.
Oh, I guess I'm ready. I better go get him. Thanks. Bye, Kath. I'm glad everything turned out so well.
So am I, but I wouldn't want to go through it again.
Neither would I.
How long ago did it start? Was there any official word from the truce team? Uh-huh. All right. Now, I want you to find out when the shooting started and who started it. The whole works. And try to keep a line open to Kurdistan, at least until they overrun the telephone office there. And have Howard dig up all the background information in our files. Also, I want you to find out whether the rebels have captured the general and whether the government buildings have been taken over yet. And tell Otto to get set to run an extra, and I'll be down there in about 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, I want a full-page spread, plenty of pictures. I think if we move fast, we can get on the street before the record does. Now, I'm counting on you to handle everything until I get there. Right. Oh, and would you see if you can round up some of the day crew and have them stand by? All right, fine. Thanks, Pete.
Papa.
Patty.
You're gonna hate me.
Listen, honey.
Papa, I can't go to the ambassador room with you tonight.
What?
You see, tonight's the night of the big basketball game, and I forgot all about it. I already have a date with Richard.
You have a date.
Please don't be too unhappy. Maybe we can go to the ambassador room another night. I just can't break my date with Richard. He turns into a regular green-eyed monster.
Well, can't have anything like that happen, can we? All right, honey. Listen, as long as you're going out with Richard, maybe I'll take a run on down to the Chronicle for a little while. They might just need me down there. And, I'll see you later.
Thanks, Papa. Bye.
Bye.
You don't really have a date, do you?
Well, you won't say anything to him, Mom, will you?
Not a word.
Thanks. I would have just killed him if he had to break another date with me.
What are you going to do?
I guess I'll call Richard and see if he can find a formal basketball game.
Oh, thanks, honey. Listen, I better check the stakes. Hey, how was that basketball game last night?
Wonderful. Yes, it was a very exciting game.
Who won?
Brooklyn Heights High. High. It was a tie.
I liked your story in the Chronicle, Martin.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we picked up a Pulitzer Prize for that.
Wouldn't that be exciting?
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll say, where'll we put it?
I think maybe we just give it to Patty.
Do you mean you knew about last night?
I told you a newspaper man has pretty good instincts about people. Honey, I have a great idea. Tonight, why don't you put on your formal? We'll go on down.
Oh, no.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
And this, and this.
Hello, Aunt Natalie, Ross.
Hello, Cathy.
What's going on?
Oh, it's another lane landslide. Everything comes downstairs, but nothing goes back up.
Why am I stuck here?
Ross, you have got to learn to take things back up to your room, dear. You make us all look like messy livers.
Messy livers. Sounds like a new dish.
Okay, but what about Patty? She's the real living room litter.
Oh, I'm ready to pull her over to the curb the minute she comes down the stairs.
Is this enough? I'll need an escort to get me back to my home field.
Cathy, I ran into one of your school teachers today, Miss McClintock. Huh? And she tells me she thinks you ought to be voted Student of the Year. And she thinks you will.
That'd be wonderful.
Well, you deserve it.
Thank you, Aunt Natalie.
We're all very proud of you.
I'm not.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
She's setting a bad family example. Now I'll be expected to be Student of the Year. You make it tough on a poor little kid who just wants to remain a normal adult.
Come on, Ross. I'll be your fighter escort and get you back home.
Come on, with a short Santa Claus.
Laugh while you can. You're next.
Oh, Patty!
Yeah? Oh, Mama, I can't take them up now. Richard is coming to pick me up.
You know, you're improving, Patty.
I am?
You're thinking up excuses before I ask you to do something.
Oh.
Here, this just sort of floated down from your room.
Oh, Mom, Richard really is coming to pick me up.
I called first.
You see?
Honey, at least you can take the sun lamp up now.
Oh, Mama, I like it there. You see, I use it to dry my hair while I'm on the telephone. And besides, it looks very nice there, like a regular lamp.
If this were a barber shop, it might look like a regular lamp. Oh, honey, you can take these things up while you're standing here arguing about it.
Mama, please, I have got to get to the shake shop to study.
At the shake shop?
Yeah, Rich and I always study at the shake shop. You wouldn't want me to flunk shake shop, would you? Hi, Rich.
What kept you so long?
Oh, my mother had a lot of things for me to do. Come on.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, the habits we form when we're young are very important.
You know something? I can't figure out how my case got to the Supreme Court so fast. I didn't even know I was on trial.
You're not on trial, darling.
It's just that whenever your mother and I ask you to do something, we get evasion instead of action.
We're wondering if it's the same at school.
Hey, I feel like I picked up the plague.
Well, you have. The put-it-off plague. Happily, there's a simple solution.
Tell me I'm simple.
I wish I'd said that.
All right. You take that same wonderfully wild energy that you spend evading things, and you redirect it to doing things. Let me give you an example. There's a copy boy down at the paper who's on his way up. You know why? Because every time someone asks him to do something, he says, can do. No problem, no sweat. Now that boy is going places. You get what I mean?
Yeah. You'd rather have a can-do copy boy than a no-can-do daughter.
Patty, think about this.
The point is, Patty, that the boy's attitude is refreshing and inspiring to everyone. Now, instead of taking a negative attitude, the secret is to say yes to life. You see?
Without even realizing it, your cousin Cathy does.
What do I do, Aunt Natalie? Say yes to life. I do? Yeah. Without even realizing it. You're serious, aren't you, Papa?
You bet I am.
Okay. Instant transformation. Can do, Patty.
Good for you, darling. Now then, since this has turned into a family meeting...
What meeting?
The one you're in. Go ahead.
My women's club meets here Thursday, and I would like some help making the coffee cake.
Can do.
Good meeting.
It's not over.
And I would appreciate some help polishing the silver.
No problem.
Great meeting.
And the patio needs attention. Ross, I said the patio needs attention.
No sweat.
Oh, Patty, it's all right if the copy boy uses that expression, but,
Oh, okay, Papa. No perspiration.
Laugh it up, Cathy. We're off the hook.
Oh. You know something? I feel better already.
Patty, you're a wonderful girl to make an about-face like this.
It was nothing. Oh, there's Richard. See ya. Bye.
Bye, slave.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Patty. You ready to heel and toe it to the water hole?
Yeah.
I presume that means you're walking to the shake shop.
Oh, hi, Mr. Lane. It must be great to have a father who speaks English.
Yeah.
Richard, you know, you often remind me of a young Great Dane, but just what are you doing?
Well, I have to decide what to order Patty at the shake shop.
I don't understand.
Well, haven't you noticed? Your daughter's been wearing fruit-flavored perfume.
Fruit-flavored perfume?
It's the latest thing, Papa.
It wouldn't do to order a cherry picker free flight flip if she's wearing wild grape.
Oh, no, of course not.
And the scents would definitely clash. So I have to determine here. Because the shake shop, everything smells the same. Orange.
Tangerine.
Can't you take her word for it?
Sure, but it wouldn't be as much fun.
Good night, Richard. Teenagers. I wish I'd been one. Well, there's no denying you came to the right person for help.
Oh?
Yeah, our daughter's all straightened out. She's volunteered to help you with the cake, polish the silver, manicure the patio.
She certainly did.
Yes, indeed.
And left without doing anything.
As your advisor, I have called this meeting to select a new treasurer. Arthur, as you know, has enlisted. Of course, if anybody would like to volunteer...
Can do.
You, Patty? You really want to volunteer for this job?
No problem.
Well, unfortunately, Arthur was a little bit behind in his dues collections, and postings, billings, banking. Well, Arthur was effective on the football field, but as a financier, you sure you want to volunteer for this job?
No perspiration.
No what?
Thank you, Miss McClintock. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Here you go, Rich. Excuse me, Patty, but that was you that volunteered just a minute ago, wasn't it? Certainly was. You volunteered for drudgery? That's right. The secret is to say yes to life, Alice. Do it sometime. Makes you feel good inside. Come on, Rich.
I don't know how soon she'll be back, Richard. She's a student representative on the Borough Beautiful Committee, you know. Volunteered.
I know. She also volunteered to organize our Shake It or Leave It Club.
Shake It or Leave It Club? I'm afraid to ask what that is.
Well, it's a dance club, Mr. Lane. We're going to hold our meetings at the Shake Shop.
Hello, Richard. Where's Patty? My club women will be here Thursday. The coffee cake isn't made. The silverware hasn't been polished, and the weeds in the patio are feeling very secure.
Well, she's probably pacing herself.
She's taking on too much.
Yeah. She'll be burned out before she's 20. And I don't want to drudge for a wife.
We'll worry about that when the time comes. And it hasn't. Now, meanwhile, you're both forgetting a truism. The more work you assume, the more work you can do. So relax.
If this is tiring you, Richard.
Oh, it isn't that, Mrs. Lane. It's that I haven't had much sleep lately. Those committees are killing me.
Committees?
Yeah. Patty sets it up, and I carry out the work. I must have been up to 11 o'clock last night ringing doorbells.
Was she ringing doorbells?
No, she's too busy.
Busy doing what?
Well, you know, being the brains.
That shouldn't take her too long.
Where is everybody? Hello? I'm home. Hey, look at all of you.
Hello, darling. Home is where the weeds are growing.
Huh?
Well, why don't you relax with us, Mr. Lane?
Relax.
This has to be against the child labor law.
Ask your sister. I think she volunteered to write the original law.
So where is she?
Search me. Is there a neighborhood volunteer fire department? She may have joined that.
Don't forget this.
Well, now, just a minute. You should not be doing Patty's work for her. Can anybody around here say no?
It's pretty hard to say no to her, Mr. Lane. You know how Patty is when she flies. She's marching along, conquering the world like Alexander the Great. And it's up to us peasants to execute for the great executor.
Well, let's all remember an old truism. The more work you assume, the more work you can do.
Look, Natalie, do you think it's a good idea for me to bend over weeding like that? I mean, my sacroiliac might pop.
Oh, I don't think it'll pop. Think positive. You know, can do.
Well, Patty's really doing a great job. We mustn't discourage her. I mean, we wouldn't want to break her spirit now that she's learning how to assume obligations. Would we?
It's so exciting, this serving selflessly. Kids at school look at me differently. They look up to me. Mr. Brewster called me in this afternoon. He said, "Patty, We at Brooklyn Heights High are proud of you. Your leadership has been an inspiration to your fellow students. I salute you. Wonderful, Patty. I'd salute you, too, if I had time. How are you coming with the books? Arthur left me in pretty bad shape, huh? That's putting it mildly. Mr. Brewster also said, Patty, you keep going at this rate, and you can be the first woman president of the United States. I believe it, especially if they change the voting procedure so you can just volunteer. President Patty Lane. Maybe I should make it Patricia. Patty's a little informal. Anything you say, Madam President. President Patricia Lane. PL tells the nation. PL calls a conference of the United Planets. PL saves the universe. You are the most modest president the colonies have ever had. I'll never change, Kath. I'll never forget you, my dear, devoted cousin. I'll make you Secretary of the Treasury. Thank you, no. Secretary of Labor? That's a little more like it. And Richard? Richard. Dear, devoted Richard. First Lady? Cathy, I love you. You know something? I must love you, too.
You know, Kath, it's really nice having you studying down here with us.
Thank you. It gets kind of lonely up in our room with Patty gone all the time.
I hear when she runs out of local projects, she's going to call a meeting on the moon. They'll elect her Miss Looney.
She's wonderful. Hi, group. Just thought I'd drop by on my way to another meeting. When are you here?
You're president of the Musicians Union.
No. We just came from the shake shop, and there's a campaign to vote me Student of the Year tomorrow.
Student of the Year? Hey, Natalie, did you hear that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
It's like a regular ground surge. The kids think Patty's the most. Can do this, can do that. I don't think there's anything they think she can... Mr. Lane, aren't you feeling well?
Oh, sure. I stand up fine, see? Congratulations, Patty.
Thanks, Papa.
Oh.
You've opened up a whole rich new life for me. A life of milling masses, stumbling aimlessly, looking for a leader. Well, off to the cheerleaders' awards meeting.
You leaving so soon? I thought maybe you'd stay long enough to meet the family.
Well, we who have so much to give must put aside our personal life and give. Bye.
What do you know? Student of the Year. Isn't that wonderful?
I think I'll take a walk to the library. There's a book I need. Excuse me.
What did I say?
You had no reason to know, Martin, but being Student of the Year means the world to Cathy. And I feel after all she's done for the school, she deserves it.
I see what you mean. Well, do you think Patty will win?
I don't. She's got a winning smile, but a losing face.
As much as we love Patty, by comparison, she is sort of a flash in the pan. I'm sure they don't know that Cathy prepared her treasurer's report.
The heck with that. Do they know I polished her silverware? I want to go to that meeting tomorrow. I'll expose her.
All right, take it easy, Ross. This calls for cool heads. It'd be terrible if Cathy didn't get her just reward.
What about mine? Like 50 cents an hour, retroactive, time and a half for overtime, old age benefits, Social Security, paid wash-up time. Just turn Patty's allowance over to me. I'll deduct it from my bill.
This is a great moment for us. We have been appointed to take charge of the Brooklyn Heights High Beautifying Project.
When you say we...
I mean all of us. Well, sure, I am chairman of the committee, but it's as I told the principal this morning. But I can't do it without all of you, the workers. What do we have to do exactly? Clean up the school grounds? Clean up the school grounds? Yes. Now, don't think of it as a civic duty. Think of it as a civic pleasure. Brooklyn Heights High is going to be the most beautiful school in the country. And I'm going to see to it that each and every one of you gets his own personal inspection kit. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have another meeting.
Patty, I don't know where you get the energy to do all this.
You know something, Richard? Sometimes I surprise myself. Congratulations! We have been selected to make Christmas presents for the juvenile delinquents at Danville Reformatory.
Who selected us?
I did. Oh, come on, that's a big opportunity for us. Now, Mr. Roberts said we could use the school workshop. That means you can work Saturdays, Sundays, and evenings.
Oh.
Now, where is your school spirit? Up to it!
You've done it again.
We've done it again. I have some wonderful news for us. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Thank you. We have just been appointed to march with the Volunteer Fire Department of Brooklyn Heights in a Columbus Day parade. I better give that one to Cathy. Come in.
You busy, honey?
I'm never too busy for you, Papa. What do you want done?
Well, I don't want anything done. I just wanted to talk to you.
Oh, then I am a little busy. As corresponding secretary for the Junior League, yeah?
Corresponding secretary?
Yeah.
Who's going to do the corresponding?
Well, I'm going to take the notes, and then Cathy said she wouldn't mind writing a few letters and addressing them for me, and she types much faster than I do.
Patty, you're marvelous. You know, sometimes I think of you as a beautiful, spirited, high-flying kite.
Okay, I'm a kite, but I'm also a corresponding secretary. See ya.
A way out kite, way up there on a thrilling ride. But you know, you're asking a lot of other people to keep you flying.
You're serious, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'd like to reel you in just a little bit and see if your perspective doesn't change.
Okay. Reel me in.
The kids at school are all looking up to you these days. Why? Why do you think they're looking up to you, huh?
Well, I'm not very good as a talking kite.
Well, I think it's because you've taken on a lot of jobs that they don't want to get involved in. You've become a problem broker. You got a reputation, a wonderful reputation as a doer, and that's good. The only thing is that a lot of people who love you have been doing the doing. Now, one of them sleeps right here in this room, and I'm afraid she's going to be crying herself to sleep tomorrow night.
Cathy?
Mm-hmm.
Why would she be crying?
Well, because she's been looking forward to being Student of the Year.
She has?
That's what you told your mother.
Oh, boy.
It seems that being picked as Student of the Year means as much to her as,
Being first woman president of the United States means to me.
Well.
Well, I guess that election will have to wait a while, huh?
Congratulations, Patty.
Oh, thanks a lot. What for?
I hear you're a cinch to be Student of the Year.
Hi, Patty. How's it feel to be Student of the Year?
Richard, they haven't even voted yet.
Oh, I keep my ear to the ground. You're a cinch. Come on, they're starting the vote. We want to cast our ballots, don't we?
Yes, we certainly do.
Where's Cathy?
Oh, she didn't feel too well this morning. She wasn't sure if she could make it to school or not.
It's too bad. She should be here to see you elected.
Yeah.
Would you all be seated, please? Now, before we open our books, we're going to cast our votes for Student of the Year.
Patty Lane!
May I say a few words, please?
Victory speeches usually take place after the election.
Yes, Patty.
Well, I just wanted to tell you all what a thrill it is to have even been nominated for Student of the Year. Everyone's been calling me Can-Do Patty. And that's right, I sure can. You bring me a problem, and I'll get it done. I didn't say I'd do it, I just said I'd get it solved. Because I have a cousin named Cathy. She's the one who's been getting things solved around here. Everything that's been done around here has been done by Cathy, with all of you helping her. I've just been a lot of wind. Oh, sure, it takes wind to make the windmill go round, but it's the windmill that does the work.
Good morning, Cathy.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Murchison.
Aren't you late for class?
Well, they're having the voting for the Student of the Year.
Well, go on in.
And I thought I'd wait until it was...
Go on.
Thank you. So I think that that's the kind of person you want to vote for. Someone who's not afraid to tackle anything. Someone who's not afraid of a little work. Someone who gets the job done. I move that this class choose her by unanimous acclamation.
Well, it is passed unanimously. Is there anything you'd like to say, Cathy?
No, Miss McClintock. Except that I believe the class has made a very wise choice. What did I say? You just made your acceptance speech, Cathy. You're Student of the Year.
Hi, Richard. I guess you heard the news.
Yeah, Cathy told us.
I wish you would have heard Patty. You sure would have been proud of her.
I've always been proud of her, Richard.
She just had that class in the palm of her hand.
I wish she'd occupy the palms of her hands with something a little more practical, like the dishes, for instance. There must be 1,000 of them out there.
Well, wouldn't your club women volunteer?
Well, they aren't expected to.
Well, where's Patty? We gotta make the scene at the Waterhole. We're having a meeting of the Shake It or Leave It Club.
I wish I could join you. Actually, I haven't seen her for the last hour or so.
Good heavens!
What now?
Is that you, Patty?
Yeah, that's me. Can-Do Patty.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
His name is Woodrow Warren Caldwell III. Imagine. I've tried, Patty. Where did you meet him? Right here in the shake shop. I was sitting at this very table, sharing a banana dream with Richard. And suddenly I looked up, and there he was in the phone booth. Who introduced you? Well, nobody yet. Then how do you know his name? Well, while he was in the phone booth, I happened to take a look at his briefcase. He was just transferred here from a very chic boarding school in Connecticut. How did you know that? I happened to be passing by the registrar's office this morning, and I looked up his school file. Patty, don't you think that's being a bit nosy? Cathy, when the most divine man who ever lived pops into your life, you don't just sit around. You go. Couldn't you go a little more slowly? He was born in Boston, and his folks are terribly blue blood. That was in his school file? No, that was in the social register. Cathy, you've got everything. What about Richard? Richard? Richard's very sweet, and I really like him. But when you meet someone like Woodrow Warren Caldwell,
everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
they walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hello there. They said the feature editor of the Bugle wanted to do a story on me. I'm Woody Caldwell.
Yes, you certainly are. Hi, I'm Patty Lane, feature editor.
Where shall we start?
Well, why don't you tell me all about yourself?
Well, I was born in
Boston.
How did you know?
Oh, I just took a lucky guess.
Oh, well, then I went to day school. Don't you want to take notes?
Notes? Oh, no, I have total recall. Like an IBM machine.
You're terrific.
You're sensational. Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I'm terribly keen on squash.
Your hobby is eating squash?
Squash. Tennis.
Oh, of course. Hi. And goodbye.
Well, hello. I'm Sue Ellen Turner.
I'm Woody Caldwell.
Isn't that funny? My father told me I'd probably run into you.
That's very
Your
funny.
father?
Yes, Dad is vice president of the First Mortgage and Trust Bank down in Wall Street.
Well, that's where Dad banks.
Yes, I know. They're great buddies.
My father's managing editor of the New York Daily Chronicle.
We must get together soon.
Where's it?
At the Brooklyn Heights Mortgage Savings and Loan Association.
I'll call you.
Yeah, about this interview.
I'm afraid I have to make a class.
Oh,
Bye.
bye.
What a charming boy.
Well, I saw him first, so forget it.
Yes? My dear child, there's only one girl in this entire school with the wealth, background, and social position worthy of Woodrow Warren Caldwell III. And you're looking at her.
Excuse me.
Let me get this straight, Patty. You want me to tell you all about our ancestors, huh?
That's right. Who were the Lanes, Papa? What did they do?
Well, they were mostly... Patty, why this sudden interest in genealogy?
What's something I've always wondered about?
Huh? Well, I can tell you one thing about them. You can be very proud of your forebears.
I can?
Oh, yeah. They've all been good, decent, hard-working people.
That's all?
Wasn't that enough?
Oh, sure, Papa, but... Well, weren't any of them, like, famous or distinguished or noble?
Well, let's see now. Well, there was old Joshua Lane of Brattleboro.
There was?
Yeah. He founded the first general store in Vermont.
A storekeeper.
And then there was Lieutenant Noah Lane, who fought in the Civil War.
A war hero?
Yeah. He was one of the first Union officers to be captured.
Captured? Oh, you mean in a gallant stand against the foe?
No, actually, it was in the retreat from the Battle of Bull Run.
Martin, you can spare these slacks, can't you?
Yeah, I think so. They look like they belong to Ross.
Hey, Mama, you're not going to give away my green sweater.
Oh, well, you never wear it, dear.
I know, but it's my favorite one.
Now, Patty, surely you're not going to begrudge an old sweater to the Salvation Army.
Oh, not the Salvation Army. We've a new neighbor who's starting a thrift shop. Mrs. Caldwell.
Oh, okay, I guess if it's for charity. Did you say Mrs. Caldwell?
That's right.
Mrs. Woodrow Warren Caldwell?
The second was on the crest on her stationery.
go.
Oh, she can have my sweater. She can have everything I've got.
Well, that's very generous of you, darling. Martin, can you drop these things off on your way downtown tomorrow?
Oh, that's all right, Papa. I'll deliver them to her.
Well, thanks.
Well, it's the least I can do for the deserving poor. I'll go see if I can round anything else up. Bye.
Well, what do you suppose came over her?
Mrs. Woodrow Warren Caldwell II, obviously. Who is she?
Terribly rich and social, I gather.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'll also bet she has a son named Woodrow Warren Caldwell III.
My dear, I'm overwhelmed. Such generosity.
Oh, it's nothing really, Mrs. Caldwell.
Don't be so modest, my child. Some of these things are practically new.
Yes, that's our way. We like to wear things once and then just give them to some worthy cause.
Well, I'll have to send your mother a very special thank you note.
Oh.
What is your name, child?
Patty Lane.
Lane. Are you by any chance related to the Boston Lanes?
Interesting you should ask, Mrs. Caldwell. As a matter of fact, one of my ancestors, Joshua Lane, was the first man to set up credit with the Indians in Vermont.
Really?
It was sort of a pre-Revolutionary War diners club.
Really?
Yes. His great-grandson, who was General Noah Lane, was almost a big Civil War hero.
How interesting.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you again, my dear.
Well, I'd like to stay around and help if I could.
Oh, but you've done enough.
Oh, but I'd like to rally round. Really, I would.
Well, we do need someone to make an inventory of all these things.
Wizard.
Now, just write down the name of the things we have to sell, and then we'll... Good heavens! Here comes another good Samaritan.
Bless its little heart.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, we don't want this junk, Mrs. Caldwell.
Mom sent them, Mrs. Caldwell. I'm Sue Ellen Turner.
Oh, so you're the Turner girl. How kind of you.
I also wanted to volunteer my services.
Well, we don't need them. Thank you very much.
Oh, please, I so want to help.
Very well, dear. You can make an index of the list of our donors.
Thank you.
My, what dedication.
Social climber.
Copycat.
Upstart.
Phony.
Girls, look who dropped by. This is my son, Woodrow.
Hi.
Woody, would you be a lamb and drive over to Mrs. Montague's? She's donating a lovely old desk.
Yes, Mother.
Well, it's a little large. I wonder if you can manage it yourself.
I'll go. Let me help.
Well, that's what I call esprit de corps. Patty.
Yes.
You better finish the inventory. You go, Sue Ellen.
Yes, Mrs. Caldwell. Shall we press on, darling?
I'll give you the address. I haven't been able to get a hold of you all week. What's the matter with you?
Nothing, Richard.
And you're never in when I phone you. And you don't call back. Patty, is there somebody else?
Now, whatever gave you a ridiculous idea like that? Of course not. Excuse me. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Woody?
Who's Woody?
Mom wondered if you could come tonight and help address envelopes.
Tonight?
That's right.
To your house? Wizard, Woody.
I know, it's that new society boy with all the clothes. Woody Caldwell.
Mom says 8-ish.
8-ish? Right-ish. Bye.
So, there was somebody else. I was right.
Yes, Richard, I'm afraid so.
But Patty, you're my girl. Till the end of time, you said.
And I meant it, Richard. I really meant it. When you meet somebody like Woodrow Warren Caldwell III.
Yeah, sure. I know he's got social position and good looks and fancy clothes. And he drives around in a jazzy foreign sports car. But aside from that, what's so special? I'm telling you straight, Colwell. Stay away from my girl. Okay, Colwell, if that's the way you want it. Sorry, old boy, but you asked for it.
Yes?
I'm Richard Harris. I want to see Woodrow Warren Colwell III.
Of course, this way, please.
Quick! Start.
Hi, fella. What can I do for you?
My name's Richard Harrison.
Yes?
And I just wanted to say, welcome to Brooklyn Heights.
Sis, on your feet. You're invited to a party.
Open my mail again, fiend.
It was dressed for the family, from Sue Ellen's folks.
Sue Ellen. Mr. and Mrs. George Turner request the pleasure of your company at a fundraising party for the Caldwell Thrift Shop.
Oh, that's Sue Ellen. She'll stop at nothing. Patty, what does that mean? Black tie?
Black tie. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
That means it's a formal party and I don't have anything to wear. But I like that blue dress you have. Oh, that old thing. Wait till you see what Sue Ellen turns up in.
Are clothes all that important?
Well, to Woody they are. You should see how he dresses. There's only one hope. I'll just explain to Papa why he's got to buy me a fabulous new formal. Do you think he will? When he knows that my whole future happiness is at stake, what else can he possibly say?
I'm sorry, Patty. We just can't afford it.
Please, Papa.
What's wrong with that blue dress of yours? It's less than a month old.
But everybody's seen it.
Oh, it's...
Oh, could I buy a dress with my own money?
I think that's a lovely idea.
Oh, good. Then could I have an advance on my allowance for the next 3 years?
No, you can't.
Why not, Papa?
Because you're growing up, honey, and I think it's time you learn to live within your own means.
Yes, sir. Well, at least I'll never need any more clothes.
Why?
Because I'll never be able to show my face in this town again.
It looks beautiful.
It's awful. It's charming. It's a disaster.
Now, stop that, Pat. It's a very nice little dress.
That's exactly what it is, Mom. Can you imagine what a fabulous creation Sue Ellen's gonna have on?
Oh, Mother, it's utter heaven. Patty will sink through the floor. You know, I suppose it's rather silly. But I would much rather that you were wearing this.
Oh, Mother, that old thing was my first formal gown.
Yes, darling, I know. That's why I'm so very fond of it. Now, I suppose it'll just sit here.
Oh, Mom, I know. I'll donate it to the thrift shop.
Well, now that's a very good idea.
I'll take it over. Who knows? Maybe some poor deserving girl can use it.
$6.75. I'm dead, Cathy. Patty, be sensible. Wear the blue.
No! I'll stay home first.
Darn. Why couldn't I listen to Papa and learn the value of thrift? Thrift? That's it. I'll go to the thrift shop. I'm sure to find a gown there. An evening gown? Well, sure. Mrs. Caldwell's rich friends donate all kinds of things. Come on, Cathy. I got something to my... It's me. It is lovely.
You're lucky. It came in just a little while ago.
Oh? It's just about my size, too. How much is it?
How much did you want to spend?
$6.75.
Very well. It's yours.
Oh, Cathy! I can just see the look on Sue Ellen's face when she sees me in that. I'm sorry, it's all in change, but I think it's all there. 75. I'll get that. $1, Cathy. Here.
My, you all look so pretty.
Thank you.
Well, they should. They've been getting dressed since Tuesday.
Oh, Miss Sue Ellen.
Hi there.
Sue Ellen, what a beautiful gown.
Oh, thank you. I can't wait to see yours.
Oh, yeah, as soon as I fix my hair a little bit.
Oh, Patty, the room back there.
Thank you. Come on, Cathy. Excuse us. Sue Ellen's dress is a bit much, don't you think? Yes, Patty. Come on. You know, that's typical, though. Just like this picture gallery of her. After all, it is her house. Yeah, but... Cathy! What's the matter? Look! It's just a picture of Sue. Oh, no. She's wearing my dress. She can't be. But she is, look! Christmas at home, my first formal gown. She gave it to the thrift shop. That's the dirtiest trick I've ever heard of. What are you going to do? Well, for openers, hide.
Yes, Patty's been a tower of strength to us in the thrift shop. Where is she?
Oh, she's primping, I imagine. She may never show up.
Sounds like Woody. He can spend 2 hours picking out the ultimate necktie.
Patty, be sensible. You can't stay in here all evening. Why not? Condition writ.
Where's Patty?
She's, fixing her hair.
Oh. Oh, fussy old Mrs. Montague insists I hang this.
I got lost.
Oh, well, let me take your coat.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'd like to keep it really slow.
It's no trouble. What's the matter?
Oh, I just got a sudden terrible chill.
Patty, what's wrong?
Well, nothing, Sue. Everything is absolutely fine. I'll be fine in just a few minutes. Now, why don't you just run along and take care of your guests? And I'm really having a ball, and I'll see you in a little minute.
Oh. That's Sue Ellen in her first formal gown. Charming. A lovely child. And she's so thoughtful. Do you know she just donated that gown to the thrift shop? Isn't that sweet?
Patty, that's the coward's way out. Well, what do you think I am? That's nuts. Patty! Swell. Yes, Cathy, I see what you mean about that dress.
Patty! Where did you get that dress?
I had a little dressmaker who ran it up for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she does all my things.
That just happens to be my old evening gown.
That's ridiculous. There's this little old lady
Let me
who has
see
a
that
shop,
label.
and every time I want a
I was
nice
right.
dress,
So you went to the thrift shop and bought my old dress.
I did not. Well, I didn't know it was your dress. Please, Sue. Promise me you won't tell anybody. Please. Promise. Buddy, pal, friend.
Of course not. I'd be an utter monster, too.
Oh, and you're not. You're kind and sweet and generous, Patty.
Mrs. Caldwell wants to say hello.
Oh, she'll be right in, Mrs. Lane. This is going to be a beautiful party. Here's Patty.
Well, good evening, dear.
Yes, that's one person's opinion.
Isn't that a lovely gown, Mrs. Caldwell?
Charming. Simply charming.
Thank you.
Oh, Woody, darling. Here's Patty.
Hi.
Isn't she a dream in that gown?
Smashing.
Oh, look who just came in.
Speaking of this dress, the most amusing coincidence.
Patty is wearing what we call the classic young lady's evening gown.
I am?
Of course. I imagine you have one too, haven't you, dear?
Yes, Mrs. Caldwell. As a matter of fact.
Yes, I see you have. You know, I have 3 nieces with all the identical evening gowns, exactly the same.
All 3 of them?
Why, of course. Every well-dressed young girl does wear one.
But...
Oh, I think the band is starting up again. Woody, you haven't danced with Patty yet.
Righto. What say, old girl?
Wizard, Woody.
They make a charming couple, don't they?
Yes. Don't they? Well, thank you very much for bringing me home, Woody. It was a fabulous party.
Who is it? Are you free next Saturday night?
Oh, I suppose I could arrange it.
I'm giving a welcome home party.
Oh, great. For who?
Ella Fortescue. She just returned from Paris.
Who is Ella Fortescue?
My girl. That's right. You'll adore her. See you 7-ish. Bye.
Bye-ish. Cathy, guess who's back in town? Ella Fortescue. Woody told me at the party tonight. He's been going with her all his life. Yeah, now he tells me. What am I gonna do? Oh, you'll survive. And then there's always Richard. After the way I treated him, he'll never talk to me again as long as I live. And I don't blame him. You know something? He's too good for me.
You're right. He is.
Richard. What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm just passing by.
Cathy phoned you. Well, I didn't think you'd mind. You're not angry. Angry? I could kiss you. Richard, I am going to fix you the most beautiful sandwich you ever saw. Turkey, chicken, cheese, ham, lime, coleslaw, pickles, mustard.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
Patty? What is the matter with you? Oh. Don't ever sneak up on me like that again. Sneak up on you? Patty, what are you so nervous about? Well, you'd be nervous, too, if you were the only witness to a hit-and-run accident. You saw a hit-and-run accident? When? Just now. I was passing by McDonald's Market, and this big car came crashing around the corner, skidded up on the curb, and then ran into the front of the store window and just kept on going. It was terrible. Did you get a look at the driver's face? Did I? He had a sinister little mustache, and he wore a raincoat and a big floppy gangster hat. And he had his ma with him, a big tough-looking woman. 10 to 1 they were escaping from a big bank robbery.
What did the police say?
The police?
When you reported the accident.
Reported? Cathy, are you out of your mind? Do you want me to wind up in a sack of cement on the bottom of the East River? I'm not going to get involved in this.
Patty, you are involved. It's your duty to tell the police what you saw.
That's my second duty. My first duty is to stay alive. Look, Cathy, I know how these gangsters operate. The first thing they do is rub out the witness. I'm too young to be rubbed out. All I have to do is keep quiet. Nobody saw me. And if I keep my mouth shut, there's no way they can find out that I saw them, or that I was even at the scene of the crime.
What are you looking for?
You know that gold bracelet I got for Christmas? The one with my initials on it?
Yes.
I think I lost it at the scene of the crime.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Isn't Patty gonna have any lunch?
She says she's not hungry.
She all right?
With Patty, how can you tell? She sure seems nervous. I came up behind her this morning and said good morning, and she jumped 10 feet.
Who's that? Well, there's only one way to find out. Right. Open the window and ask them.
Patty, will you see who's at the front door, please?
Me? Do you want me to get it? No. No, you better stay out of this. I'll go. Say goodbye to my folks for me. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning.
I found your bracelet in front of my store, so I thought I'd drop by and return it to you.
Not my bracelet.
It's got your initials on it. P.L.
Well, there are a lot of PLs in the world that belong to Prudence Lewis or Paula Lomax or Penelope Lufthaven. I haven't been near... your store, Mr. McDonald, so I couldn't have dropped my bracelet there.
Good morning, Mr. McDonald.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Lane. Mr. Lane?
Miss McDonald?
Excuse me for barging in like this, but I found this bracelet and I
Where's
thought...
Patty's bracelet?
What do you know?
Oh, where did you find it, Mr. McDonald?
In front of my store.
Well, it was very nice of you to bring it over here.
Oh, yeah. You have no idea what you've done for me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
We were just having some coffee. Won't you join us?
Thanks, but I've got to get over to the hospital to see my daughter.
What happened to her?
A 9-pound baby. She had it just this morning.
Well, congratulations, Mr. McDonald.
She barely made the hospital in time. My idiot son-in-law was coming by the store to pick me up, and he was so nervous he skidded the car right into the store window. My daughter almost had the baby right there, but he kept going on right to the hospital.
Is she all right now?
Oh, fine. Everything's fine. Well, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was very nice of him.
Yes, he's a nice man. You know, it's odd that Patty didn't mention losing her bracelet.
Yeah. She didn't even recognize it when she saw it.
Who is it? Cathy. Yeah? Let me hear your voice again. Patty, will you open this door? Just a minute. What do you think you're doing? I'm in hiding. Patty, no one is after you, and no one is trying to hurt you. All you have to do is tell the truth. Look, I've got a great idea. Since you're so brave, why don't you go down and tell them that you're me and you throw the whole thing and you're not... You'll go? Yeah. Cathy, promise me something? Of course. If anything happens to me, marry Richard. I couldn't stand it if Sue Ellen got him. Patty, nothing is going to happen to you. There may be a little publicity, but it won't last long. It'll all be over in no time. Now, I was supposed to meet Eddie at the library, but I'll have Ross tell him I'll see him later. Then I'll go with you to find Officer Melnick, and after you've told him what you've seen, then we can meet Eddie and Richard and go to the shake shop, or perhaps go to a movie. Publicity? Well, yes, the papers may pick up the story. You mean like, fearless teenager defies killer? Patty, you don't know that he's a killer. Ha! You didn't see his face, that sneaky little mustache, those black beady eyes. I'll be all over the front pages. I'm a natural-born heroine. You're a natural-born nut. Patty, this is merely a case of a hit-and-run accident where the front of a market was damaged. It is not going to make international headlines. No? Wait till they catch the mob behind you who robbed the bank and then wounded a bank guard in a running gun battle. You did see the driver's face. Would I make up a thing like that? No, I suppose not. Let's go. I don't want to miss the late edition. Yeah? Do you have any identification? Patty, for heaven's sake. Well, I can't be too careful.
What do I need identification for? Is this some new game?
You'll read all about it in the newspapers, Richard. Gee, I wonder if I have time to have my hair done.
What for?
Because my picture is probably going to be on the front pages tonight. They're here. They're after me. Tell them I'm not home. I ran away and was killed in a train wreck.
There she goes, off into orbit again. What's the matter with her this time?
Oh, just a little too much imagination, Richard. Excuse me.
Hello. I'm making a survey of the neighborhood. How many teenagers live in this house?
Just me. Patty ran away and was killed in a train wreck. Goodbye. Patty was telling the truth. She is in danger.
In danger?
Patty! Patty! Patty?
What are you doing there?
Acting like a gleep, I guess. You're right, Cathy. I'm the mountain out of the molehill type. Somebody has a simple little accident and I turn it into gangsters and bank robbers. Patty, the man at the door wore a raincoat and had a little mustache. He's gone now. Yeah, but he'll be back. They never give up.
What did you do?
I saw an accident. It was a hit and run. Patty was the only witness.
Well, you can't spend the rest of your life behind the drapes.
If I go down there and testify, I'm in big trouble. I don't want to be a teenage heroine.
I think she's right.
I'll do whatever you think, Kath. Oh, Patty, I don't want to take that responsibility. I think you should talk to your father and see what he has to say. I know what he'll have to say. He'll make me go. He's all ethics. And if he says go, I'm dead. Well, perhaps we could ask his advice without telling him who is involved. Yeah. I could say to him, real casual like, Papa, what can they do to a witness who sees an accident and won't testify?
Well, that all depends, Patty. No one can force anyone to admit that he or she... that he saw something that happened. But on the other hand, there is a moral obligation involved. People have a responsibility toward one another.
Did someone you know see something happen?
Oh, kind of. It was a hit-and-run accident.
Well, then he has a duty to come forward and tell about it. What kind of a person is he?
Coward.
That sounds like Richard.
It isn't Richard.
Well, whoever he is, he's going to have to live with himself.
Oh, he doesn't mind that. As long as he lives.
Remember the Moorhead case? That little old lady who witnessed a holdup in a candy shop?
No. What happened to her?
She testified, and the next day they fished her out of the river.
Oh. Mom? Do you think I could go visit Aunt Pauline in Denver? Patty, you have to tell your mother and father what is going on. I can't. I'd be putting them in danger. This is my problem. I've got to solve it alone. No, you don't. What do you mean? Do you know what you suggested before about my pretending that I'm you and going down there? Yeah. I'll do it. Cathy, you're one of the greats. Thanks, but I can't let you do that. Don't you worry about me. The mob has never been up against Patty Lane before. That's him. He did it. That's the man. He did it.
Objection, Your Honor. My client, known as the killer, is innocent. I would like to cross-examine the witness. Proceed. Miss Lane, you say that you saw the defendant crash into Mr. McDonald's market and then make his escape?
Yes, sir, I certainly did.
Do you realize how dangerous it is to identify one of the mob?
I'm exceptionally brave.
There's still time to back out. You could visit your Aunt Pauline in Denver.
No, sir. It is my duty as a citizen to go through with this.
What if they gave you a new white evening dress with matching bag?
I'll not be bribed.
She's the most fearless witness we have ever had in this courtroom. I want a front-page story written about her.
That won't be necessary. Second page will do.
Miss Lane, if my client was behind the wheel of a car and you were on the other side of the street, how can you be sure that it was the same man? Your Honor, there are thousands of men with mustaches. I move the charges be dismissed.
That's true. The state has no case. I have no choice but to dismiss the charges and let justice be made a hollow mockery of.
Wait! I did not identify the killer by his mustache.
How did you identify him?
By the mole on his right wrist. Your Honor, I have 20/20 eyesight.
This court finds him guilty. And Miss Lane, the country owes you a debt of thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let this be a lesson to the mob. You? Thank you. Thank you. Read all about it in the newspaper. It's a touching story of a natural-born heroine.
Hi, Patty.
I'm incognito.
I went by the market.
Yeah? A lot of detectives swarming around?
I didn't see any.
Please, playing it cool.
I found a story about a bank robbery.
Yeah? Where?
In the Chronicle.
No, where it happened?
On Hastings Street.
That's right near the market. I knew it.
According to the story, the robber escaped on foot. Where are you going?
Home to get under the covers. Oh, hi, Mama. Papa.
Hello, dear.
Papa, I need police protection.
Police protection?
The mob is after me.
The mob? Well, I mean, what do you mean? The, one of the fraternities at school or something?
No, the mob. M-O-B. Gangsters.
Darling, I think you'd better start at the beginning.
You know that friend I told you about who witnessed the accident?
Yeah.
That was no friend. That was me.
Patty, what was it you saw?
The bank robber who crashed into McDonald's market.
Patty, what makes you think he was a bank robber?
Well, there was a big bank robbery that day, and then this car came crashing around the corner and banged into McDonald's window, and then just took off. Now, what reason would any honest citizen have for leaving the scene of an accident?
I can think of one.
Patty, was there a woman in the car with him?
His ma.
Well, that cleans up a lot of things.
To tell you the truth, I was kind of scared at first. But since I am the only witness, I figure I should testify. But I am kind of young, and I think I should have some kind of protection.
Honey, why didn't you come to us about this?
Well, I thought if I told you, they'd go after you, and I didn't want anybody to hurt you.
You were protecting us.
Yeah.
Oh, Patty. Listen, you don't have anything to worry about. Let me explain. The man who ran into the front of the store was Mr. McDonald's son-in-law. His wife was going to have a baby. That's why he was in such a hurry to leave the scene of the accident. He had to get her to the hospital.
He wasn't a bank robber.
No.
And all this time I've been brave for nothing.
I don't think bravery's ever really wasted. One day it'll come in handy.
I feel like an idiot.
Aw.
I'll get it. As long as I've come out of hiding.
Martin, she was worrying about us.
Yeah. You know what I can't get used to about teenagers? Just when you're ready to give up and write them all off, they come up with something so wonderful that it makes you feel about that small.
Hi, Rich.
Don't stand there in front of the door like that. They might see you.
Oh, I'm not afraid of them.
You're not?
No, they're only a mob. What can they do to me?
Gee, Patty, you're almost as brave as I am. You sure you want to go through with this?
I wouldn't let anything in the world stop me.
And you're not afraid of the danger?
Richard, I thrive on danger.
You sure have hidden depths. For a girl, you're quite a girl.
Thank you, Richard.
Well, I guess with your help, the police will be able to solve that bank robbery. And who knows? It could lead to cleaning up a lot of other crimes. There might even be a big reward in this.
Well, the only reward I want is knowing that I've done my duty. Oh, excuse me.
It might be safe. Oh, why don't you let me get it?
Richard, if they're coming for me, they're coming for me. Relax. Hello?
Hello. Are you Patty Lane?
Yeah.
I'm Detective Don Anderson. May I come in?
Sure.
Thank you.
Right this way.
Thanks.
Oh, this is Richard Harrison. Detective Anderson.
You people don't lose any time, do you?
What can I do for you, Detective?
Well, I'm checking out a rumor that you might have seen an accident in the neighborhood.
And don't say anything that might prove fatal, Patty.
It's all right. You mean the McDonald case?
That's right.
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Yes, I saw the whole thing. I was just saying to Mr. Harrison, what good is a witness unless he testifies? Wasn't I, Mr. Harrison?
Yeah, that's what Miss Lane was saying.
At the time the car hit the store, did you happen to notice a man walk past with a paper sack under his arm?
Yeah. I remember thinking that the car was going to hit him if he didn't get out of the way. Poor man, he must have been pretty scared. He ran like a rabbit.
Would you be able to identify him if you saw him again?
Yeah, I think so. He was a little man, with kind of a round face, and a funny chin. Why?
That's the man who held up the Brooklyn Heights Bank.
You sure are lucky to have her for a witness. You've never seen such bravery. I mean, no mob is gonna scare her off. No, sir.
Isn't it wonderful that they caught the bank robber?
Cathy, read that part about me again. Patty, I read it 4 times. I like to hear it. It isn't often you get to bask in the limelight. All right. Police say that the apprehension of the suspect was aided by an unidentified teenager who witnessed his flight. That's the part.
They don't even say whether you were a boy or a girl.
We know I'm a girl.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Rich.
Did you see the paper? You're famous.
Oh, it was nothing. It's just what any other brave American girl would have done.
Then how come it took a squad of police to drag you out from behind those drapes?
Ross, you should be very proud of your sister.
There wasn't even a reward.
There was, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks, Papa.
Your mother and I would like to sponsor a night on the town for you and Richard. Dinner and a movie and,
Did you hear that?
I have no pride. I'll take it.
Thought you said that.
Gee, I'd better start spending more time hanging around banks.
You better spend more time hanging around books.
Well, I think we'd better be going or we'll be late. Yeah.
Patty, since when do you need glasses?
I didn't know you were having trouble with your eyes.
I sure am. They're too good. With these on, I can only see what's right in front of my nose. Richard?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Cathy, have you seen my bowling bag?
No, I haven't, Patty.
But I swore it wasn't there. Did you look behind the shoeboxes? No, that's where I keep my old magazines. Oh, I'll bet it's in the downstairs closet.
How was your day?
Well, usual front page stuff. How was yours?
Oh, I had a fascinating day.
Yeah?
I had a 3-hour lunch with my niece Anne and David Stone.
Who's David Stone?
He's a graduate student at Juilliard, and Anne is head over heels in love with him, and he's in love with her, but he's too shy to propose.
Oh, well, Anne's too young to get married anyway. She's still a schoolgirl.
She's a senior at college. You don't realize how mature she's become lately.
Well, I think she should finish school first.
You see, the trouble with us, Martin, is that we've watched her grow up right under our noses. We don't realize how grown up she really is. We still think of her as a child, but Martin, she's become a young lady.
Well, I suppose we have been blind about her just because she's ours. Maybe it would be a good idea if she got married.
I'm sure it would.
Well, it's all right with me. When?
As soon as possible.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
they walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What's the matter? They're after me. Who is after you? My own mother and father. I don't know how to tell you this. They're what? They're trying to get me married. Oh, Patty, that's ridiculous. I know it's ridiculous, but I just heard them plotting down there. They said I've grown up under their noses and they didn't realize it, and I'm becoming an old lady and they want to kick me out. You must have heard them rehearsing a play or something. Yeah, and I know the name of the play. It's called Getting Rid of Patty. You've got to be mistaken. All right? I want you to come downstairs and listen for yourself. All right, I will. But only to prove to you that you're wrong.
I asked David to dinner tomorrow night. Anne's going to be out of town. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. But what's the point?
Well, apparently David has some complex about getting married. He had a pretty unhappy childhood. He was an orphan, and an aunt and uncle brought him up, so his memories of home life are rather grim.
Oh, you'd like him to see how great family life can really be.
Yes. I think he's afraid to raise a family. I'd like him to meet Patty and see what a wonderful child she is.
Fine. Anything for the cause.
He really would make a perfect husband for her. He's very warm, and you know how outgoing she is.
Yeah, she never runs down.
I'm glad I asked him to dinner tomorrow night.
Well, let's make sure Patty's going to be home.
Martin, wouldn't it be wonderful if it all worked out? We'll give them a beautiful honeymoon.
Well, take it easy. We have to get them married first.
We could send them to June Lake. She loves the country.
Hi, folks.
Hi, Patty.
You know, we were just talking about you.
Were you?
You're looking very pretty, honey.
Thank you, Papa.
Our little girl is really growing up, isn't she, Nat?
Yes. Patty, do you have any plans for tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? Why?
We're having a dinner guest, and I want you to meet him.
I can't. I have a date with Richard.
Well, couldn't you break it?
You never asked me to break a date with Richard before.
This is rather important, darling. Oh, you're going to like this man. He's very nice, and I'm anxious for you to make a good impression on him.
You are?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think you should wear your new dress tomorrow night. See, one of the reasons he's coming is to meet you.
And I think you should go to the hairdresser in the afternoon.
Excuse me. Any questions? They're leading me to the slaughter. I can't believe it. You'll dance at my wedding. Hello, Uncle Martin. I'm Natalie.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Kath.
Uncle Martin, I know this seems ridiculous, but Patty seems to think there's going to be a wedding around here.
Does she? Well, with a little bit of luck, there will be.
That's exactly... Oh. Who is the man?
He's studying composing at Juilliard. He's a very lovely person.
Excuse me.
I wonder how Patty knew.
Oh, kids today are marvelous. They sense things.
Did you find out anything? Yes. They are trying to get you married. My own mother and father arranging a marriage behind my back to a man I'd never even seen. You think we're in the Middle Ages? Well, I won't marry him. I simply can't understand them. I'm not ready to get married, Cathy. I got a C- in home economics. Now, who'd want a wife like that? Oh, they sure must be anxious to get rid of me. Oh, I'm sure it isn't that, Patty. Papa's always talking about how expensive everything is. Maybe if I ate less, they'd let me stay. You've got to do something. I want Richard. Oh, Richard, I'm so happy to see you.
I just saw you less than an hour ago.
It seems like a lifetime.
Oh, what's wrong?
I have to break my date with you tomorrow night.
Well, why?
I'm going to get married.
Oh? Well, what about Tuesday night?
She's serious.
Serious about getting married? Oh, what is it, a school play or something?
No, it's real life.
Patty, you've been watching too much television. You can't get married. You've got a C- in home economics.
You see, you know I'm not ready to get married.
What's she talking about, Kat?
I'm afraid it's true, Richard. Her mother and father are planning to get her married.
Well, I'm not ready to get married yet.
You're not the man they've chosen.
You mean they want you to marry somebody else?
Yeah, you're beginning to get the idea.
Who is he?
I don't know. I haven't met him. All I know is they're sending us to June Lake for our honeymoon because they think I like the country.
Patty, they can't do this.
They made me break my date with you tomorrow night because they invited him to dinner. And I'm supposed to wear my new dress and go to the beauty shop and be very charming.
When you get married, it's going to be to me. And that's not going to be for a long, long time.
You haven't met him, but he hasn't met you either. So? So, they told you to be charming. So? So don't. How can I help it?
Hey, I get it. She means make yourself unattractive and act stupid.
Oh, he'd never believe it.
You've got to try. I mean, if he doesn't like you, there's not going to be any marriage, right?
Right. Cathy, I've got to hand it to you. When the chips are down, you're brilliant. All right, let's figure out the kind of girl that would be least likely to appeal to him. He's a long-haired musician.
A long-haired musician? Well, then Patty can act herself.
Oh, we really got to make him head for the hills. He'd probably like someone who's scholarly, like serious books, art, the theater, the classics. All you have to do is be opposite. That's not hard. That's the real me. All right, let's rehearse it. You really have to frighten him away tomorrow night. Richard, you be David.
David, huh? I don't even like his name.
I'll be your mother. Good evening, David. It's so nice of you to come. This is my daughter, Patty. Patty, David.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. I've heard a great deal about you.
Tell me, have you read any good books lately, David?
Oh, yes, indeed. I just finished reading the Odyssey.
I read the sequel, the Evensy. I pretty good, huh?
Have you seen any good plays lately?
Yeah, Gonzalez take Mickey Mantle out on the top of the night with bases loaded.
This is a rehearsal, Patty.
Oh. Tell me, are you fond of Glück? Only if it has a lot of cream and sugar on it. That should frighten him away. I can't wait till tomorrow night. That's him. He's early. Yes, your mother and father aren't back yet. Yeah, I know. They went to get him some caviar or something. What do we do? Well, we can't keep him out there. Let him in. You can get rid of him before they get back. Yeah.
Hello. I know I'm early. I'm David Stone.
How do you do, David? I'm so happy to know you. Yeah. Well, won't you come in? I'm Patty. It's my cousin, Cathy. Hello.
How do you do?
Well, the Pioneer type should be back any sec.
The pie... Oh.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some things to do upstairs. Well, come on in and set us down.
Thank you. You know, I'm really very happy that your mother and father aren't home now because I'd kind of like to get to know you a little better.
Is that so?
Well, I don't think I'm supposed to know this, but I kind of feel they invited me here tonight to turn me into a Benedict.
A Benedict?
Shakespeare, Much Ado About Nothing. Benedict was a character who was against marriage until one day he met the right girl and it changed his mind.
You mean you're against marriage?
Well, I have been up to now. You see, I had kind of a rugged childhood. I was raised by an aunt and an uncle who hated each other, and they battled constantly, and it made me pretty cynical about marriage and family.
Me too.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've had a very unhappy childhood, too.
Well, I thought this was such a happy family.
Happy? Oh, it's brutal around here. Everybody hates everybody else. Why, we yell and scream at each other all the time.
You do?
Oh, yeah. I could tell you stories that would make your hair stand on end.
Ann told me this was the happiest family she'd ever seen.
Ann?
Your cousin, Ann.
You know her?
Well, yes.
Oh, well, she lied to you. It's yell, yell, yell all the time around here. Oh, Patty, have you seen...
No! I want some more. Get out of here. See?
Oh, of course. Who wants to be in the same room with you? You see?
Do your parents quarrel?
Day and night.
They're the only family Ann has.
Yeah. Poor Ann.
Well, she never even mentioned this to me. It must be terrible for her, just the way it was for me.
Oh, even worse. When Papa loses his temper, he's a fiend.
Ann is so shy and sensitive. Someone should take her out of all this.
Yeah. Of course, I don't mind it here. I'm kind of used to it. I even like it here. I wouldn't want to leave for anything.
David! Martin, this is David Stone.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry we were so late getting home.
I'm glad Patty and I have had a chance to talk.
Yeah, we really understand each other.
And I've made up my mind about something.
Yes?
I want to get married right away.
Francis, I can't tell you how excited we all are. Oh, of course, Anne is just beside herself. She loves David so much. Yes. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Hmm?
Mama!
And David simply adores her. Oh, I'm going to help her pick out the wedding gown. Well, if we can get ready in time, we'll have the wedding next week. You know, I have just a million things to do. Oh, we're going to have the wedding right here at the house, and I do want it to be beautiful. Oh, about 100 people. Yes, I know she seems like such a child, but she isn't really. I know. He made up his mind last night, right after he had a talk with Patty. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, I'm so delighted.
I can't believe it. You mean I'm gonna be a bridesmaid?
Well, Patty's downstairs now talking to your mother. I'm sure it'll all be settled. Did you talk to your mother?
Yeah, it's all set. The wedding is next week in my former home. She wants it to be beautiful, about 100 people.
Oh, Patty.
Cathy told me the news, sis. I'm gonna miss you.
I want you to come and live with me.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean it.
Gee, thanks, sis.
You too, Cathy. Oh, and what about your husband?
Oh, I forgot all about him.
What time is it? Oh, it must be about 5 o'clock. Do you realize we haven't heard a word from David since he was here yesterday? Maybe he's forgotten about me. Oh, I wouldn't count on that if I were you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, maybe he had to leave town or something.
Patty, David's downstairs. He wants to see you.
Oh, boy.
I'm so happy. I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Does it really, Mom?
Oh, I've dreamed of this for a long time.
Mom, I hardly know David. I've only met him once in my whole life.
He's a wonderful man. You'll get to love him.
Mom, I'm too young to get married.
I should think so. We're moving the wedding from Wednesday to Friday. That'll give us 2 extra days. Oh, there's a million things to do. I got to arrange the minister, call the caterer, call the rental place. I don't know how we're going to get ready in time.
My own mother, selling me down the river.
Richard, why'd you use the back door?
I didn't know if I'd be welcome at the front door anymore. I mean, since Patty is practically a married woman.
She's not married yet.
It's gonna happen any minute. I wonder if they're planning to invite me over to dinner. You know, old friends of the bride.
I'm sure sorry about this, Richard. Could I fix your sandwich?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
You're not?
I haven't been able to eat a bite since I heard the news.
I don't want Cathy to get married. But if she does marry, I'd like her to marry you.
Thanks, Ross.
I mean, you've got your problems, but at least I know what they are. I don't want a stranger for a brother-in-law.
Maybe you're not gonna have a stranger for a brother-in-law.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not gonna let it happen so easily. You think any old joker that comes along can take Patty away from me?
Now, wait a minute, where are you going?
To see Patty. Through the front door.
Hello, Patty.
Hello, David.
I've got to give you a kiss.
Do you?
I owe you so much.
Me?
Well, yes. Before I spoke to you last night, I didn't have any idea how much I wanted to get married. But now that I've made up my mind, I feel like a new man.
You mean you still want to go through with it?
I can't wait. The sooner, the better.
David, I think there's something you should know.
What's that?
I can't cook or sew. I have a terrible disposition, and I have 2 cavities, an upper and a lower. See?
Well, when we get back from the honeymoon, we'll just have to get you to a dentist.
You mean that doesn't change your feelings about me?
Of course not, Patty. Nothing could ever do that.
Why do I have to be so irresistible?
Anybody home?
In here, Richard.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Richard. I'd like you to meet David Stone, Richard Harrison.
David? You're David?
You've heard about me?
Boy, that's the only topic of conversation around here.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. You're turning me into a laughing stock.
I don't understand.
No? Well, it just happens you're planning to marry my girl.
Your girl?
That's right, and I don't intend to give her up.
What's he talking about?
It's true. I didn't want to hurt you, David, but that's the way it is.
You mean you knew about it, too?
Well, of course. Everybody knows it.
Everybody but me. How long have you known her?
A lot longer than you have.
Richard Harrison. She never even mentioned you to me.
You've been too busy sweeping her off her feet.
It all happened so fast.
And you're in love with her.
That's right.
Well, how does she feel about you?
Tell him.
Same way, I'm afraid.
I can't believe this. You're just a kid.
I'm not as young as I look. Anyway, Patty and I aren't ready to get married next week. But we will be, someday.
Patty and you?
That's right. That's why I can't marry you.
You can't marry me.
No. Oh, I hate these eternal triangles. But it wouldn't be fair to any of us. I know how hurt you must be. But I just can't go through with it.
Patty, didn't your mother tell you?
Oh, yeah. She told me how anxious you are to get married. And I hate to let her down, but please, try to understand.
I think I do. Look, the truth of the matter is...
Yes.
Well, the truth of the matter is... Well, I'm just very happy we had this chat.
Yeah, me too. Do you think you'll be able to get over me?
Well, not right away, of course, but in time.
Thank you, David.
You're a good loser.
Thanks. I lost to a good man.
Yeah. Well, better luck next time.
Oh, how am I going to break the news to the parent figures?
Would you like me to do it for you?
Would you?
Yes, I think it might be easier coming from me.
Yeah. That way you can tell them you're all right. You know something? You're all right.
All set?
All set. Bye.
So long.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say you know my cousin Anne?
Yes.
Look, if you're so anxious to get married, why don't you try her? Not me, but... Oh, she's a wonderful girl. Good luck. Isn't it incredible how great everything turned out? I told David about Anne Monday, and he's marrying her Friday. When I play Cupid, I don't kid around. Maybe you should be a professional matchmaker. Yeah, I'd be great. You know, I really thought I was going to be in big trouble this week, but I got out of it.
She didn't.
She didn't. I'm afraid she did. Patty must have taken it for granted that we were all speaking of her wedding.
Oh, why didn't she come to us and discuss it?
Well, perhaps she felt she couldn't.
But why?
Because she can't stand screaming. When Anne and I get back from our honeymoon, we'd like very much to have a talk with you about Patty. We think perhaps she may be happier living with us.
Living with you?
Well, Anne and I have discussed how unhappy Patty is living here at home, and we've decided that...
Patty unhappy at home? Where'd you ever get that impression?
It's not an impression. She told me. Well, I mean, she wasn't complaining. She merely said that she'd never leave you, but Patty's a very sensitive girl, and she just can't stand watching you two fight constantly.
Watching us fight?
Yelling and screaming at one another.
Patty said that?
That's right.
Well, for your information, there is no yelling around this house. Patty! Patty, come in here!
Well, now, wait a minute. I didn't mean to start another family row. I just thought that if there was something wrong, perhaps we could help the situation.
Don't worry. We're going to do something about it. Patty!
Yes, Pa, would you call me?
Yeah, I have a bit of news for you, young lady.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
You're in trouble again.
I know,
Now, about our yelling at you, when do you get off telling people things like
She just told me, and I figured that maybe there was some...
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins. at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Ross, for Pete's sakes, must you?
Must I what, sis?
Make noise like a hungry hippopotamus.
Yep.
Morning, everybody.
Hi, Papa.
Hi.
For you, dear, airmail special.
Hey, it's from Cousin Gaylord.
Cousin Gaylord?
Yeah, he's a fairly distant cousin, Kath, one of the Atlanta lanes. He says, howdy, Cousin Martin. We're all as fine as wine. Hope you all are the same. Me and Sissy are busy...
That's Cousin Gaylord's wife.
Me and Sissy are busy on boll weevils at the store, but glory be, things are booming.
Well, isn't that nice?
Which brings me to the reason for writing. Our little gal Betsy is coming home from boarding school on vacation, and her mommy and me are just too darn rushed at the store to look after her proper. So I was hoping you could put her up for a couple of weeks.
Why, of course, we'd love to have her.
Oh, Natalie, you have enough to handle around here as it is.
Oh, I don't mind the extra work. It's only for a couple of weeks.
Now, this is a big house, Nat, and you have practically no help. So much as I'd like to have Cousin Betsy come, I'm afraid I'm going to have to say thank you, but no thank you.
I'll get it.
Oh.
May I help you?
You must be Cousin Patty.
Cousin Patty?
Uh-huh. I'm Daddy Gaylord's little gal, Betsy.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
She's sweet.
That's Sarah Jane.
Hey, now there's a doll.
His name's Grady Tyler.
Oh, so you steady?
No, just a boy I date.
Wow.
That's Carson Culpepper. I date him, too.
And that's another boy you date.
Uh-huh. They all are.
Come on now, Betsy. You're not going to tell us you go out with the whole football team.
Of course not, Cousin Patty. Just the backfield. They're all back home. I don't know any boys here.
Betsy, tell you what. Tomorrow we'll go down to the shake shop so you can meet some of the fellas.
Oh, please don't trouble yourself.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
You're both so sweet. But honest, back home I'm happy just to sit and read a good book.
When do you find the time?
Oh, yeah.
You see, Betsy, they do notice you.
My, Nolan boys sure are friendly.
Well, they want you to know there's no hard feelings about Fort Sumter. Oh, come on, there's Cathy.
Excuse me. Hi. Beg your pardon? Excuse me. Hi, Cathy. We're here. We saved a place for you. George, say hello to Betsy Lane, our cousin from Atlanta. Betsy, this is George Tutwiler, a friend of mine.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do? Thank you. Did you say Tutwiler?
That's right.
Are you by any chance a kinfolk of Thomas Jefferson Tutwiler, the famous Confederate general?
Gee, I don't know. My folks are mostly in the stationery business.
I'll just bet you are. Down home, there's this big statue of General Tutwiler in the park, waving his saber and leading his troops into battle. You look just like him.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
What'll it be?
That depends on how Cathy's fixed for funds.
No, this is my treat.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Tutwiler.
Call me George.
George. I'll have a chocolate sundae with sprinkles.
What about you, Betsy?
Oh, I'll just have a little old root beer.
1 root beer.
Oh, make it a small one here. When I meet somebody fascinating, I just get too excited to eat.
No kidding.
I hope we're not interrupting anything, Cathy. No. George was just going over a poem he's reading to the literary club. A poem? Really? I just adore poetry.
No kidding.
George was reading some of Shakespeare's verse. Oh, I'd love to hear it, Mr. Tutwiler.
Call me General. I mean George.
George. Hello, Patty. Hi, Kath. What are you doing home? I thought you had a date with George Tutwiler. He called to say he couldn't make it. Oh, that's too bad. Have you seen Betsy? She's not in her room. No, she went to the movies with George Tutwiler. But shit! Why, that sneaky little thing. No, she's not, Patty. She told me he asked her to go. Oh, why didn't you tell her to lay off? Well, how could I after she'd accepted? She'd have been terribly embarrassed. Yeah, I suppose so. Well, goodbye, Charlie, to him, I say. Yes. He was very nice, though. Oh, forget it, Kath. If a guy is that fickle, I say P.H.I. P.H.I.? Pack him in. You're taking my loss very well. I'm sorry, Kath. Hi, yo. Oh, hi, Betsy. How come you're home so early? Because Mr. George Tutwiler is a total disaster. What happened? Our wagon train was attacked. You what? George took me to a cowboy movie. I've never been so bored in all my living days. I'm sorry it was such a dull evening. Oh, it wasn't all bad. At the popcorn stand, this real cute boy came up and introduced himself. Oh? What was his name? Robert. Or was it William? Don, I can't recall. Oh, well, chin up. It'll come back to you. And if it doesn't, he will. Yes, I do believe I'll be hearing from him. Oh, let's hope so. We wouldn't want you to get the impression that all northern boys are as pokey as old George. You know something? I'll just bet he was fibbing when he claimed to be kinfolk of General Thomas Jefferson Tutwiler. Come on, Kath, let's park. Hey, too bad Betsy couldn't come tonight. The place is really swinging. Patty, Betsy is here. Look. Yep, that's our Betsy. I wonder who she's with. Perhaps that real cute boy whose name she couldn't remember. It's Richard! Why, that Confederate Cleopatra! Patty, you gotta make a scene here. Well, how dare she date Richard? He's mine! Well, Betsy doesn't know that. Obviously, Richard hasn't told her. Where do I get my hands on him? Why bother? I say goodbye, Charlie, to him. What? Well, if a man is that fickle, forget him. I say P.H.I. That cute boy I met took me to the pictures. Turns out his name's Richard Harrison. You don't say.
Then maybe you'd like to have this for your collection.
Why, it's Richard. Patty, you're the living end. Love, Richard. Oh, Patty, I had no idea.
No. I'm sure Richard was too busy to bring it up.
What a wicked boy. I could sink right through the floor.
Forget it. You can't help being irresistible. We'll make like it never happened.
Patty, you're such a wonderful person.
Yeah. I hope we don't run out of boys before you leave.
Richard was right about one thing. You are the living end.
Good night, Betsy.
I just love being here with Patty, Sarah Jane. I wish I could stay on and on like Cousin Cathy. Don't see how I could, though, as long as Cathy's here. Sarah Jane, wouldn't it be nice if Cathy suddenly took a notion to go off and live with a daddy in Europe? Don't suppose she ever will, though. Not unless something happened to put that notion in her head. Cousin Cathy, could you help me take up the hem of this dress? Oh, certainly. I was just finishing a letter to my father. Oh. Where's your daddy now? In Rome. Next week, India. My, I bet you miss him a lot. Terribly. That's why I write such long letters. Don't you ever get to see him? Oh, on his vacations. We have marvelous times. But then there's always the day when we have to say goodbye again. That must be just awful. Patty and Aunt Natalie and Uncle Martin and Ross make it a lot easier. My, they're real folks. They certainly do make a person feel welcome. Yes, they're pretty special. Indeed they are. I mean, no matter how long you live here, Cousin Cathy, I'll bet they'll never let you feel you're in the way. In the way? Oh, but you're not. You're family. Oh, and you and Patty get on so well. Yes, we do. My, that's wonderful. You know, I recall once when my mama invited her sister to come and live with us. After a while, Mama couldn't wait for Auntie to get up and go. Her own sister. Well, perhaps Patty and I are lucky that we're only first cousins. Shall we have a look at that dress? Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Busy?
Oh, just doing my geometry homework. Or trying to. Darn. Why wasn't I born with brains like Cathy?
Aunt Natalie says she's just brilliant.
Fantastic. IBM machines bring their problems to Cathy.
Why, your mother just goes on and on about how wonderful Cathy is.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you ask her to help you with that?
Oh, not Cathy. She says it's good for my character to go it alone.
Oh. My roommate at boarding school is smart like Cathy. Mary Lou. Knows everything.
Yeah. That can be a drag to live with sometimes.
You really mean that, Cousin Patty?
Oh, don't breathe a word of this to anybody. But as much as I adore and worship Cathy.
Yes.
Well, sometimes when she comes on like Albert Einstein.
I won't say a word. That's just how I feel about Mary Lou sometimes.
Aren't we awful?
Dreadful. You know something, Cousin Patty? I didn't realize we had so much in common. can't get along with that now. Hello, Cathy.
Hi, Kath. What's the square root of 17?
Figure it out.
Thanks a lot. I haven't got time.
Oh?
What's your hurry? I'm taking Betsy to that dance at the Y tonight. You want to come with us?
No, thank you. I think I'll stay in and wash my hair.
Well, as long as you're staying in, would you copy out the last few equations for me?
I will, if you insist. But I really think you ought to do it yourself, Patty.
Excuse me. I forgot what a high-minded character I live with. What? Well, it's not as if I asked you to help me cheat on an exam or something.
Patty, what's gotten into you?
Nothing. It's just I hate this assignment so.
All right. I'll finish it for you.
No, I'll do it. Well, why don't you come with us, Kath? The place will be bulging with boys.
Indeed. All baying after you and Betsy.
Cathy, you can have any boy you want. You just don't try. You have to pour on a little flattery.
I know. But when I do, I sound like such a ninny.
Oh. Is that how I sound to you? Like a ninny?
I didn't mean that.
Well, you practically said so.
I didn't.
But you do think so.
All right. If you want the truth, I suppose there are times when you do.
Cathy.
Oh, don't be upset. I'm sure there are times when you find me a long-haired drag.
I never said that.
Let's face it, Patty, we're really very different people.
Yeah, but we get along great.
Don't you ever get tired of having me around all the time? Intruding?
Intruding? Cathy, whatever put such an idea in your head?
I don't know. Perhaps it was something that Betsy said the other day.
What did she say?
That I was lucky to be living with a family that never made me feel I was in the way.
In the way? You? You know, the other night, little old cousin Betsy somehow got me to admit that, well, that I get edgy when you're being brilliant at school.
And I found myself telling her that I resented your being so popular with boys.
Cathy, do you think our cousin is up to something?
I don't know.
Sure sounds like she's trying to make trouble between us.
But why on earth should she?
I can't imagine. Something spooky is going on around here.
Patty, Betsy is a very sweet girl.
Oh, bless her. Butter would melt in her pretty little mouth.
Let's not be unkind.
No.
I'll just have a little old root beer. Oh, make it a small one. Here. When I meet somebody fascinating, Mr. Tutwiler, I just get too excited to eat.
And then she went after Richard the chicken-minded. I'm gonna find out what she's up to.
How?
By out-sneaking her.
Good evening, Cousin Betsy. Good evening, Cousin Betsy.
Well, hi, Cathy.
Patty will be right in.
Oh, thank you.
Aren't you going to come with us, Cathy? No, I never have much fun at dances. I understand. It must get tiresome seeing Patty with all the boys.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. It's a shame. I mean, you'd think Patty'd make a little more effort to see that you had a good time, too. I'm sure she tries. Sometimes. I doubt it. Cousin Cathy, has it ever occurred to you that... well, that maybe Patty enjoys sashaying up with the boys while you sit off in the corner? Cousin Betsy. Oh, Betsy, here's that pin you wanted to borrow. Patty, what have you been doing? Just, having a little heart-to-heart with our cousin. Isn't that right, Betsy?
I agree with you, Patty. It was shameful of Betsy.
Yeah, but why would she do such a thing?
Well, perhaps your father can tell us when he's through talking to her.
No, I don't really care. I just wanted to go home. Well, Papa?
Well, I had a talk with Betsy, and then I called Cousin Gaylord, and he's coming to pick her up.
Good riddance.
Patty, you and Cathy have every reason to be furious with Betsy, but we should try to understand her a little.
I do. She's a snake.
No, she's just a very lonely girl.
Lonely? Have you seen that collection of boys on her dresser?
Well, maybe she has plenty of dates. But what she doesn't seem to have is a family.
What about Gaylord and Sissy?
Well, I gather that Gaylord and Sissy ship Betsy off to boarding school so that they can devote all their time to building up their business. And on her vacations, they fob her off on relatives like us.
Okay, so she's lonely. But why did she try to start a feud around here?
Because, honey, she had the wild hope that Cathy would decide she wasn't welcome here, and then Betsy could come and live with us instead.
Boy, she must have been desperate.
She must feel terrible about this.
Okay.
I'll go tell Cathy we don't hate Betsy anymore. I think somebody ought to have a talk with Cousin Gaylord.
Somebody did. That's why he'll be here on the next plane.
And next summer we want you to come and stay with us.
Do you really mean that, Cousin Patty?
Of course.
And so do I.
Betsy, look who's here.
Daddy!
Howdy, honey.
I didn't know you were coming.
I know you didn't, honey, but aren't you glad?
Yes.
Howdy, Cousin Natalie.
Hello, Gaylord.
Daddy, I'd like you to meet Cousin Patty. Hi. And Cathy and Rose.
Howdy, y'all.
Hey, they all talk like that.
Betsy.
Oh, honey, I'm so glad to see you.
You came too.
Of course I did, honey. Howdy, everybody.
I'm just thrilled, but it didn't need both of you to come to fetch me home.
We're not going home just yet, gal.
Daddy booked us into a hotel here, honey, for a whole week.
Right, us country cousins gonna see the big town.
Golly.
Yes, sir. Me and your mommy got a heap of catching up to do.
Daddy decided, honey. You're transferring to the high school back home so we can get acquainted with you.
You hear that? But, Daddy, who's going to take care of the store?
Hang the store. I want to enjoy my pretty daughter's company before some smart young fella starts keeping it with her. Come along, gal. I'm mighty grateful to you folks.
I'll drive you to the hotel.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. Bye now. And thank you all for being so wonderful. I'll be seeing you.
Thank you very much.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
You all come back. Here.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.